Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so. Obunu kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi, me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuni kife la chasha me, my baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you gon' love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, yeah.
Mara chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndemo. Obodo jisike nubo seruna. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa nigga come to mo. Yeah, they go get me. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba. So baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ask what they for your brand yourself when I knew the since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I could have bought and walk on a dog book.
Ejemini ekigbo akobi ewe ayo ewe tumeje itun lo ni otun ese ifa lo ni kan fa imora aibinu gbogbo atare gbogbo meji ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ bèbèrè wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n ń pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú Odògbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgọ́ tí ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ Olúrẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
President, before you continue, I'm Marvin Mabong.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. President, before you continue, I'm Marvin Mabonga in Bungoma County. So, Mr. President, before you go, I want to let you know that in your cabinet, currently we are having so many incompetent cabinet secretaries. For instance, let me give you an example of your friend, Kipchumba Murkomen. Kipchumba Murkomen did law. He has never been in any law firm in this country. He has never won any case. But currently, he's heading the Ministry for Road and Transport. My question is, between where is the conjunction between the Ministry of Transport and a lawyer? In that department, you will be putting there a person who has done even civil engineering, who knows so much about construction. Lastly, the Minister for Agriculture, that person, he even doesn't have a bachelor's. We all know this information. We have the government's website and we Google, we see this information. So, Mr. President, if you are going to give us those people who are incompetent, then we are totally doomed. You know, when we elected you as the president, normally they say, you sent a thief to catch a thief. But this time round, when we elected you, Mr. President, that you can help us now catch those people who are corrupt in this nation, you're just there laughing with them. Look at Oscar Sudi. He's flaunting with 20 million in a bag in a public forum. I'm even told that there is one of the cabinet minister who was caught in Dubai with 20 million cash, and you actually came through him, so he wasn't taken to a court somewhere or arrested. You know that, Mr. President. Personally, where I sit, I want to pay my rent by 10th. But because I finished campus, I don't have any job anywhere. I'm just here in the city seated. I will not be able to pay that rent because you promised to give us the jobs. But when we elected you, you are now telling us that in the next 1 year, we are not going to employ the youth. Mr. President, do you think that one is not a lie? Lastly, the other day you said, when you were questioned about the boy who was shot, you didn't know whether he was alive or dead. But now you know that the person who shot that boy is not the police officer. Mr. President, do you think that is a reality? That one is not a reality. I'm very angered person because every time we get to those public offices, we are treated like trash. And that's why the other day I was even on the forefront. You can watch the videos. I was on the forefront in those protests to demand for my right. And now here, Mr. President, you are just taking us through the corners. You are not even going straight to the point. Kindly go straight to the point. When you are asked about the person who is corrupt, you say, this person is corrupt. He has been working with millions of money. Tell us, Omanga bought 60 with 50 million a vehicle, which is flaunting now on social media. Apart from that, tell us that this fertilizer was fake, even as much as it was dropped from 7,000 to 2,000, it is full of soil. So why are we playing games with the public money, with the money that our mothers and fathers are going through sweat to get it, Mr. President? Wherever we are not happy. And of course, if these things are going to happen this way, then come 2027, we are going to come out in large numbers, Mr. President. We'll take votes and we'll take those people home, including you. If at all you are not going to fight for our own rights as your people in this nation. Thank you so much. I'm very angered, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend Martin. I understand your anger, and you are perfectly in order to be angry because the situation where you're in, out of university, without a job, is something that I have lived through myself. In fact, when I finished university, I did not get a job until I was elected as a member of parliament. But that's not for another day. But let me tell Martin that next week For example, as part of our housing program, just hold on. As part of our housing program, we will be hiring 3,600 professionals like yourself. I want to challenge you, Martin. There will be an advertisement next week for engineers, architects, quantity surveyors, and many in the construction field, because we are looking for people who are going to work with our professional firms in our housing program. Let me also tell you, Martin, that we need to separate the issues that are correct and the issues that are fake news. The issue of some minister being found in Dubai, I don't know, last week with $200 million or something is fake news. That is not true. On matters to do with people you have mentioned were in different areas, today, I am here as a scientist, right? And many other people are doing many things from fields they did not necessarily train in. Because at a certain level, it is a management issue. It is a leadership issue. It is an issue about leading an organization. So I have heard you on some of the incompetent people you have said, some of the corrupt people you have said. I have listened to you. But let me say this to the public. Of the fertilizer that we supply to the Kenyan public, almost 6 million bags, 20,000 bags were the ones with a challenge. We isolated the 20,000 bags. It is not even 1% of the fertilizer that we supplied to the Kenyan public. I do not want an impression to be created as though the fertilizer we supply to the people of Kenya in millions had any challenge. And when we detected a problem with the 20,000, we not only recalled the ones that had not been sold, but we made sure that
our Nini is on Google Map.
I made sure that any farmer who had used fertilizer that was not correct was compensated. They were given an extra bag of fertilizer for them so that they don't end up in losses. I have heard you, Martin, as I have heard all the good people here. But let me say this in closing. This feedback is very
close, but
Please, can I also have an opportunity to speak, Mr. President, before you finish?
Acha kwanza niongee wewe
Janet. If you can be brief, if you can be brief, eh?
All right, and there it is. So there it is. Pardon me. So there it is. So there it is. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Firstly, apologies. It's raining heavily where I am, so you can hear the rattlings of rain. Nothing I can do about that. They call that a force majeure. Force majeure in law, they will call that a force majeure, an act of God. And as you know, I've said that endlessly. You can see the glass right at my back here. I stream mainly from my conservatory, so to keep my noise from the rest of the house, and it's entirely made of glass. So the rattling noise is not anything I can do. It's a force majeure, an act of God, an act of God. But nevertheless, will soldier on anyway. So nevertheless, we soldier on. Good day to you. I was saying, good to be in your company. I was saying, and how are you? So we've hustled on yet into another weekend, and the cycle of life continues. So there's a predictability to the next day following the other, just as it is predictable that Woman Went to More will be on your screen round about this time. So the predictability of life. So all that, the usual protocol, click on the like button, please. Just for reasons of the YouTube algorithm, we ask all the time. Some of you adhere to, but a substantial amount of you do not. So if you've not yet done it, make this your, I was going to use a different metaphor, but make this your debut if you've not yet clicked on the like button. And if you're not already subscribed, you can debut on that as well. So click on like and click on subscribe. So those are mandatory spaces. You are compelled by law. You are compelled by law to click on like and subscribe. So if you don't click on both, then you'll be flouting the law. So don't flout the law, do that. So click on like and subscribe. And then, of course, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, if you want to be an active combatant, an active participant, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will pop you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in conversation. So nothing complex, nothing complicated. It's as easy as ABC. As easy as ABC. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the stream. And the $ at the bottom of the YouTube space, or the equivalent in whichever other spaces that you're watching us from, use that to donate towards the platform as exemplified by Ayo right there. So follow Ayo's example, but match or surpass what Ayo has put on the screen. So don't be a skinflint, don't be a broke ass, you know, match or surprise what, or surpass what I am shouting because of the rain. Match or surprise what I have put on the screen. So do all those things. So that video that trailed before my face came on the screen, that was an interaction. Pardon me. So yes, that little clip that trailed before I came on the screen, that was an interaction between the president of Kenya, I don't know his first name, last name Ruto, President Ruto, and the citizens of that country. That was on our Twitter space. So a lot of things to be gleaned by that. So governance first is now is absorbing the new dynamics of the space that we're in now, and this more the way of the future than just an anomaly. So you will see more and more of this as the government connects directly with the citizenry that they are governing, and the citizenry that they are governing put their feet to the coal to sweat them hard on good governance. So that was that interaction between the president of Kenya and the citizens of that country. They cut him no quarters and they sweat him hard, and you could hear his voice quivering. So that is to tell you then he felt the pressure of it. And that is entirely what governance should be about. Governance should be a service to the people, and you that occupy that space, you are occupying it at the behest of those people. So that's exemplified in that Kenyan example now. So now, I only brought you that Kenya example to say this. So let's bring it home. What are the chances? I'll give you 3 names, actually. What are the chances of somebody like Buhari ever coming on Twitter space? That is, even if he has sufficient enough command of a common language to do it, but he does speak a decent enough English. But what are the chances of somebody like Buhari coming on Twitter space to interact with the Nigerian citizenry? That's one. So consider that. What are the chances of somebody like Tinubu coming on Twitter space to interact with the Nigerian people? Consider that. And of course, you know the third option. What are the chances of Toby going on Twitter space to interact with the people? Consider that. So consider that then, and rate it in a hierarchical form and give percentages to it, as one Nigeria just exemplified right there. So consider that. But if they don't do it, they'll be forced to do it at some point, because the people want a direct connect with governance, as the chasm between governance and the governed continue to widen. And the reports that, allegations of corruption from the Kenyan citizenry to the president, he having to defend it. And the example that the guy gave, somebody that studied law, and you are going to put him in a ministry of something that needed engineering of works or something. So the two don't cohere. You can say they are transferable, that he has transferable skills, but even if he has transferable skills or not, do you not have somebody that has best fit skills rather than transferable skills? So that's where the pressure is on that question. So those are the sort of questions that the citizenry will want to put, because it befuddles the mind that a country that has an abundance of talent, which I'm assuming that Kenya has, and know for fact that Nigeria does, a country that has an abundance of talent, putting somebody that studied law in charge of something that needs a specialist skill. So those are the sort of spaces that befuddles the mind, and the Kenyans had the opportunity to direct that directly to their president. But what are the chances of that happening in our country? So what are the chances of that happening in our country? The chances of that happening in our country would have to move past this next clip for us to ever get to where the Kenyans are. So that is where the Kenyans are, having their president under sweat, but this is where Nigerians are. Watch this.
Gone were those days when judiciary was regarded as the last hope of common man. I take objection to it. It is the big people now who patronize the judiciary, not even the common man. And if you have any doubt, when election is approaching, come and see the way, with all respect, some people behave like rain-beaten chicken. Forgive me, I don't mean to be rude. So the judiciary is no longer the last hope of common man alone. It is also, or majorly now, the last hope of the big shots. The establishment, I know.
So now that's the minister of Justice, Fagbemi, telling us then that the big man, he was trying to spin around with language, but essentially that the big man gets the fat of the land. So the big man gets the fat of the land. So before we go to the Peter Obi'S space to ask the question then, because circulating widely all over social media, it befuddles the mind, or some of the allegations, the claims, the highly fantasized outlook on life that we hear from the Nigerian space. What is actually being claimed, and I had the tweet up, but I've closed it. What is actually being claimed by the Obedience space is that they are in a large way responsible for Sir Keir Starmer becoming the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. So I don't quite know. Peter Obi did put something out to say he supported the Labour Party before the elections in the United Kingdom, but I'm not quite sure that moved even the micro of a needle. Who would have seen that even? Maybe the BBC got notice and they decided to. I mean, this is where they are, but certainly, let's go on to let's stay with the Ruto space first and wrap that space up. So let's stay with the Ruto space up first and wrap that space up, and then we go to your friend and mine, Peter Obi. And by the way, there's not an abundance of news there's not an abundance of news to go through today. So the session is in the lap of the gods, and hopefully the panelists, I can't get what's out today. Hopefully the panelists come with gifts of what they would like to talk about. So yeah, let's still stay with Kenya. The pressure mounts. What the Kenyans actually want is William Ruto, his first name William. What the Kenyans actually want is Ruto out of office, and he knows that, and the pressure mounts. So he kicked off with that tax bill, which the people riled against. He swiftly removed that, but the people now smelling blood, they are now going in for the kill. So the latest demand now is a demand for good governance by Ruto. And you know, of course, that's a precursor to Ruto out of office. Kenyan President William Ruto removes budgets for offices of First Lady, Second Lady, after anti-government protest. So there it is. Did they write protest? That should be protest also. So you can see mistakes even being made. So you can see this somewhat. So this somewhat mirrors actually the 2020 end SARS. You know, when the first demand was the removal of SARS as an entity, which the government acquiesced to, they acceded to that. And then when the government removed SARS, the pressure then, because they also felt they had momentum, and they did have momentum at that end SARS space. So that then transmuted to good governance, and then subsequently Buhari must go, and then they rolled out the troop, of course. So we've seen this rodeo before. Kenyan President William Ruto removes budget for offices of First Lady, Second Lady after anti-government protest. Pardon me. Kenya's President William Ruto has announced the country's national treasury will cut spending to make room for key commitments after anti-government protest. In a live address from the State House, Ruto, let's do that again. I can't get what's out today. Hopefully a sip of water will fix that. Kenyan President William Ruto has announced the country's national treasury will cut spending to make room for key commitments after anti-government protest. In a live address from the State House, Ruto said the government will present a proposal to the National Assembly to approve massive expenditure cuts after the withdrawal of the 2024 finance bill. Over the last few days, our Treasury team have been assessing the adverse impact of either reducing the budget by the entire 346 billion shillings or borrowing the full amount, he said on Friday. We have since struck a middle ground and will be proposing to the National Assembly a budget cut of 177 billion shillings and borrow the difference. The additional borrowing will increase our fiscal deficit from 3.3% to 4.6% and will be used to protect the funding of critical government services, President Ruto stated. President Ruto listed critical government initiatives that will receive continued funding, including the hiring of medical interns, support for dairy farmers, road infrastructure projects, fertilizer subsidies, and settlement of debts owed to farmers in various sectors. In addition to the financial adjustment, President Ruto also removed budgets from the offices of the First Lady and the Second Lady. I didn't know that he was a polygamist, Ruto. Dissolution of 47 state corporations to eliminate overlapping functions and reduce operational costs. So this is one of the malaise that afflicts the Nigerian space the most. There are 2-3 layers of functions that are like the ICPC, for instance. What is that? They are an anti-corruption agency. We have the EFCC, which is also an anti-corruption agency, and then we also have the police, which is also by its overall remit an anti-corruption agency as well. So we have like our 3 agencies duplicating the same role. So the EFCC should not be more than a department within the Nigerian Police Service. But we have about 3 agencies, and that replicates right across several ministerial spaces. And that is the embedment of corruption, which seems to be the African way of governance. Dissolution of 47 state corporations to eliminate overlapping functions and reduce operational costs. Suspension of filing of filling chief administrative, pardon me, suspension of filling chief administrative secretaries, 50% reduction in government advisors within the public service, removal of budget lines for office of First Lady, spouses of Deputy President and Prime Cabinet Secretary, suspension of non-essential travel, and participation in public contribution by state and public officers. These measures are part of our commitment to enhance efficiency and transparency in serving the people of Kenya, President Ruto affirmed. We are determined to improve the quality of services and ensure maximum value for the resources entrusted to us. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. You know, now cutting the budget for the offices of the first and even second lady. You know, I'm not quite, at least in Nigeria, no matter how many wives you have, you only have one first lady. So, but cutting the budgets for the offices of the first and second lady and the spouses of the vice president, etc., that would not move a needle in budgetary savings in the Kenyan economy. So it wouldn't make any micro bit of a difference. It doesn't mean anything, but the optics of it, and this is what people have been laboring to get into the Nigerian space. It doesn't make any difference at all, but the optics of it, the resonance, how it impacts the people. You know how the people, you know, yes, the resonance really is the thing. The optics and the resonance of it is to say to the people that we're all in this together. You know, if we are asking you to tighten your belt, we'll tighten our belt too. So contrast that with the Nigerian space, when they spend countless billions on SUVs and countless billions on presidential fleets, and then they tell you that the country is going through financial crisis. So that's what really pains people. It pains people the sufferings and everything, but the lack of relatability of the government to the situation that they tell us that the country is in, that is what really jars people. That's what jars. So, and the recognition of that by the Kenyans. So, the recognition of that by the Kenyans. So, let's move on from Kenya and come back home as Peter Obi claims credit for the United Kingdom elections. All right, so let's go to it. Peter Obi congratulates Labour Party UK over landslide victory. So there it is. Nigerian opposition leader and second runner-up. I don't know. Okay, second runner-up will be third. Why did you say he came third? This is an embellished language, isn't it? Nigeria's opposition leader and second runner-up in the 2023 presidential election, Peter Obi, has congratulated the United Kingdom's Labour Party after the party's landslide victory in Thursday's parliamentary election. The United Kingdom's centre-left Labour Party, you know, centre-left, I think I explained the ideological divide just a session or two ago, so you should know what the centre-left means. It means so the Conservatives will be centre-right, the Labour Party centre-left, the APC in Nigeria centre-left, the PDP centre-right, the Democrats in the United States centre-left, and the Republicans centre-right. So if you know the broad strokes of the politics of that space, then you should know what the ideological divide is. Nigeria's opposition leader and second runner-up in the 2023 presidential election, Peter Obi, has congratulated the United Kingdom's Labour Party after the party's landslide victory in Thursday's parliamentary election. The United Kingdom's centre-left Labour Party won 412 out of the 650 seats, ending the Conservative Party's 14-year rule. Obi, in a post on Twitter, congratulated Sir Keir Starmer, the Labour Party leader, who is expected to succeed Rishi Sunak as Prime Minister. The former Anambra State Governor hoped that the incoming government in the United Kingdom will promote democracy in Nigeria and strengthen ties between both countries. So there's an under message within this thing right there. Promote democracy in Nigeria, essentially what is invited. So that is still within the language of my mandate was stolen. So there is, anyway, he can't help himself, can he? So these are the quotations from his tweet. I also hope that your government will promote stronger ties between the United Kingdom and Nigeria and help deepen our democracy, especially during the challenging times that our country is going through. Nigeria is grappling with issues such as insecurity, education, healthcare, and poverty, and could greatly benefit from the support of the United Kingdom. Let us work together to build a brighter future Commonwealth for all. I wish you a successful tenure, he said. So there it is right there. I don't know, man. The guy is certainly pushing as hard as he can to fill in that slot. So there is that. So there is that. Let's go on from that to a totally different storyline. We do not have evidence to prove GMOs are safe for human consumption. You have to be worried, of course, because of the source that is presenting this. This is coming from NAFDAC. We do not have evidence to prove GMOs are safe for human consumption, and this is NAFDAC. This is the agency then that is meant to be the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control. So they are the ones that are meant to give that GMO the sign-off. Director General of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration Control, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, has said the agency has no evidence to prove that genetically modified organism foods are safe for human consumption. This was made known by Adeyeye during an interview with Arise TV News Television, stating that NAFDAC had not conducted extensive research on the safety of GMO products, and the agency does not have evidence to show that GMO products like maize and tomato are safe for human consumption. And yet, Bill Gates is never out of Abuja pushing GMOs into Tinubu's hands. You know that Bill Gates, of course, is probably the world's greatest proponent of GMOs. This was in response to the National Biosafety and Management Agency, which in a collaborative tone with the XYZ said that genetically modified crops were safe for human consumption. So I'm not quite sure about the safety or lack thereof of it, but I know that in spaces like the United States, etc., they've already surrendered agriculture to GMOs. Actually, let's take that from top again and speed through. Director General of National Agency for Food and Drug Administration Control, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, has said the agency has no evidence to prove that genetically modified organism foods are safe for human consumption. This was made known by Adeyeye during an interview with Arise News Television, stating that NAFDAC had not conducted extensive research on the safety of GMO products, and the agency does not have evidence to show that GMO products like maize and tomatoes are safe for human consumption. This was in response to the National Biosafety and Management Agency, which in a collaborative tone with the NBRDA said that genetically modified crops are safe for human consumption. GMO can be used for non-food crops, including to make sure that timber grows better for furniture, rubber plantation, and so on. For human consumption, there is no evidence from NAFDAC that it is safe, she noted. She said, actually, NAFDAC has not done research to that effect. We have biodiversity. I think it is a biotech or biodiversity agency. We also have biotechnology as an agency. We also have the seedling groups that are in charge of seeds. The Ministry of Agriculture is more into this than NAFDAC, but NAFDAC also is on the lookout. We have not registered a single GMO product because we are sensitive about it. We leave the agency that is supposed to take care of it to advise us on good or bad. But right now, we have not done anything. In terms of GMOs, we do not think they. Oh wow, this is what she said. Let me highlight it. This is the lead person of NAFDAC. By the way, these are her words. Pardon me. So listen, this is what the head of the NAFDAC is saying. In terms of GMOs, we do not think they are safe. So and by the way, GMO is already in Nigeria. It's in the middle belt. You know, grains, maize and cassava. A lot of it GMO seedlings already. And that is part of the Tinubu administration strategy, by the way, with their collaboration with Bill Gates, as I said. In terms, this is the head of the agency that gets the sign off to tell us that something is good or is unsafe for consumption by the Nigerian people. In terms of GMOs, we do not know that. It's not even they do not know. In terms of GMOs, we do not think they are safe. We don't think it is safe for our consumption. That is the position of NAFDAC. First, because a lot of research has not been done regarding the safety of GMO products. The genetics of the seeds have been modified until we get very convincing data to show the safety for human consumption. It is not safe for us. It is not safe for us from the NAFDAC perspective. GMOs can be used for non-food crops. It can be used to make sure that timbers grow better for furniture, rubber plantation, and things like that. But we do not have evidence for human consumption that it is safe, and that is where we are. NAFDAC has since told the NBMA to withdraw its statement on genetically modified crops as a safe product for human consumption. So you have to understand. You have to understand that your body responds to the food that you eat. You don't need me to tell you that. So your body responds to the food that you eat, and your growth is a consequence of consumption of food, isn't it? So your arms grow, your legs grow, your eyes grow. You have a big head like me. All that. So now, if you have genetically modified food, the modification of those foods will impact on your body. There is no doubt about that. So it will impact on your body. So the impact on your body may not be that different from organic and non-GMO foods, but it could be profoundly different. It could lead to sterility. You could even start growing an extra. Your body could go. You could see men with man boobs, and we just don't know. So the consequences of that we don't know. But already they are trying to pump it into the African space. You see Bill Gates constantly in Aso Rock and all of that. So they want to experiment with us yet again. So that's just my conclusion with that. So when you start to grow an extra DICK, then maybe that is what you want. Maybe that is what you need. But so that is where that is. That is where that is. Like I said, there's not an abundance of news, but there is this. It is shameful we are still generating 4.5 gigawatts of electricity. This is Tinubu. So if it is shameful, there's this street lingo that I just heard over the last few days. It goes, if you ask me, who I go ask? You know, so yes, I heard that just the other day, and it struck, you know, as a, if you ask me who I go ask. So I think that fits in well in this particular headline. So if you are complaining, then who should I be? Who should I? If Tinubu is telling us that it's shameful, then who should we be telling that it's shameful? That is the thing. If you ask me, then who I go ask. If you ask me, then who I go ask. It is shameful we're still generating 4.5 gigawatts of electricity, Tinubu. President Bola Tinubu has expressed displeasure that Nigeria, despite its size, is still generating 4.5 gigawatts of electricity. President Tinubu expressed the displeasure when he inaugurated a 31-member Presidential Economic Coordination Council at the council chambers, Presidential Villa, Abuja. The composition of that council, by the way, Elumelu, Dangote, so all of the 1% of the 1% were on that council, but Buhari had a similar council with the same set of characters, and we saw where the economy landed. He underscored the need for innovative solutions to the country's economic challenges, noting the importance of public-private partnership in driving economic reforms. According to him, we have the challenge of energy security in Nigeria. We need to work together to improve our oil and gas sector, and we must also increase electricity generation and distribution throughout the country. We are determined to do that with your cooperation, collaboration, and recommendations. As a nation, it is so shameful that we are still generating 4.5 gigawatts of electricity. We must increase our oil production to 2 million barrels per day within the next few months, and we are determined to remove all entry barriers to investment in the energy sector whilst enhancing competitiveness, the president stated. President Tinubu announced measures which will run concurrently with the National Construction and Household Support Program to stabilize the economy, enhance job creation, and foster economic security. The measures under the Economic Stabilization Program are energy security initiatives, which include power, oil, and gas. This is aimed at increasing on-grid electricity to be delivered to homes and businesses from about 4.5 gigawatts to 6 gigawatts. So if that can happen, then that will be a real boon. Look at this promise. So because Tinubu makes a lot of promises, and hopefully he has the team to deliver on it. This is aimed at increasing on-grid electricity to be delivered to homes and businesses from 4.5 gigawatts to 6 gigawatts. So that's an impressive leap right there. My mathematics is a bit vague, it's a bit foggy, but that sounds to me like a 25% increment. This is aimed at increasing on-grid electricity to be delivered to homes and businesses from about 4.5 gigawatts to 6 gigawatts, but wait for it, in 6 months. So let's see that happen, and let's hear reports from Nigeria that has happened. Increase oil production to 2 million barrels per day within the next 12 months and remove barriers to entry for investment into the sector to enhance competitiveness. He said that the agriculture and food security under the Economic Stabilization Program is aimed at increasing staple crops grown by smallholder farmers from 127 million metric tons in 2023 to 135 million metric tons this year. So when we last discussed this GMO thing, somebody pointed out that the subsistence sort of farming that we do in Nigeria, the ever-expanding population, the limited land mass, that is almost an inevitability. Food security will only be secured if we go into the GMO space, because that gives you higher yield per hectare. It gives you better yield. It gives you more nutritionally infused yield. So better all round. It's just that the science yet has not caught up with the reassurances that is safe for human consumption. But a better, so that's essentially because, and we also don't have yet sufficient enough mechanization in the agricultural sector. We have a few scattered big farms here and there, but for a country of a mass, we should have actually dedicated farm states, that are heavily industrialized and just mass produced, and with each state having a specialism. He said that the agriculture and food security under the economic stabilization program is aimed at increasing staple crops grown by smallholder farmers from 127 million metric tons in 2023 to 135 metric tons this year. So that there's a distinct lack of ambition there. The 8 million increment in metric tons when the whole country is hemorrhaging food poverty and all that. It is also to bolster production by partnering larger scale commercial farmers, support qualified farmers with satellite imagery of land use planning, crop rotation, and monitoring of agricultural expansion. The president further explained that the health and social welfare sector shall make essential medicines available at lower cost for 80 to 90 million Nigerians and expand healthcare insurance coverage for 1 million vulnerable Nigerians via a vulnerable group fund in collaboration with state government. So essentially some form of social security in the health sector. It also redeployed 20,000 health workers to provide services to 10 to 12 million patients in areas where they are most urgently needed. Power up 4,800 primary healthcare centers, second tier and third tier hospitals using renewable energy, essentially. Okay, do you want the rest of it? I think we have enough of that. Let me go on to another one. So that's Tinubu then lamenting that there's no electricity in Nigeria. So if you ask me, who I go ask. So now this next headline. This speaks to a lot, a lot of the criticisms that we hear within the. And by the way, plenty of space in the room. Anybody that wants to hop on. For the conversation to take place, we do need a panel. That's just the funny part of it. Or I could do the. I've been actually reflecting if I should do it in Gen media style, just to do like 2 hours of reading out the news, giving my thoughts and what we say. So now there's a lot of lack of understanding. There's a lot of lack of understanding in global affairs by a lot of Nigerians, which makes them have ill-informed opinions. So understand that there's a lot of because a lot of Nigerians actually think that Nigeria is some sort of island that lives in isolation outside of whatever goes on globally. It's either they think that or they are politically disingenuous and doing a real disservice to the greater understanding. So a lot of Nigerians either think we live on an island or something that, it doesn't make sense, a lot of things you hear. So they talk about food inflation. How many clips have we shown of food inflation globally? United States, certainly there was a little girl that went viral, she'll be about 7 years old, that she was screaming about the price of an ice cream that she bought barely 2-3 months for £1. And the ice cream person now is trying to charge her nearly £5. So that's inflation right there. I go, anytime we go to the supermarket, everything goes up by 20-30p. Ditto wherever it is that you are. So the prices that you were buying whatever for last year, if you are buying it for just over 100% of what we were buying it for last year, this year, then you are probably in one of the best managed economies, because everything has gone up by almost 300% globally, everywhere. So why should Nigeria be isolated or insulated from that? You know? Now we have oil, we and all these ding dong dings that you hear. So all that relates to this. Global FDI decreased by 1.3 trillion dollars in 2023. Africa's share just 53 billion. So foreign direct investment, that's what FDI means. So that is the amount of money swirling around the international space looking for where to park for profit. So it shrunk by 1.3 trillion naira. So if you're not getting FDIs in your country, then it might not, it could be a consequence of a badly run economy, but it will almost likely be a consequence of a shrinking in the availability of FDI funds, but certainly a combination of the both. Foreign global FDI decreased to 1 point, not by, but to global FDI decreased to $1.3 trillion in 2023. Africa's share just $53 billion. Africa and Nigeria saw mixed outcomes in 2023 amidst a slight global decline in foreign direct investment. Africa's FDI inflow dropped by 3% to $53 billion, whilst Nigeria and other African countries experienced a varied landscape of investment activities. This is according to the World Investment Report 2024, prepared by a team at the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Despite the overall decline, the number of greenfield projects in Africa rose by 77%, with over 800 projects announced. So, I think the headline tells us sufficient enough. Let me see, is there anything else that is especially gripping? Let me give you this. I'll give you this only just as a headline, because I suspect you may be tiring of my readout. ECOWAS set to unveil single currency eco. So this has been ongoing for it's not a long read, so let me just give you it. This has been ongoing for quite a while now. So, but the only thing that defeats somewhat this eco or eco currency is that Nigeria is not a signatory to it. And Nigeria is 85% of the economy of West Africa. So what backs it if Nigeria doesn't back it? ECOWAS set to unveil single currency, ECO or ECO. Finance ministers and central bank governors from the 15 Economic Community of West African states have advanced plans to launch the single currency initiative known as ECO. This initiative, envisioned to propel economic growth and development throughout the West African sub-region, received Nigeria's endorsement. The single currency is part of the features in the 3-in-1 identity card planned by the National Identity Management Commission and set to roll out in August. A statement from the Ministry of Finance signed by the Director of Press, Mohammed Manga, on Friday, said Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, noted the critical role the ECO will play in fostering economic growth and development in the region, further emphasizing Nigeria's unwavering commitment to its successful implementation. But don't make any mistake. All of those flowery words is not to say that Nigeria has bought into it. Nigeria is outside of that currency space. The meeting marks a significant milestone on the path towards realizing this ambitious goal. The statement noted that participants went through the preparation for the single currency's introduction, laying the groundwork for a more integrated economic future for the 15 ECOWAS member states. So, yes, I think a lot of those Francophone spaces, they moved out. Let's go to America so we can have a bit of a laugh. So let's go to America, have a bit of a laugh. You know, If this guy is on the ballot on election day, call me a banana. And they call this a gaffe. I call it a Freudian slip. They call it a gaffe. I calling it a Freudian slip. Biden calls himself first black woman in latest gaffe. So a first black woman, the speculation, after his disastrous debate and his his dithering. Let me get another sip of water. So after his disastrous debate and his faltering and dithering performances all the way through, especially over this last few months, there's a lot of pressure now for him to step down, to the point that he actually had meetings with his family to explore the possibility. The speculation is that it is actually his son Hunter that is still holding him to that situation. But if this guy's name is on the ballot when the Americans go to cast their vote for their next president, if his name is on that ballot, then call me a banana. Biden calls him, and by the way, I call this a Freudian slip because the name actually being touted to replace him is Michelle Obama. That is where the smart money is betting. So they are going to substitute him with Michelle Obama, and if they do that, then she would win that election. Biden calls himself first black lady in latest gaffe. U.S. President Joe Biden stumbled over his words during an interview, describing himself as a black woman during a radio interview, as calls mount for the 81-year-old U.S. leader to drop his re-election bid. Biden stumbled over his words during an interview with Philadelphia's WURD, seemingly mixing himself up with his vice president, Kamala Harris. By the way, I am proud to be here, as I said, the first vice president, first black woman to serve with a black president. Proud. If it sounds gibberish, I'm not misreading it. So that's Biden's language. He speaks in gibberish. It should come with a subtitle because he speaks in gibberish. By the way, I am proud to be here. As I said, the first vice president, first black woman to serve with a black president. Proud to be involved of the black woman on the Supreme. That's how it's written. Let me highlight it so you don't think I'm misreading it. This is the guy that this is the president of the world. This is the guy that controls the fate of the world. By the way, I am proud to be here, as I said, the first vice president, first black woman to serve with a black president. Proud to be involved of the black woman on the Supreme Court. There is so much that we can do because, look, we are the United States of America. Biden appeared to be talking about his appointment of Kamala Harris as the United States' first black female vice president. Biden himself was previously vice president, which is likely what he was referring to when he said to serve with a black president. No, you can't do that. If you can't cohere in words, then it's not coherent in thoughts. If it's not coherent in thoughts, then it's in words. Then it's you have for the abundance of the something the mouth speaketh, or what's that a verse in the Bible? The reference to the Supreme Court is Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black female justice who was appointed by Biden in 2022. The gaffe comes as President Biden told a gathering of nearly 24 Democrat governors at the White House on Wednesday night that he needs to get more sleep and work fewer hours and even avoid events held after 8 p.m., with reports that he can only handle the rigors of the job between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. as reported by the New York Times. So if you are saying as reported by the New York Times, that's quite pertinent as well and worrying as well, because the New York Times somewhat leans towards the Democratic Party. During the same gathering, the outlet reported Biden responded to a question from Hawaii Governor Josh Green about his health by saying, whilst his health was fine, the problem was just my brain, an apparent attempt at humor that went unrecognized by at least one state leader in the room. So I think we have a little flavor of let's have a listen. You have to strain your ears, because
I remember as a Catholic kid growing up in an area where we didn't like Catholics didn't get along. I'm the first president elected statewide in the state of Delaware when I was a kid. Well, I looked at John Kennedy and said, well, he got elected. Why can't I get elected? By the way, I'm proud to be, as I said, the first vice president, first Black woman to serve with a Black president. I'm proud of the first Black woman in the Supreme Court. There's just so much that we can do because together there's nothing. Look, this is the United States of America.
So that there it is right there. At least it got one thing right. This is the United States of America. For a moment I thought it was Ghana. So thank you for that. Giving us unbelievable stuff. So unbelievable stuff. Do you think that's enough? I did think we didn't have enough materials, but I think maybe we have plenty to wrap a conversation around. All right. Let me just acknowledge the super chats as they're coming in. This is from Kulata. Congratulations to my fellow Obi'S for influencing the United Kingdom elections. Peter Obi is a global political wrecking ball, hallucination / and/or delusion. So, well, now you talk about Kulata, not with me, but and this is from Alexander Gomez. Candidly, a person of color being the United Kingdom Prime Minister came across odd, I must admit. It just felt improper, my position. That's Alexander Gomez couching a bit of racism in elegant language. Are your thanks to one man for 1 year on chain. So I don't know quite what that means. And that's your ever, of course. One man went to mow a meadow. One man and his dog went to mow a meadow. So one man and his dog went to mow a meadow. Still more super chats to come. We did agree 5. We're 4 in. So we get to that 5 and then we set the bar higher. So we get to that 5 and we set the bar higher. But as we await the super chat and the panelists, let's come in with the Kegites. The Kegites.
Only water, only water, where is Sima? Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Bobby master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Failati kekere elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de everybody o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Pétrọ̀ Ṣódùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìde o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ.
Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
Ìgbàlà tí èlé. Ìgbàlà tí èlé.
Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Ìgbàlà tí èlé. Ìgbàlà tí èlé.
And there it is right there. Akoko Orumeiko, the cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku kuni river gwesheme, death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, myself. Joining us, the elegant man of prestige, there he is right there, voted most handsome by his mommy. So that's man of prestige right there. So that's Isaac Black, now fast becoming a regular staple. One for the ladies, Prince Daddy, there he is right there. Guaranteed to Dabaru the session, that's Tony Africa right there. And bringing it with no frills, Ekene joins us. So good to have you, gentlemen. Good to be in your company. Good to have you. Let's kick it off with your prestige, only because you have your cameras on. So good to have you, prestige. So on mute.
I did.
All right. Yes, good to have you. So where do you want to start it off? The Kenyans are holding their president's feet to the coal. Peter Obi claiming credit for the Zakia Salman victory. GMO that cannot be signed off by NAFDAC, but already within the Nigerian on the Nigerian dining table. Just a myriad of Tinubu saying that it's shameful we have no electricity. So if he's complaining that it's shameful, then who do we complain to? And your president then that cannot even tell his left from his right. So just go at it as you will. Good to see you, Prestige.
Yeah, great, one man. Nice to be on your platform. Great, to be here today after our holiday.
We cannot hear you, Monsieur. You muted yourself again, Prestige.
I'm sorry. I said I was greeting everybody. I said greeting everybody, and it's nice to be on this platform. It's a great day. So after we celebrate our 4th of July here, and you all have your election yesterday, and I see what the result is. But having said that, let me begin with my beloved adopted country, politics. Yeah, and I will be very honest how I feel, okay? Forget about me being a progressive. I think Biden is fading every day. Let's call it what it is. But before I begin, I'm going to preempt you, and I'm going to call you a banana, okay? And why am I calling you a banana? Because that's what he said. If he was there, if he contests, which is going to be November the 5th, we should call you a banana. But I'm going to preempt you and call you a banana right now because he's not going nowhere. It's not that I'm in favor of him staying because the option is pretty limited. The way the U.S. elect their presidential candidate is through what we call a delegate. And right now, Biden has about 4,000 delegates. And, it has not been officially, nominated as a Democratic Party candidate. That's going to be done on the convention. So between now and then, the 4,000 delegate has to decide. It doesn't matter what anybody said, any Democrat, or whether it's about 150 Democrat, it's like half and half this country anyway. It doesn't matter what they said. It's what the delegate, that 400 delegates, they decide what's going to happen, during the convention. So right now there has been a debate going on. I'm not a member of, I'm not an inner circle, but I talked to some people, who are in the inner circle. Yeah, there has been a debate whether to remove him or not to remove him. So all this thing you're talking about, Michelle Obama and some other things, that's not going to happen because it's a difficult process. But in my own opinion,
hold on. Sorry, hold on, Prestige. Is it legally permissible first? Then we get into, is it legally permissible for them to substitute him on the ballot?
Yeah. Are you not listening to what I'm saying? I said
no. Sorry. Yeah.
He has not been officially nominated as the Democratic candidate. That's going to happen on the convention day because they have to pledge if he's currently have about 5,000, 4,000, delegates. Nobody come close. I don't even know who come close. Maybe about 100 or whatever. So he has about 4,000. That particular day on the convention, they have to pledge, including that's happened to a Republican. So this is our official nominee. So officially, he's not a nominee. So that has to be decided that day. So the only option right now, Democrat has the only option, which I don't see anyway. This guy is a very stubborn guy. I mean, I like him, okay, but he's old. I mean, remember, the age difference between him and Trump is only 3 years. 78 and 81. But he's very fragile. So it's not, sometimes it's not about age. It's about how healthy you are. Of course, I'm not a doctor. There's no diagnosis that have come out that say that he's sick from something. But he's very fragile, okay? I mean, it's not just because of the debate. I mean, that is the state of his condition right now. It's not good. And what I'm seeing right now, to be honestly, it's gonna be a landslide. Not because of non-performance, because he has performed. If I'm not trying to be biased. His policy, has been one of the best in this country, regardless of the inflation rate we have right now. Of course, right now, USA inflation rate is only 3.33%. And we in Nigeria are crying about 33.95%. So it's not even a match. And whatever is happening right now, by next year, it's forecast that the US inflation rate is going to be 2% by next year because they're working on it. This is how robust USA economy is. It doesn't really matter who is in power, although their policy make a difference. So if I have to guess right now, to be honestly, if you me to say that, it's going to be Trump. I mean, it's not even going to be close. Okay, he might sweep the whole state. The way because of it, nothing but his fragile age. Because US economy is reverse.
What's the most famous quote from Bill Clinton?
I don't remember off my head
Can you remember?
So maybe you can refresh my mind.
I'll give you the opening phrase. It's the economy.
Okay, yeah, the economy is stupid. Yeah,
right. So if it's getting the economy right, and this is not a new condition that's happened upon him. So if it's getting the economy right, why would the Americans want to rock the boat? Could it not just use the economy to
say? Let me tell you what's going on in American space right now. Even in a global place, people are moving towards the right. It's only your country that I know recently. Look at what happened in France, Germany, and everything. It's only your country that has the election that was held yesterday that elected center left. The Labour Party is center left. Most European countries are moving right to the right wing or right wherever. But your country elected what I consider to be. I don't know. You can tell me I don't know if that's good for you, but according to what I heard, he's very being a center left. They said the party is very nationalistic. Immigration is going to be a problem. Like it's not necessary. They still need immigration to come to British. But if I'm wrong, that's your territory. You can educate me. But they said he's going to curtail, the incoming immigration in that country right now. It's going to leave some of them. Of course, they're going to need them because British age, their age, they decline. They're getting old. So definitely they're going to need foreign people to come there. So it's only British that's, in that trajectory. Remember, this Labour Party. If I'm wrong, you correct me. They're the one that caused British to exit from from European Union. But anyway, let me pivot back to the American politics. It's not looking good. To cut the story short, it's not looking good for Biden. And he's not the only. I gave you the only two options. Neither the delegate said, "Okay, we're not going to pledge our delegate to you." Between now and the convention, I think the convention is in August. I'm forgetting the particular date. Republican convention coming before before Democrat. So that's one option. And the last option for him to step down. But if you ask me, I don't see this guy step down unless within 2 days his head has deteriorated. But for me, if I have to guess, he needs to step down. Let them damn the consequence and break maybe my governor or anybody. It doesn't matter. We have about 3 or 4 options. Because Trump is a tough stick. But I mean, I can go with that tough stick. As far as the economy is good, maybe that will salvage. Because Trump is not going to perform magic. Forget about the economy. Trump is not going to perform magic what we currently have. Because if you look at the unemployment rate yesterday, we added over 206, thousand. I mean, that is a robust economy. So you can't even fault this present administration about the economy. Like you said, is the economy stupid? But this time, the economy may be stupid. Okay, if I have to say it like that, the way I'm seeing the American, people right now landscape, the economy may be stupid because the economy is robust. Nobody that needs a job that can't find a job in this country. Yeah, look at
all right, on that point. All right, let's go to Nigeria then and go to this for both concern. This is quite concerning. We do not have evidence to prove GMO foods are safe for human consumption. That's the NAFDAC chief. So the NAFDAC chief, every product that you, especially consumables, they have to be signed off by NAFDAC that is safe for consumption before they can be sold within the Nigerian space. And she went on to further say that she does not actually think that GMO foods are good for human consumption. But we see Bill Gates constantly in Aso Rock, always trying to sell these GMO products to Tinubu, and they are promising us high yields in the agricultural sector, which is to tell us that there's already an infusion of that GMO into the Nigerian agricultural space. So are these people experimenting with us? What's going on? What's your take on that space, Prestige?
Okay, with the economical situation and the landscape we find ourselves right now, I mean, in my own opinion, I don't think I think GMO is GMO food is safe for human consumption. Of course, it has to be properly examined and something like that, and approved. Whatever I don't know the people in charge of approving of any kind of food in the country, but I know about this country. So if it is,
they are called NAFDAC in Nigeria. They are called NAFDAC.
Okay, I'm looking at it right now. It's called NAFDAC.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I mean, if they say it's safe, I don't see anything wrong. I mean,
they are saying they don't think it is safe. That's what she said.
Oh, they're the one that say, the people that approve.
Yes.
Safety,
yes.
Okay, you see, they are creating a very unstable situation in that country. I mean, why wouldn't it be safe? Is it because it's an imported stuff? After all, how about some of the company we have? Don't they package all this food as part of the GMO? It's not only there are some countries in Africa, Nigeria, that does it. So why would they come with such a narrative? It's not good. They are complicating the whole thing, because we definitely need this GMO food in order to what we have. We can't just depend on people farming and everything, organic or something like that. I mean, some of this organic food, I know we have the best organic food, but some of them are not good. I mean, like all these palm oil or whatever, like a goosey. Some of them, had a lot of high cholesterol, even at all when they are not processed. So it's not all so-called organic food, in Nigeria that I consider to be safe. So I mean, everything there's a risk. But to me, we have that's what we have here. I mean, I don't eat a lot of them, not because of if not safe, but some of them.
Do you check the labels when you are in the supermarket?
Oh yeah. I have to check the label to see how much salt they have. If it has some fiber before I buy something. If I'm buying it, of course, I learned that from my wife. But if I'm going,
then do you check to weed out GMOs as well? Do you check for GMOs?
No,
because somebody said if there's an E or something, there's a particular alphabet that you have to look out for, which indicates GMO.
I think the alphabet is 9 and 8.
Is it all right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a letter 9. 9, 9 for the GMO food, and the other one for non-8 for non-GMO food. That's the alphabet. You have to look for that. I mean, I've had it before. I mean, I don't think it's unsafe, but a place like Africa, where there are some food crisis, economic food crisis, I mean, that should be incorporated into what we eat. You just have to watch the label, see the content of the food and what it contains. Depending on your health situation. If you're somebody with a blood pressure, you don't need too much salt in you. and you limit certain kind of thing, but it has to be incorporated because we don't produce enough. As far as we have the farm, I heard you say something that I didn't listen to you all. You say something like we don't have the land. We do have the land, but just because of the insecurity, we are not being productive. And I think I had somebody.
That insecurity is overplayed. I think the real problem we are facing is that we are not fully mechanized agriculturally. We're still doing some sort of subsistence, and we have a burgeoning population with old style agriculture to feed it. So I think we don't have sufficient enough big farms and mechanized farms. That's probably more what it is.
I completely agree with you. You made a very valid point. But what I'm saying, we can't totally eliminate the GMO food. I mean, you can't say, okay, we're going to remove GMO food from the country. I mean, it's not possible. Not at this present time. But for them to come and say that it's not safe, like I said, they are complicating the whole stuff. They should have said, we have to investigate, re-examine to see which one is safe, and the one that is not safe, we have to take it off Nigerian market. But to come out and make this bold statement, you know how Nigeria is, and even I thought a lot of people are not informed, skeptical. They will take what people said, I mean, I guess some people that are a little bit enlightened. But to me, I don't see anything wrong, incorporating it in our market. But just say you shouldn't flog it. But you're talking about this guy, coming to us. But look, that guy, I don't want him to be coming to Nigeria. I mean, he's
It's a pretty evil guy, isn't it?
Huh?
I said it's a pretty evil. We are talking about Bill Gates.
Yes,
he's a pretty evil guy, isn't it?
Let's be realistic. There's nothing good he's coming to do for Africa. It's just for on behalf of the Western nation. So let's call it what it is.
Remember when he was saying he was anticipating that half of Africa will be wiped out during the pandemic.
I remember that. It still ring a bell in my head what he said. Yeah, I was here. I mean, I followed the pandemic and I followed that statement, which I thought was very insidious, in my opinion. But yeah, that's where we are in that country. So you want me to go to the Kenya stuff about what?
Yes, contrast it with the going on, because it's almost a latter-day EndSARS that they're having in Kenya, which is end taxes in their own instance, which the government has acquiesced to, but then it's transmuted into now end bad governance, and to the point now that they forced their president into Twitter space to give him a bit of a flogging and a lot of rafts of adjustments in the budgetary something. So go to that space and give us your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, one man. I applaud the Kenyan people, for what they have achieved so far, and I'm hoping that will be a panacea for Nigeria to emulate what they did, because the EndSARS didn't really have any much impact when it comes to Nigeria. I'm saying originally was to end the EndSARS, then like you said, it multiplied to some other things, and that was truncated, by the government, how they pushed the hoodlum into the whole thing, and sabotage the whole thing. That was terrible. But I'm not saying that probably happened in Senegal. That probably happened in Kenya. But those people, in terms of protests, I think they are more wiser than us. Let's call it what it is. They are more wiser, I mean, the way they organize it, and they're going to achieve most of their aim. But for this guy, I don't think this guy is going to resign. And eventually, because
they are wiser than us. Have you not seen the clips of them breaking into shops and looting and burning cars on the streets and all of that? Have you seen that?
I've seen it. I've watched it, but I've not watched it every day. I've not watched it in the last 2 days. Of course, we have holiday today, so today is the first time. And yesterday, late when I was on your platform, you left one man. I didn't mean to change the subject. Yesterday was very interesting, but I didn't stay all night because I had to leave for my family, So, but it was very interesting with Adam. I thought people love him, man. It was. You missed it. I don't know if he was listening. So Adam had a good subject we had yesterday. So speaking about the Kenya stuff, let me continue my thing. So they're achieving their aim, I mean, the financial bill has been removed, and now they want more, for good. The bottom line is a good governance. That's what they are dictating for. I don't think the president is going to resign, but whatever they can achieve, that's what I expect from Nigeria. I mean, there's going to be some violence involved. I don't know how many.
Sorry, Prestige. The protest transmuting into a protest for good governance, is that not a code word for Ruto must go? Because if he's the president and the people are agitating for good government, then they are saying that he is not running the state properly. So are we not on the cusp of Ruto must go?
Well, if you look at the placard they have been carrying, I mean, I think they want Ruto to go, but it's just my own personal opinion. I don't foresee that happening. He's probably going to yield some of their demand, and eventually he's going to think that, I have to come here for the people's sake, because he's part of them. He was a vice president before, so regardless that he voted and he came to say he's going to cut corruption, he's going to come for good government. Apparently, the West has penetrated into him, like they do in every African country. That's what's happening in Kenya. But he's yielding to them. He's listening. But that's what I wanted our president to do. Our president, Tinubu, is listening, but he's not replicating what he's listening to. Yield to the people demand. That's the problem I have. With our government. Yeah, because like I said, the ELSA, they didn't achieve nothing. I mean, it's just a protest for nothing. This is what you call revolutionary protest. Not going to war or that kind of things. Revolutionary protest to achieve some of them. I mean, they're not going to get everything they want. Definitely, I don't think Ruto is going to. Ruto is not going to resign. I mean, that's what I think. I mean, I can't predict the future. It's just my own. It's just a forecast that he's not going to resign. But eventually, he's going to get to some of the the team. Hopefully, that will become a good governance. In that shape. That's what I think. But
transmute that prestige to the Nigerian space. What are the chances? What are the possibilities of a Nigerian president? Let's say Tinubu is situation at the moment, so let's use him as the example. What are the chances of a Nigerian president going on Twitter space to be sweated by the citizens? Is that something that could ever happen?
No, say that again. What you want the citizen to do to him? Say that again.
What are the chances of a Nigerian president going on Twitter space to be questioned by the citizens, as we saw with Ruto in South Africa?
Oh, okay. To be honestly, not with Tinubu. If Obi has been, of course, I don't want Obi to be in this topic. But I'm saying Obi is very accessible to the people, so that's why I brought him. Atiku maybe, but no, Tinubu doesn't like that. Okay, he listened to what we are saying here. They convey this message to him. He listened to the Nigeria, what people are saying. He has a very good listening ear. It's not like a Buhari, which I consider a lame dunk for the 8 years he was in office. I don't know what kind of president he is. So at least what we have right now, he's listening, but I don't foresee him. I don't foresee him going. I'm not foresee him going there. But I hope he can. But that's not possible. But even at all, he didn't go there. But at least listen, implement certain things, that people want. I mean, remember we had this here. Was it like about 2 months ago? After the 1 year anniversary, how long that been? Yeah, about a month plus right now. We thinking there's going to be a process about changing some of the cabinet member, because in my own opinion, I mean, that's the cabinet, and the cabinet is Tinubu. So you can, you can't take it away from them. Anything if they are failing, I mean, the buck stop with Tinubu. That's period. I mean, whether it's good or it's not good, it has to start with him. So I don't see him in that place. I don't see him in that place. I mean, he hardly talked to people to begin with. I remember he even. I mean,
Prestige, is there not an inevitability to it? Because the social media is fast knocking on the door of governance globally, threatening to smash that door in. So whether they open up to the social media or the social media opens them up, the interaction between social media and governance is something that is coming at it's not even down to their choice anymore, as we saw with the Kenyans forcing their president onto the Twitter space. Do you think we'll get to the point where the Nigerian president will have no choice but to have that direct conversation with the people?
Yeah, we might get there, but I mean, I don't see that with this present government, just because of Tinubu antecedent, like right now in the last, since I started paying attention to him in the pre-election and currently, I don't see him per se. Maybe the sports people will come out more than usual, but our president per se, that's not going to happen. That's not going to come from him. Maybe he can address from the Oval Office every now and then. But coming on the Twitter space to engage with people and talk to people, I don't see that. But I hope he prove me wrong. people will listen to him better in that way, you know, that he come out, you know, and engage with people. That would be a good thing. And I don't see Nigeria doing what Kenya is. I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm pessimistic, but Nigeria, you know, Nigerian people, you know, their mentality, their mindset, you know, to be at this stage where Kenya is right now, to come out, you know, and this kind of protest. Of course, we have problem in Nigeria. You know, I don't want to make it South or not. You know, I don't see how if the North will be able to join the South. Period. Or you know, I mean, you have some Igbo say they're not going to protest. You know, Yoruba protest, or it's just a very divided country. That's the problem we have. The unity there for you know, the unity there is not you know for the national interest, because in some part of the things there's unity. Look at what happened Chioma wedding. I'm just using that as a epitome of what I'm saying. I mean, you have everybody congregate, you know. You see how the rich, the elite, they don't know what is tribe, but it's we people. When we come, you know, we talk about tribe, we just, you know, we just carrying their water, you know, it doesn't make any sense. Hopefully, with more education, you know, people mindset, you know, will be more involved and they start, you know, talking about for the national interest. That's the way I see it, but you just have to hope that happens. Why are you saying this, one man?
No, that's the headline page, Prestige.
Does this even make sense?
Well, you tell me. Your guys, they're all over social media claiming credit for the election of Labour Party in the United Kingdom. A shame that they could not replicate that in their own country. But what are you making then of Peter Obi claiming credit for the United Kingdom Prime Minister?
I don't think this comes from Peter Obi. Is it not?
No, not that. You know, in the build up to the election, he tweeted out his support for the Labour Party in the United Kingdom, and then he followed it up with a series of tweets, and then his own space, of course, you know how they are. Anytime he speaks, it becomes like a religious pronouncement. And then after now this election, all over social media, there's if you go on Twitter, it's just full of that how he evolved as Keir Starmer as the so what are you? Is it a bit of psychedelic? Are they partaking in some sort of psychedelic? What's it? Is that ego smoking talking? What's going on there?
You know what? You use the right word. This is typical psychedelic. If I may borrow your slang, okay, it's psychedelic because it doesn't even make sense. I mean, okay, he may have tweeted who is supported and something like that. That does not translate any kind of, not even one vote in the UK, you know, in the UK election. I mean, that's an unbelievable fallacy. I mean, sometimes, you know, as much as I like the obedience, their freedom and something like that, you know, but sometimes they live on la la land there with some illusion, you know, that come from them. But hey, maybe they are learning. This is the first time they come to, you know, I'm not going to come here, you know, and start calling them more, you know, how people call them Baju and all that kind of things, you know. But hopefully they learn, because what they are doing right now, in my own opinion, is probably not the right thing to do. They should have focused more attention on how to build what I consider a grassroots party. If there's anything like Labour Party, you know, which doesn't have the same ideology with their principle, but the obedience is an entity, so they're not party affiliated, you know. I mean, that they just happen to have Labour Party as where they have, you know, where they have their say. But I think some of the things they do sometimes is kind of ridiculous and childish, in my own opinion. But hey, everybody is different. I don't take them serious. Sometimes when I see something they do or whatever, talking, of course, some of them do it for clout purpose. Social media, people do something in order to gain some traffic, and you know, you can't take your friend away from that. One man, Ronald Mockery, which has become your favorite friend. It's a typical example. You know, it's a typical example of that.
You know, that guy must have bought a couple of houses off the back of you guys. All
yeah,
those social
because people are responding to his idiosyncrasy, you know, and he know what he's doing. I can say he's smart, as much as I don't like him, because I consider him to be a faggot. I'm sorry to use that word. Because I've seen him once in LA. I think he live in LA. You know, I've seen him once, but
you know, I'm not far from you in that thought. It's too camp. you know what that means? It's too camp, somewhat.
Okay,
it's too.
that would have been the right word for me.
It's too effeminate, or is it? Effeminate, and it's
if you see, Nigeria is a very complex country.
It's a Bobrisky kind of guy, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean that's what I think. I mean, I may be wrong, but just Nigeria as a whole is a very complex country because sometimes they spend most of their time, on what is not necessary. I mean, like what is going on. I don't know if you know about the story that that consumed Nigerian media space recently about that lady. I know the guy. I just brought that up here because I know the guy. And I know him. I'm not going to spill everything about him. His name
the lady that did what?
Sharon Ojo, the Nigerian beautiful actress. Are you familiar with
her?
Yeah,
no. I've seen that name, but I wasn't following that story. It's not really my space.
She's one of the best actress. A young lady. She's one of the best actresses. She's like about, is she close to 30 or whatever? Yeah, about 30 or something, 31 or 32. Don't quote me, but she's a very pretty lady. Okay, excellent. She's from Idoma community, but I don't know her last name.
Sorry, what's her name again, so I can bring her up?
Okay, her first name is Sharon, and her last name is Ojo, O-J-0-O-O, and the last name is Ogurumbe. That's an Igbo name, but like somebody was telling me they have some Igbo. She's not an Igbo, she's an Idoma, but the last name I don't know how she got the name. Maybe she have some access. But anyway, she married this guy from my state. Okay. His name is Ogo. I'm not going to mention his name. He worked for Verizon, okay, and he make like about 300,000 because he's not the director for Verizon. He's one of the top management. So he make because when you're in California, you make a lot of money twice, like they can make in the Eastern or wherever, depend. He make about 300,000. But the wedding is so lavish, and they're thinking that lady spent money. No, he did. Because he has some other incomes. That's not just his income, but he's not a billionaire or a millionaire like they claim. He has some passive income like I do, but he make like about 300,000. But he has some passive income. I know the guy. The guy, I'm not going to come and say his age because they have been speculating. Some people say he's 40, he's 50. No, the guy is in the late 50. I'm older than him. I'm in my 50s.
Is that the guy? Is that the guy on the screen?
Yeah, that's Emmanuel. I know him. Yeah, he based in LA. He worked for Verizon. So he married this pretty lady. I mean, everybody think that, she's one of the best actresses in Nigeria, and she's like about 30. But I know the whole story. So there has been a lot of rumor that he has been married 4 times. Of course, the first wife was a white person. Whether you get a green card or whatever, that's another story. But he has been married to other 2 or 3 Nigerians, and they have only met. They have only known each other for 2 months. That's not true. Because this Ojo has visited him in LA about 3 times. I know that for a fact because I know the guy. So all these rumors that try to mess up the wedding or something, it was a very lavish wedding somewhere in Abuja. I mean, it was even more elegant. It was more elegant than Davido party. Davido party is like more carnival. But this guy,
somebody that is on 300K. Is can have a bigger wedding than Davido.
No, I don't quote me, okay, but I didn't give you the exact salary, but I'm saying the scale of his position.
In the economic bracket of
of 200 to 300, But he has some passive income because I know some investment or something like that, So I know the guy. So forget about all these stories, friend. I'm not going to come here and confirm whether any of the story is true or lie. But the point I'm trying to make. This has consumed Nigerian media space like it's anybody's business.
So what's the controversy that he lied about his age or he lied about his income? Does he want a divorce?
Everybody loves this lady, okay? He's like
the darling of Ore.
Yeah, this is like the favorite actress of Nigerian media place. So they were saying, why did he marry this Mongo Park? You know what I mean by Mongo Park? A man that is not good for a woman. So they said that he has been married 4 times, and none of the that's a red flag. When somebody say, would you give your daughter for somebody who has married 4 times? So some of them lasted for 2 months, and he has 4 kids. So he's he's in his late, he's in his late 40, but this lady is about 30. But so they were saying, she wasn't supposed to marry him. She didn't know about everything. It was just a long story. Some people don't know that much. But so the point that made me brought this story is that they use all this kind of gossiping and nonsense to consume their, consume Nigerian media instead of talking about something good governance and economy. It's all about this crap, the video. I mean, particularly this Sharon Ojo, has become. I mean, the story has gone AY in the Nigerian sports. So, but that's still about where the Nigerian priority is. Okay, So I can't see them coming to
we need a bit of this TMZ sort of stories to
well, it's good, but I'm just talking about
no, I mean within the Nigerian space. Otherwise, we'll die of depression if we continue to talk about.
This is one thing about me. I may not be good in too much Nigerian politics, but I'm a man of variety. I involve myself in different things because I'm not gonna live and die on politics. As little as I know, that's good enough for me. So I'm very versatile. I watch soccer like I watch England is playing tomorrow, at 12 noon, which is like about 9 o'clock in California, 12 noon Eastern time, So I watch the two soccer. France won today. Spain won today. They beat, Spain and Germany. It was a good game. Spain, win at last minute. Of course, France and France played today, and, it was a good game. But I think, the better team lost, when they play France. I thought Portugal was better, but France won on penalty, but it was a good game. So the point I'm trying to make, I'm not limited to a certain, I don't follow politics like I have to die for it. I portion my, my likeness to many things. But anyway, that's just that news come from Nigerian space. Okay?
All right, brilliant. Thanks for the excellent opening, Man of Prestige. Stay with us. Let me move the conversation around. We're going to start doing time slot monologues. 6-7 minutes is just the opening speaker always gets to speak a bit longer just to open up the space. We take the conversation then in the direction of Ekene, and then from Ekene we go to Prince Daddy Emeka. Ekene, you're up next. Megida Jagaban. Look at that. This guy must think this place is a hotel. He just comes here to sleep. Let's go to Prince Daddy.
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Just for that. So please, Mr. Wodo, is a man of prestige.
Yes,
please, the palm oil. Good evening. The palm oil is a kind of like the white people were trying to misguide the world, not to be patronizing our product. So because according to the recent research or the findings by the food experts, they said that palm oil and olive oil, you know what I'm saying? These are in the same class, you know what I'm saying? So it's pity. Sorry, please, and use German, please.
No. That's okay. But we don't use palm oil.
No. Hold on. Let me tell you now.
Okay, yesterday, I got a few minutes.
That yesterday he was having a debate with Emeka. Hold on.
No.
Emeka finished yesterday. Emeka.
Hold on, Prestige. I think Prince is a bit under time pressure. So let's go to Prince and then we'll look back to I don't even know how palm oil came into this but that's Tony, of course. Prince, you're up next.
All right, thanks. Yeah, everyone, man. Like, share, and subscribe, and love the show. Yeah. So where do we start? I heard what Prestige said about palm oil. See, the problem with African food is that we have the best ingredients, but we don't know how to cook. We use a lot of oil and cholesterol stuff. That's the problem. So I can agree with what Tony's saying. I think palm oil is actually very, very good. It's got a lot of vitamins and some nutrients. Okay, it's very good. So it's not a bad thing. It's just the way we cook our food. Very greasy and oily. I mean, that's the problem. But anyway, just like a lot of African Americans too. Where do we start? One man, you guys, you English people, you're going backwards. What is going on? Everybody's going just like Prestige said. Everybody's going like center right. From Giorgia Meloni in Italy to Orban in Hungary to to even France, Le Pen. Everyone is going towards the right, but you guys chose to go all the way to the left with Labor. What are you doing? What is going on? What are you guys trying to achieve?
You know what usually happens? The world usually, especially the Western space, they usually latch to a particular sort of but you have a left of center government anyway, the Democrats. So Sakia Starmer winning doesn't bode well for Trump, because what usually happens is that alignment sways. So that tells us then that Biden remains. That's the reading.
I don't think so. The British politics has no bearing on American politics. It's the other way around. And in fact, Trump, if Trump comes back in power, it's more likely to push that guy out. Actually, if his policy is anti-American, if he doesn't want to play ball, like stop the war in Ukraine, if he comes like, hey, let's keep the war going, that guy's gonna be out of there. I promise you, one man. This time around, no playing around. That guy's not gonna last. I don't even know who the person is, anyways. I like Rishi Sunak. I think he's a nice, smart, brilliant man. But you guys don't want him, so for whatever reason.
You know, we spoke on it yesterday. Ogbeni was speaking on him, and he was explaining that the guy got the economy completely right. He reduced inflation. He settled down a lot of the financial spaces, and he has the country on the right trajectory. You know his cardinal thing.
Being an Indian?
Yes, that's his cardinal saying. So even if he discovered the cure to cancer, they will still have voted him out.
Well, well, it's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. I mean, I don't see, I see things going down the drain further for you guys, because the labor, I know, from the time of, what you call it, Tony Blair and the camera, you guys are very, bureaucratic in a lot of ways. They don't care for the common people. Do this pure bunch of stuff. But anyways, good luck to you guys. In America here, we have a different wavelength, a different tune to what is going on. Biden is a disaster. Well, it's always shameful when Prestige, as informed as he is, to come on on a platform and tell us that the inflation in America is 3%. What are you doing, Prestige? 3%? I mean, it's maybe 3% in the last couple of weeks, but cumulatively, that is not the case. We Americans, like, really, in true terms of real inflation in this country, woman, we're looking at least 15% or more. We are. I just made an example the other day. The dollar store that we have here, they increased their price from $1 to $1.50. What is that? Is that 3%? And if you buy gas is like, it's coming down a little bit, but from where it was, it's gonna more than 200% per gallon price. I mean, there's a store here. I think you guys probably have it in England also. It's called Costco. They have the organic egg license, 18 counts. It used to be like 6 something. It's now almost $8.50, almost $9. So where's the 3% coming up from? Prestige. These are like basic stuff that are way more than 3%. So when Prestige is gaslighting us, lying to us, I don't know what he's trying to get from it. Okay, really. Anyways, the Obi'S, of course, they would take credit for everything. I guess they take credit for Labour winning in England. I guess so. Just like Prestige said, it's like delusional to the core. I'm not sure what possibly Peter Obi can say or do to impact the outcome of election in England, United Kingdom.
But it sent out a tweet. It sent out a tweet now before the elections, and you know the power of Peter Obi's tweets.
Yeah, well, of course, he sent out a tweet. By association of the name Labour. Okay, so it's more likely to support any damn Labour party around the world, quite frankly. But Peter Obi doesn't have a clue how the politics works in England. He doesn't know anything. It's simply because he sent out a tweet, whatever. People can jump on X and on the social media trying to give him all the credit in the world. It's just silly. But again, this is the social media. They can take advantage of a lot of people, the young ones, and spew that garbage. In regards to Ruto coming on X to engage the citizens, that is great. And I said it before months ago on the show that it is a good opportunity for Nigerians or Africans in general to use social media, to use our network society. That's where we live right now. Our network society to demand good governance is going to come to a point whereby the government will not have a choice but to kowtow or play ball based on the sentiments of what is going on online and in social media spaces. That's what has come to Kenya right now. So it's a good thing, but just like anything else, you can use anything for good or bad. The Nigerian people so far, they've been selfish with the platforms. uh, we're not coming together as one. Is to try to barrage one side with a bunch of fake information or to demeaning somebody. That's how we're doing. We're not really using the social media for its purpose of good governance. We're not doing it. Okay, we're not doing it.
Are we starting to do that now, though? Are we seeing the green shoots of fed upness by the African space? The green shoots of fed upness. So we had NSAS 2020, and what is going on in Kenya now mirrors NSAS somewhat. And what we're starting to see, because the African space, as people get a lot more enlightened, they know what is available as resources, as funding, and they see the quality of life that they are living. But then they see the excesses in government as well, and they cannot see a connect between governance and the governed, and the governed are now starting to demand more. We saw that violently expressed in our NSAS, and we're seeing it violently expressed in Kenya now. So are we getting to that space now where the African person has been awoken and ignited and is drawing a line to say enough is enough?
Well, I guess somewhat. I don't know what to make of that. Africans have always protested. We've always, tried to oppose the government in one way or another. And of course, back then we didn't have the opportunity of the social media and this other network society platform to do so. So, and yeah, it's just we it is what it is. It's just the zeitgeist. It's just the time that we are in, right? Because it's not like we created this internet or this social media to in order to engage or to accomplish this objective. It's just what it is. And in the West, it's already there. In other countries also. We just coming into it. After all, quite frankly, Nigerians are the most one of the largest users of the social media spaces in around the world. And it is a tool. Maybe we are coming to that light to using social media for a positive thing in politics. That's what it is. We've always used social media. Is it for 419? Is it for whatever? We've always used it. Now it is nice that maybe people are getting more engaged and seeing it as a political tool, to engage their leaders. That is fine, but there's nothing noble about it. There's nothing. Okay, but I hope truly if Nigeria comes together, North, East, West, South come together for one common cause, okay, and use the social media platform to put pressure and demand on the government. It doesn't matter who's in power. Oh, we're gonna get results. We are gonna get results. In unity, unity is gold. It's in any society, in whatever you do, if you can get consensus and unity amongst a people, you are going to win. It's almost a guarantee, ingredient for success. But we don't have that. We're always divided by tribal lines and all kind of stuff, and that's just the nature of the beast. And of course, the politicians also they're going to play up the games and divide us. But if you truly have emerging leaders, not like people like Peter Obi or Billy Farutimi that thinks always negative guy. I guess almost let's like him. But people that just come together and say, hey, let's put this tribe thing aside. Let's use what we have to demand good governance. Nigeria will go a long, long way. I'm telling you, the government will not have any other reason but to do what is right by the people and listen to the people. That's what is going to happen. And based on the question you asked earlier, Peter B is more likely to be the person to engage in social media than Tinubu or Buhari for that matter. I give him my numbers: Peter B 90%, Ashwaju 9%, and Buhari 1% or nothing. That's not his forte. We all know that. So that's what it is. Anyways, anything else?
Hold on.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Tony, hold on. It will come online and say, I assure you, I assure you, my government, I assure you, my government, I assure, oh my God, man. We've been through a lot. I'm so blessed we are, but the people that lead us, man, unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Let me take you to the GMO space, Prince. It's making its incursion into the Nigerian space, and a lot of trepidation around there. The science not quite full yet, and these are things for human consumption. The NAFDAC, which is the sign-off body for consumptive products in Nigeria, they are saying they don't think they are not sure, but they don't think it's safe for human consumption. So what are you then making of our GMO foods incursion into the Nigerian space?
Yeah, well, man, they don't think. I don't understand that. Is that science? I would expect them to come out and tell us because
they said they've done no research. They said they've done no research, but they don't think it's that's the lead person for NAFDAC that said that.
You know, that's what you dummy. That's what you dummy thing to say.
Prince Daddy, look at the headline. Said they don't have evidence. You understand? We do not have evidence that to prove that it is good for consumption. It means that there's nothing that really shows that. And we all know that everybody have fears around this thing, actually, even in the West. So
all right. Are you eating? This is in quotation marks. So that the one highlighted in red right there. It says, we have not registered a single GMO. This is the lead person of the NAFDAC organization. We have not registered a single GMO product because we are sensitive about it. We leave the agency that is supposed to take care of it to advise us on good or bad. But right now, we have not done anything. So this is the paragraph that damns it. It says, in terms of the GMO, we do not think they are safe.
I think that statement is very vague, right? GMO is broad. It depends on what's the specifics of that GMO food itself. So, and it depends on what it goes to do into the metabolism of an individual. So, most of the food we eat are actually GMO, right? You know, the cows we are consuming now, even the goats, the corns, the beans, many of them are GMOs. They are modified, you know, especially the beans, to not get spoiled due to weevils and the rest, right? So it now depends on the genetics or the DNA of that food product that has been modified and what it goes to do into your body. With that respect, then you can have some concerns. But if it's just for you know, to restrain against germs, pesticides, and to grow bigger and better, I don't think there should be any room for any concern. But then again, the NAFDAC should not be giving out opinions just without conducting research. It is wrong for them to express an opinion. They should be expressing facts, not opinion. And that's publication from NAFDAC. I think it's not okay.
Emeka, please.
Oh my God. I want an orderly session today, so I don't want it because the interjections just take us down a garden path.
But I'm not making trouble. I don't want to add to what Emeka said that that woman was just trying to be diplomatic. Hold on. Yeah, that guy started to be diplomatic. That head of a NAFDAC, because he doesn't want to hurt the Western nations. You know, one man, sometimes if you let me speak, it will help our country and the black race. You know what I'm saying?
No,
So
no,
that
I
was,
don't mind you speaking. No, I just don't want
yeah, but I don't want to be. Is it? Yeah, but but politely. So meanwhile, Emeka, thank you yesterday for your submission there. I like the way that you destroy that woman and man of prestige who is a woman rapper. Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure we want the destruction of women, but yes.
No, this guagua.
All right, I think I get the general drift of that. But yeah, back to your praise. Apologies, Tony. I just didn't want it to divert too much. Back to your
Well,
praise.
now that Tony mentioned it, Adama, she's a brilliant host. Actually, she's gonna do a great job. I mean,
yeah, let me, please, Daddy, sorry to interject. Let me use this opportunity to actually apologize to Ada, right? I think she held her own very well. I deliberately attacked her. I know because she didn't like my opinion, she didn't want me to speak, so I had to really hold her to the task. But she did well. She exhumed class. She didn't go after me again when I expressed my frustration towards her. I would say kudos and adapt. If you're listening, my apologies. You're my sister. Even one them. So don't get offended. I don't keep things personal. Okay. Just know that you did an absolute great job. I don't like coming on to the Saturday show. But if you are hosting, I think I'll try to come on. You exhume class that I enjoy. And for you, one of prestige, the opinion that Tony gave is correct. So let me leave Prince Daddy to come in.
Emeka, thank you very much. This is the first time you have done something very honorable since I know you on the platform for more than a year and a half for apologizing to Adama. Thank you very much. Very honorable of you to do that.
Yeah, and I'm glad you repeated the word.
He's apologizing. Doesn't mean that he's going to quit his position yesterday because he was trying to defend.
No, my position still stands. Just that
the African culture.
Yeah, my position stands. My position stands.
Look, Emeka, you did a great job. You know that I used to call you Malam, but henceforth I will stop raining abuses at you. I'm very sorry. I apologize for all my attacks on you because yesterday you took you put your life on the line for the survival of the African nation and for the future generations. You
I
did a great
appreciate your
job, and then
compliment.
God
Thank
bless
you very much. Thank you very much. God bless you too.
And by the way, let me just come in quickly. You saying that you refer to Emeka as Malam. So let me just address this. I've seen Emeka's government certified identification, and Emeka is very much an Igbo man and a senior one at that, with all of the difficult to pronounce Igbo names that we know. So no more Emeka. Don't attack his opinion, but don't attack his ethnicity. He doesn't like it. I've seen his ID, and he's a full-blood Igbo man. But
thank you, one man. It took me a lot to really unravel myself, and I appreciate you reaching out to me personally.
One man, that's an AI generated stuff.
I've accepted you, Emeka. Okay, peace. Okay, peace.
Yeah, I'm a Nigerian, whichever way. Then let me also use this opportunity to shout out Kandu. Kandu, salute to you. You're a man who speaks and do. You're making me money. And also thanks to one man. I got your number through one man. Actually, it was one of my antagonists, Joel of Nazareth, who mentioned your name, and I decided to reach out to you. And man, you are the truth, man. The contracts, the call option that I got, I've made in just one day. I've made $600 on that contract alone. And today you told me to sell. I have sold. I made a profit. I bought 3 contracts. I made a profit of $251 USD, not Canadian. So, Kandu, man, I salute to you, man. Let's keep making this money, even though I don't agree with Joel of Nazareth's opinion, but we can all sit together, bake bread, make money, enjoy life, and still argue, right, and curse each other out. So, Kandu, I know you're listening. You're not on the platform. You are hosting a show tomorrow, not a show, hosting a training session on options tomorrow for free. You've never taken any money from me, but you've made me, actually, your advice has made me money. So I appreciate who you are, and great conversation today, man. You're the truth, man. You are actually, you're a man. You're a proper man. you are older than me, so I would say I identify with what you identify with. You have the calmness, you have the ability to say what you want to say. I'm a little bit rusty with my voice, right? It's too hard. When people listen to me, they're like, I'm too pushy, but that's how I am. That's just my voice. But Kandu, man, come on, salute to you, respect, man. I'm not gonna miss. I'm not gonna miss that training session tomorrow. I need to make this money, boy.
All right. You know how tithes and offerings are done. So yes.
Woman, I told you no. See, woman, right?
The
Thanks,
super
woman,
chat
for
button is right there.
no woman.
And
Yeah,
Joel of
no, woman, definitely,
hold on.
definitely.
Joel of Nashville is making quite a lot of money from quite a lot of people are making it. I know you are listening because I saw you in the comment section a moment ago. I think maybe should they be charging a fee? But if it was me, I'd be charging a fee. But Derek says, well done, can do. It sends me.
Yeah, well done to him. I salute him. I even asked him, do you take money? He said, no, I just do this. So I was terribly shocked. And that was a call option. He actually also told me to buy NVIDIA shares, and I've been making money since. I entered into NVIDIA shares when they did their stock splits, right? Yeah, I entered what price? I entered that 120. I think the price has really gone up. So I'm in the money at the moment, right? So Kandu, salute to you. You told me to go into SPY, you even Apple, and then the call option, man, you've made me money in just 2 weeks. Kandu, man, you are the truth, man. You are the Jesus that we need.
There's another guy on this platform, a very young guy. I think he'll be in his late 20s, early 30s, thereabout. Is making so much money from it. Is looking for like a $500,000 apartment in dollars in Lekki now.
That's a good one, right? That's a good one.
I think you'd have made 2-3 million at least from.
Yeah, that's my target
Are you
for
talking
the
about
year,
this guy
right?
that's based in Tampa?
What's his name?
Tampa.
Now, do you know the guy's name?
I've forgotten his name, but he's based in
Fidel.
Tampa. I was supposed to correspond with him long time
Fidel.
ago. I lost contact,
Yeah, Fidel, his name is.
Yeah, Fidel is. Oh, yeah. Fidel, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, woman, and I did tell you that. Don't worry, we'll bless your platform. Let's become millionaires in dollars, not naira. We're already millionaires in naira, but let's become millionaires in dollars. But definitely, man, you're doing a great job bringing us together. We fight, we make noise, we curse each other out.
Emeka, what continuously astounds me is the quality of people that we get on the streams.
Honestly, yeah,
just top end people.
No, top professionals,
all the way through.
I'm telling you, from Ajani Koko to Baba to Kolata to Ogbeni to I might not call everybody out, but to this individual who sounds like Joel of Nazareth, top professionals, man. Let's keep baking this bread. I don't hate anyone, but let's keep making this money, man. I'm really super excited this week, man. I made money, good money in the thousands. So I'm super excited, and I'm going to a strip club now to go enjoy myself. It's a very beautiful strip club.
Look at that. One man.
That's why I'll be leaving soon. I'm going, man. The ladies are
they say money na water. Money na water.
Yeah, no, but we can't do being here. Now Kandu is the Jesus now. Don't tell me about anything else.
My God.
I'm going in. I want to go enjoy myself from the profit that I made. Then next week, let's do it all over again. Thank you, guys. Kandu, salute to you. See you tomorrow. One man, respect, love.
Are you out, or I'm coming to you after Prince if you're able to?
No, I just said what I want to say. I'm going to the strip club. I can't be waiting this long now. It's 8:12 p.m. Let me go enjoy myself.
All those
you're too excited, okay? It's money now. Water now.
The beautiful thing is, let's keep making so much that we can't spend. Even if we spend, it's too much for us. I have my target for this year. Let me keep making more. All right, thank you very much, guys.
Good luck, brother. Good luck.
I would not be listening. I probably will listen later, or if I come out, I can join later on. But No, the strip club is a very nice place. I don't think I'll come out. All right, take care.
All right.
Have a good one.
All right.
my
So that's
God.
Emeka going to spend all his earnings on those Eastern European girls. Prince Daddy, of course, you don't approve of that kind of behavior.
One man, you know, Emeka is a Toskic muscularity. You know that, right? You learned that yesterday. So
Well, no, he reversed his position now, so it's reverted back to a gentleman. So, Prince, back to you. Have we lost Prince? Prince Daddy?
Yeah, let me wrap it up on man. Well, just like Emeka said, Adama was classic. You know, she showed class greatly yesterday in a response or non-response actually. So that was great. And to the GMO, those guys are not serious. They think. They think. So they don't have any scientific proof or data to show us. Listen, this GMO business, we're not ready for it. We're not ready for it because, Bill Gates is not the one is not the person to be trusted. I think a lot of people know that. And it's GMO. These seeds and animals, they can be manipulated for whatever benefit, So the same GMO they sell in America, don't expect it to be the same thing in Nigeria or in Africa. I hope you know that. So that's the danger. And then we African, we always at the caprices of this Western world. We don't do what we need to do. We don't invest in nothing. So we can't even blame them for giving us seed or GMO things to feed ourselves in that country. So it's a shame. But Bill Gates not to be trusted. I wish the African nation can come together and have their own research lab and do something to improve our agriculture. That'd be great. So yeah,
the thing about this GMO, Prince, is outside of the health concern, it's not regenerative. So it doesn't produce seedlings. So if you and they're going to wipe out regenerative crops and replace it with GMO. So that is to tell you then that you will constantly be having to buy seeds from them forever.
Okay, well that's not even helpful because I don't know the inner workings of this GMO stuff. Well, I guess just like you explained, and I tell you, it's for that reason by itself. Anything that cannot reproduce after itself, just like it says in the Bible, is not good. So from that point of view, I'm telling you that GMO is not good. Just like vaccines and many of these medications, we don't know what will be the after effects after many years on our body and our DNA and our genes. So we don't know, and we have plenty of land. We have fertile lands that we can grow things naturally. But our lazy leaders, no direction, no planning, no leadership. I mean, we can't even organize to do simple things, and we have plenty of land to grow things naturally. There we are. There we are.
On it, since you're advising it on it, could I ask you a simple question or two out of it before you draw the conclusions you're drawing? First of all, hello to you, Prince. What does GMO stand for? What acronym is that for? GMO. Do you know what it stands for?
Genetically modified food.
Organisms,
right?
Yeah, and then one man, do you know that some of the corns here? Hold on, Pansat. Do you know that some of the corn?
I'm talking to Prince. Just hold on for a minute.
No, hold on. Let me just make this point. Practical experience. We used to have a massive plantation of corns in Germany. So one time, then I went to the place and I got some dried corn. So I tried to plant them in my house. They didn't grow. That's what Wama was saying today. So this is, you cannot grow them. You know what I'm saying? So I tried to plant them. They didn't grow. That's why it's very, very dangerous, really.
Okay. Well, I disagree with you. Let me say to Prince. Obviously, I'm surprised that you are taking the position you're taking. The process to modify organisms, human beings have been doing it for thousands of years, including in the chicken. It's just mixing one with the other. In the case of crops, they're basically looking to see if say bacteria has some kind of gene that if you put it in a plant is going to prevent it from attack. So you could then reduce using
pesticides and stuff like that, right? You understand the biology involved in this procedure, right? Do you understand the procedure?
I understand. I understand the biology. I understand the need. Try to have this seeds that can resist pests, and so we don't have to use pesticides. But
Okay.
do you believe in? Hold on. Do you believe in science? Absolutely, because I don't. I do not. It doesn't matter what kind of science it is, and I don't know
Hold
the
on.
after
Let's
effect.
be methodical. Let's be methodical in it. I'm going to ask you that you talk. What I'm saying is that what are the pros and what are the cons? In essence, and just tell me what you understand. The reason why you're giving us your conclusion, but it's no premises as to what. We're just not going to take your word for it by fiat, right? I'm saying to you now, you give us, elucidate. What are the cons scientifically? What are the cons? What are you afraid of? And then tell us some of the
I got like
benefits.
a minute or so right now. I just like I told one man, I wish that the Nigerian body that opposition to GMO had come out with some scientific data to support it. I don't claim to be anything a scientist nor an expert in this field, but
Okay.
it doesn't
All
stop
right.
me from expressing my opinion
Right.
about science. Okay,
Okay.
and we
All right.
know, yeah, we know the danger of science down the road. Say, I love science. I love scientists. Our doctors, they've helped humanity in great ways. I mean, unspeakable. But at the same time, you know very well, Pansat, that science is used in abusing people. Are you
Right.
familiar with the lady Henry Ellen Lacks, the African American lady that was experimented on by the American government in order to, you know, anyways,
Yeah.
don't
That's. I don't
scientists.
want it to be. Listen, I don't want it to be argumentative. I don't want it to be anecdotal, like what you're saying. Of course, science can be evil, but what I'm saying is that genetically modified organisms is something that's been practiced for thousands of years. I just want you to understand that a living organism that you have their genes altered in some way. Now, during this bioengineering,
Are
sometimes
you talking about crossbreeding? I think you may mean crossbreeding. Is that what you're calling
that's
genetic?
also part of it. Yeah, that's part of it. Anytime you modify,
No, crossbreeding is not genetic
it
modification.
is. It is. It is. When you
Well,
crossbreed,
it's
what you
not,
do when
but
you
you know.
will you just let me land? So when you crossbreed, you are modifying the genes of something. You're using one type of organism, and then you just by cross breeding it, you should just know from English language that it's modifying it somehow, right? So it's called bioengineering. There's nothing wrong with that practice if it's sound, if it's not done by nefarious scientists doing something, trying to create something that will harm somebody.
Yeah,
If it's tested,
that's what Prince Daddy was telling you, that that we lack the governmental institutions to watch over this something. So
okay,
it can be
yeah, hold on,
done in Germany. Hold on, Mr. Passat. It can be done in
I
Germany.
really don't want you interjecting me, please. Would you
No.
just
I know.
hold your
Please, sir,
horses?
please, sir. You also came into interject. Hold on, please. Don't let me lose
I
my
know,
line
so
of
I don't want to
whatever.
take it back from
So
you.
no, hold on.
No,
But we have no government in Nigeria to watch over it. And meanwhile, that woman has already carried out they have carried out research that
hold
it
your
is
horse.
bad, and you don't
Hold your
expect her
horse.
to tell the world that it is bad.
One man, I don't want Tony interjecting me again. Just get your own interjection and let me use mine because I want to engage Prince. He's one of the more enlightened people on this platform. So, Prince, what I'm saying to you is that if we lack, like Tony just said, if we lack the expertise, I doubt if that's the case, but let's say we lack this, that doesn't then make it a bad thing to learn about. In the United States, over 92% of the corn, they are genetically modified, right? There are a lot of pros to it. As a matter of fact, it has more nutrients. What we should be against is doing it to where it's going to be harmful, right? But just modifying something to have better cropping, reduce pesticides that harms the environment.
Okay, to wrap it up, Pastor,
Yeah.
I agree with you. Actually, I agree with your submission, and I know there are positive of pros to this thing. I know that there has to be, no doubt, just like medicine, just like vaccine, we cure polio and whatnot. So I'm not against science, but I'm very
So let me wrap it
reticent.
up. Let me wrap it up by saying that there are researchers involved in this thing. They look at the identity of the genes in a plant, for example. Their specific traits. See what kind of resistance they have to insects. Those kind of things. We cannot be afraid of that in the dark, and we're just talking. especially with our learned people who are outside. We should be cautious. There should be scientists involved. There should be research involved, right? But we cannot, especially beggars who have no choice, they're starving to death.
A country that can't even count their census number, a country that doesn't have electricity, and then that we didn't consider that to be, a state of emergency within a year. If actually that we all rooted for Tinubu, we thought that a country that doesn't, that a country that is, to do country, to do without embarking on a project, a country that could even complete a refinery in 2 years ago, and then they went to commission that. Is that a country that you want to come and destroy the people, Mr. Pamphlet?
Yes, because all those things you're mentioning are artificial, right? Those are artificial problems that we're going to resolve. What we're looking at, it's the question, is the GMO, is it something we should embrace? And I say yes.
No, we cannot at all, because
hold on, gentlemen. I think Prince Daddy is a bit pushed for time.
I
So
understand the trick of having somebody interject and you don't say anything, and he uses the whole time of the actual interjector, and then you come in. That's just
no, please, no, none of that, please. Back to you, Prince Daddy. Prince.
Goodbye.
Okay, well, man, I'd like to wrap it up from here. Thanks for the time and allow me to go earlier. Appreciate it. Thanks. Bye.
All right. Thank you, Prince. We wanted more from Prince, but they stolen his time right there. But let's go on then from Prince to let's go to Patrick. See if Patrick is ready for us. Patrick, are you ready? All right. Let's go to Ogbeni. Hopefully he is ready. Ogbeni. All right, whoever is ready to go on mute.
Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready, woman.
Oh no, when it's ready. So
okay.
And woman. Okay.
All right. So when you go to have you,
thank you.
It's sometimes he's had this interjection. Now he wants to turn it into another screaming and shouting.
Pansat, is he still around? Has he gone?
It left when I said that none of the screaming and shouting, and that's to do.
And I actually agree with him to an extent, though. Okay, anyway.
No, you can agree with him as the conversation carries on. So
we all have different way of making our presentation. That is it, and I think he has his own unique way of making presentation. And
no, is that the interjection, and that conversation has taken place? And I wanted to go back to Prince Daddy, but he wanted to start, just turn it into an ugliness,
dominating the space.
Yeah.
That's my start for you. So, well, it's an all-inclusive space, so we'll all understand our diversity and embrace everybody with individual differences. Okay. Good morning, one man. Good morning from Scotland. I'm back in my station. So where do you want me to start? Let me start with this GMO thing. One man.
Yes, start with the GMO since you wanted to agree with the consult.
Yes, just to a certain extent, not in all what he said anyway. For me, my starting point will be as if we have options. Beggar no get choice now. Sometimes you see, I read some news from Nigeria and just laugh. Which option do we really have? Because the question I keep asking myself is, okay, where is our biotech experts? Where's our agriculturists? Where's our horticulturists and others? Where is the improved seedling that they are producing for us to plant? The world is moving. We are very, very far behind. Where are our own experts? To be bringing out all these improving seedling. That is where the world is today. You can't keep planting in the same maize, the same corn seedling they are planting 50 years ago, 40 years ago. You are retaining what your forefather planted, and part of you are replanting. When the world is moving, the soil is not getting more fertile, and you have to do a lot of things to improve those seedlings. But the question I keep asking is, you see, we should have our own experts. Where is our research institutes? The one we have in Ife there. I have one guy who is presently in UK now. who used to work there and used to tell me that, you know, and in many research institutes that we have around, that many of the research.
IITA in Ibadan, the number one in Africa.
Yes, but
IITA.
even
Yes.
the IITA in Ibadan is being funded from outside. That's the question you should ask yourself.
It's a pity. It's a pity.
You're right. And so you place the papa dictates the tune. That is it. And that's why I say beggar no get choice. So why are we making so much noise about it? And one thing I keep telling people, if the Western world wants
you know, Benny, one of the concerns is the lack of sufficient enough on the long-term implications of this genetically modified food. Which it could lead to mutation in people. People could become, we could start growing funny limbs and.
Yes, one man, you see, we have this kind of fear about the West. The same West that hold our life in Africa like this. And they will now bring something, you now say, oh, I know, let's be skeptical about this. One man, let me tell you, if the United States of America today won't buy almost the entire Nigeria, there are ways of doing it without making noise. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but they are experimenting with us, is the concern.
They have been experiencing since the only God knows when. It's not this GMO that will make them to start experiencing. Do you know why I'm saying this? You know, I told you I actually team led one IT company that relate to public health, okay, recently. And I realized when I say recent, that's like 1 year, 2 years ago. And we had some relationship with USAID. And I come to realize that they have our health record. They have better data than we have in Nigeria. In fact, as a matter of fact, many of the servers, okay, that we used to store most of our, health-related data in Nigeria, they are not even hosted in Nigeria. All these NGOs, all these big short NGOs, American NGOs, and all that, they are better of our data than us. All the vaccine, they kick out polio for you. If they want to kill you from that place, they just start from there. For every vaccine that a pregnant woman in Nigeria take, both pregnant and then after, is it antenatal or what do you call it? That is post-birth. All those things you see they take and they subsidize some of them. They supply us all these damn vaccines. And we're injecting it into our body. If they won't buy us, then go just buy everybody. Is it through GMO? They won't even come through GMO. They kick out polio for you. They are maternity mortality. They are the one dropping it for you. They are fighting malaria, fighting Lassa, fighting hepatitis B, fighting a lot of things within your space. And I've said it here on this platform before that if America alone just withdraw all the support that they have in terms of health in Nigeria, let them just withdraw 20-30%, you start seeing the impact. Ripple effect. I'm not saying they meant well for Nigeria. I'm not saying, what I'm just saying is sometimes we are skeptical of some things that we are beggars. We don't even, hold our own destiny by our hands and start working on. So for me, as far as I'm concerned, I'm bringing and as a matter of fact, they've been bringing GMO into this country, not be today. It's just they're just making noise about this one. I remember when they started Anchor Borrowers program, that guy was that useless guy in CBN back then, Mefeli, was doing Anchor Borrowers program. All the seedlings that they were sharing for us, they were all GMOs, all those seedlings. And when you say GMO, what is it? It's an improved seedling. Okay? And there are many things they think about, they do in all these things. Some of them, they try to improve them in order to be resistant against all these kind of pesticides and diseases. In one of our farms we had in Nasarawa back then, it took us almost more than a month to be fighting locusts. We were fighting locusts on our corn. And even eventually, those locusts still finished about almost 40 to 50% of the corn. We're running shift. Morning, some set of people will come night, and that's said to resume morning. That was how we were fighting locusts. Why? Because our own agency that deal with all these epidemic pests and everything could not even give us an hint ahead of time. And these locusts were traveling from far and they were seeing it. And they couldn't even alert us on time until those locusts got very close to us. And it took us months to fight them. So when you don't have all these agents working and people just open their mouths in Nigeria and say, we don't want GMO, big game want to kill us. Just wonder. He's now big wants to kill you. When the guy was pumping in vaccine and everything into your country and you are injecting into your body, you know, say the guy won't pay you, but now you just wake up, say the man won't pay you. So one man, as far as I'm concerned, I agree to a certain extent with Masa that not all GMOs are bad. And I agree also with Prince that I expect NAFDAC to be more responsible. This is very responsible statement they are bringing out. This is highly speculative, inconclusive, and so ambiguous. What are they saying? Don't they know that they are responsible to the public? Let us know what type of GMO. We are not illiterate in Nigeria now. Not all GMOs are bad. There are some that are just to resist against disease. There are some that are just to increase yield and increase food production. And so if you are a country that we are battling with food insecurity, then we should think of which ones are good ones that can enter our space while we are planning on how to resolve our food insecurity. Then we can have all these things and solve our problem. People are I won't join people who say people are dying of hunger, but I know people are hungry. I won't say people are dying of hunger.
But Ogbeni, do you know that the petroleum, this refiner, this petrol that they are exporting to us, the finished product, refined product, have you not heard that they are dirty stuff, all those diesel, and they are contaminated? So what we're saying is that you don't have regulators on ground. Why can't we just organize ourselves and they say, okay, people like you now, you're an expert, so that you can be a member of the regulatory body. Why can't we just go back home and then take over our country?
I agree with you. So my point is that why we are doing that, we no go die of hunger.
No, but no, we don't have to, for our plate, they say make you stay for hungry instead of to kill yourself. Better remaining hungry than to kill yourself. Please, if we can be able to settle the issue of of insecurity, we can feed ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Please.
Do you know my own point is that to settle our need as it stands now, let's separate good GMOs from bad GMOs. And let's
who will do that? I'm eating it here also now. I'm eating it here. So they are cheaper. They are cheaper here in Germany, but they are deregulated.
Look, we have researchers in Nigeria, we have experts in Nigeria, we have regulatory body, we have all these guys. Instead of them to be coming out with all these speculative statements, they should maintain a stance and let us know the good one and the bad one. Bring in the good one, give farmers improved seedling and let them plant.
I don't know the last time that we heard of Nigeria, high institutions, carrying out researches. The system has collapsed. You know what I'm saying?
Let me tell you. Let me give you an example. And I think one man was trying to draw a difference between crossbreeding and GMO, which Pansa got wrong. They are not the same thing. They are, how do I put it? They are crossbreeding and then GMO are focusing on achieving the same end, okay, but not through the same process. And one is harmful, the other is not that harmful. So if you are crossbreeding, for instance, now what Malaysia did with our palm oil seedling that they took to their hand was more or less like a crossbreeding, right? So they have our own, they have theirs. And then okay, let me give you a very good example of how we crossbreed animals in our space. You bring a dog that is very huge, okay, but not too strong. Then you crossbreed that dog with another dog that that is so strong, but they are not that huge. So the product you may get eventually maybe a huge dog that will be very strong. Okay, we do that. I used to do that with my rabbit in those days. If I can crossbreed white and black to get harsh color and all those things, those are crossbreeding. And they do that also. You also do that with crops. They do grafting and all these things. But it's different. What you do with GMO is through biotech. You are dealing with the DNA of that crop is what you are distorting. Okay, and by the time you distort the genetic material or makeup or genetic, they call it re-engineering. So genetically you re-engineer the makeup in order to achieve whatever you want to achieve. So they look alike, but they are not really the same thing. One is more still natural than the other. One is more of a laboratory thing. But my point is they're not the same. Not all GMOs are bad. I agree with Pasat on that. So let us get the ones that are bad, the ones that are not bad. Let's flood our space with good ones, good seedlings, give to our farmers, let them plant. If it's going to be free, government should, if it's going to subsidize, do it. Let our farmers farm and let's flood the market with food. Then
Yeah,
down,
but who will carry out those those inspections? When everybody are jackpying, all our experts,
not
because
everybody.
there's no system on ground. That's what we're talking about. That's why we don't have to be taking these people for for real, all these white people, because they have their own motive. You know what I'm saying? So we don't know how we can be able to resist them.
Not everybody is fine. That thing are just the bobo thing. They're just boboing
So
everybody. Japa. No, not everybody are Japan. Now everybody get that money to Japan. So not everybody. There are still people. There are still experts. There are still researchers. There are people that will still work at home. They just need government encouragement. And I keep saying it here that there is no Nigeria is in a state of war. And when I say war, I don't mean the insecurity of life. I mean in terms of food insecurity. We don't look at that. You see, until this, we now started having what we are presently is not even scarcity of food. Don't forget. What we are presently in terms of food insecurity.
Can I interject you?
All right, sir.
Yeah, thank you. You see, the way you are explaining this thing is as if the introduction of GMO into our food production does not have its consequences, or let me say the side effect. You are telling us as if it's the best option. You see, the question I want to ask is that are you telling us that we don't have the capacity without introducing GMO into this our food production? Are you saying we don't have the capacity to produce enough food for our home consumption and export if we organize ourselves well, if we tackle the problem of insecurity? Are you telling me that we don't have the capacity to produce enough food for our consumption in Nigeria and export as well without GMO introduction into our food production?
Ajande Coco, you get 10 times more yield from the same hectare of land with GMO crops.
Is that a question for me?
Yeah, it was for you. So you go to it. Yeah.
Okay. So Babajale Coco, you see, to start with, let me be blunt. I'm a farmer. Don't just mean say I be lawyer. I be farmer for both here and also Nigeria. See, we don't have the landscape. We don't have the framework. Let me put it that way. We presently don't have the framework and the infrastructure, okay, to produce food that will resolve our food insecurity as Nigeria stands today. I can tell you clearly. Now, secondly,
hold on. You mentioned it now.
So the reason is this. Let me give you an example of what is involved in food production, particularly when you want to solve food insecurity in the country. The first thing that is involved in improved seedlings. Now, nations are at a stage now presently where one seed that you plant, okay, can resist diseases, can resist pests, okay, and can withstand weather and can give you more yield. What we still do in Nigeria is your system is making noise.
Where is that noise coming from?
Oh, it's not the one. So what we still do in Nigeria that you want us to stick to, okay, is that the seed we still use, our father used 30 years, 40 years ago, is what we are still replanting. And let me tell you, that 30 years, 40 years ago, Nigeria was 50-something plus million, right? Presently, Nigeria is 200 million plus, and we are heading towards 300 million. To feed your 200 million plus to 300 million and be healthy, in order to be productive well enough, you need to up your game. That's the point I'm trying to make. And that is one of those things we don't have. Secondly, the technology to even monitor your weather. Do you know, if you still watch NTA, I don't know who watch NTA. I know many people watch channels now these days. I love going back to NTA because NTA are the one who actually has professional meteorologists in their station. Not all those channels and all those ones are just newscasters that will just pick. They'll just go and pick what CNN is saying and they'll be repeating it on their TV station. They won't employ professional meteorologists. Now, if you go and watch NTA, you realize that those meteorologists that are in NTA, they're supposed to have a department. They have a department. It's not as if they don't have a department in Ministry of Science and Tech and all these guys. So they have department. But the problem is they don't even interact with our farmers. I just gave you a live example, an experience that we have with our own corn. And do you know how much more? Let me shock you again. Do you know in Nigeria, there's something that happens in poultry in Nigeria where farmers in Nigeria bury eggs on regular basis. Millions of egg, millions on regular basis. And this thing happen in Nigeria almost every two years. It must happen.
Why?
You know why? Okay. Now you ask me that question. One of the reasons is because our regulatory body, and that's why I call framework, infrastructure is not working fine because we've not declared state of emergency on agriculture. We're not ready yet. If you go to countries where they do agriculture, you will know now we are not ready. Now, what is wrong with poultry? If you just YouTube, you will see them. They are burying egg almost 2 years in Nigeria in millions. And they even know when it will come. They will be telling you, the season has come. Oh. They will, and so everybody bringing it and bury. Why? Because the body that is supposed to be monitoring all those things in Nigeria, they are not functioning well. The research institutes are not there. They are collapsing.
We still don't know why they are burying the eggs. Why? Why do they bury it?
Because you see that particular is more like a pandemic. Okay, that must come. It's just like what is this one that happened to them too? They call it Collie in Yoruba land.
Bird flu. Bird flu.
It's just like bird flu. You can't control bird flu. They must come. The best you must do with bird flu is to know when it's coming. Okay, then your research institute will keep working on how they are mutating. Okay, how those flus, the virus, they are mutating, and then you'll be able to beat the time they are coming, and then make sure that your production or your birds at the state they are getting to that age are not available for them at that age for those viruses to be able to overwhelm them. That's what they do in advanced nation. But in our own country, what do? They don't even give grants for agric experts to do research in Nigeria. Go and see many of them doing PhD. They are all rushing to public health. They are Greek experts. They won't give you won't even get grants. Government will not even get grants. And we have PTDF that will be wasting money on petroleum research and all those things that are so useless to the country. But go to agric, and that's why I say we are not ready yet. We've not declared emergency on food insecurity in Nigeria. Those are the things. So that's another thing. Now, do you know? Okay, look at rain. The agency that even study rain in Nigeria, they don't even communicate with farmers. They don't. See the example of Lagos. You had that kind of massive flood, and the Minister of Environment, Wahab, was telling them on channels that they've seen it coming. But you didn't communicate. You're not even using media to let people know that this thing will come, and it's because we knew for what. And that's a simple example of what happened in the larger scale. Farmers in Nigeria are so disengaged from government so disengaged from farmers, the regulatory body so disengaged. And when I wanted to do my fish farm in Kuje in Abuja, the body came and said I should come and give them environmental impact assessment of my pond. I don't have any problem with that. I wanted to do it, but they said they have their own designated auditor accountant or one rubbish professional to do it for me. When I had my own younger brother who is more professional, they said, no, do not go to accept that. Okay, let me approach that man. I approached the man. They said it's 2 million naira because there's somebody in the ministry that will be collecting one cut from me. And these are the things we joke with. A potential farmer who wanted to farm to feed his people, to solve the food insecurity in the country, at least part to do his own part. You're frustrating the guy, and this is what we keep doing. Okay, so and that's why I said what we need for now is if we have
so Ogbeni, with all these problems that you listed and mentioned, if we introduce this, what do you call it, this GMO into our food production, how do you think we'll be able to manage it effectively? I haven't known that it carried some risk that, you know, if you don't have a good regulatory body, if you don't have quality control management on the ground, then you are introducing poison to the people. So with all this problem, how would we manage it well?
Abadaleko, I agree with you. That's why I said I only agree with Pansan to a certain extent. If you allow GMO, it's just like what you say, also sinilenu obuyosi. Okay, meaning that I don't even know how to interpret that anyway. So also sinilenu obuyosi is just like you're in a dilemma where you have to look at the pros and cons. And that's why Pansan said, okay, let's look at the pros and cons. What's the cons? He painted it as if there were no cons. No, I didn't agree with that. If you observe me, there were disadvantages. And one of it is that if they bring in bad one, it's going to affect our health. Okay, because there's a saying that says we have what we eat. We have what we eat. So if you modify something that God gives us naturally and you don't do it for a good end, it's going to affect your body composition too. That's my belief. The another thing I know is that it's going to also affect your own natural endowment that you have. Your own seed that you have will be face off. This same seed that is not regenerative, you bring it into your system, you will now, in the long run, be so relied on the foreign country to keep supplying you food or supplying you these seedlings, because you can't regenerate the one they are supplying you. So eventually you may end up in a worse condition if you are not careful. Now, that is the cons of it. But what's the pros of it? As it stands presently, our population is exploding, right? While we're waiting to deal with our infrastructure and declare state of emergency on our agriculture, which is not going to yield the result in a short while. It's a Greek. You see, the way people see agriculture, I don't know. See, if you keep two cattle today, male and female, how many years do you think you can have those two animals to produce 20? It takes years. It's a Greek. It's not something people think agric. No, agric is not like that. I remember my own grandpa is yam. We call it ilagbe in Yoruba, in Yoruba land. That is the head of that yam that we used to cut. I can still record that what my dad still plants to date were the ones he inherited from his dad too, and his dad also inherited, right? That's what they do. So you cut it when you are even selling, you cut, and you keep somewhere, and because you have tested that product over the years, and that's what you are reproducing. So if my grandpa produced let's say 6,000 to 10,000 per year, we are getting our own lagbe. My dad increased his own. If I happen to also step to his shoe, I'll be increasing my own, and it goes on like that. If we continue in that trajectory, we cannot feed the population that is exploding in Nigeria, and that is reality. So we need to separate the bad one from the good one. Once we do that, then, which Kulasa just said now is what I'm about to say, we need to go into preservation. Like that egg thing that I engaged one of my friends in the Greek industry. He told me, he said, look, the point is that we can't preserve egg, because where do you want to preserve it? So you just have to sell it out. And unfortunately, again, companies that use egg, like all these beverages companies and that use egg, they don't preserve, they buy and they use almost immediately. So it's not as if they want to keep it somewhere. So, but do we have research institute that are even thinking about, okay, how do we preserve egg? Let's see a way we can have a shelf, probably life for egg for okay, so number, or can we take it immediately and start using it for something? So we don't do all these things.
Ogbeni, we have a problem, because that is why we are now saying that we should probably peacefully, separate that country so that we can be, because the way things are right now, the country is not united. We have been joined together like that right from the onset. So this is just this is just too bad because without the government create so hold on, without the government we say without a government and then that government created this enabling environment and then assistance, the government that care about his people, that we always think of what they will eat instead of using our money to be buying aircraft and the SUV cars. You know what you know what I'm saying. That's why we're in a total dilemma. That we just we come here every day, we blow grammar, we make analysis, educating people that are even more educated than us. That they are more educated than most of us. All those them Obasekis and so, but they just choose not to. They just choose to be satanic in nature. So what do we do? We can't even refine our oil, and then you are not talking of all those research. Look at that research institute, IITA. IITA, IITA. So we used to go there as kids to play on the ground there. A very beautiful place. We go to the museum at UI.
It's still functioning very well. Let me
Yeah,
tell you.
but it's functioning. But what that was where all these tubers of yam, they don't have to be using that in Agbe or what we call Igbi in the Edo. So that head of yam. So because it was that, I still remember that that was where they carried out research that they can be able to cut tubers of yam into pieces and plant them. You know what I'm saying? So, but right now there is no government in place, and then until we accept that reality on ground, that is where I always follow Ajani Koko here, because many people, Ajani Koko always care about the people.
All right. I think he gets the drift of it. Bring that space to Mogweni, and then I'll take you to another.
One man, let me answer the last speaker. You see, I don't think separation is the answer to food insecurity in Nigeria. I read 2 books, which I suspect probably you have read before too, or maybe people here have read about.
No, not insecurity. Generally speaking.
Tony, it gets the drift. Let him just respond.
One man, I recommend 2 books that I just read recently. I told you I'm doing some background work on the history stuff that I'm doing. So I read 2 books on Biafra. There's one they call Together in Biafra. It was written by one guy, now in Bosha, L.J. Mitchell. Okay, L.J. Mitchell. I think that Leslie something Mitchell. Then there was another man, Halje Venter. The guy wrote, is it Biafra War, something bloodletting, or Biafra genocide, something. So now, there's a lesson I actually brought out from some of the things those guys said about food insecurity that happened during Biafra in the Biafra land, and they were not towing the traditional thought of or thinking of the staff, the Southeasterners of food and all those things. They said right from the time the northern part of Nigeria has been feeding the South. We said it here before that it has always been so, and that one of the major things that happened during Biafra was that food chain got caught immediately. Immediately the war started, the North cut their food supply, which they'd always been doing, supplying food, but war came, they stopped. And then the Southeasterners woke up to the reality of the fact that we now have to feed ourselves in abundance. And because there were bombings on their land and everything, they couldn't also, be so innovative enough to produce because of the insecurity in the farms. And because of that, there were famines. What am I trying to bring out from here? What I'm trying to bring out from here is this. Nigeria, you realize that our agricultural infrastructure and then willingness to farm does not spread across the country. We can't overemphasize that. We've said it here before and we discussed it exhaustively. So that we break Nigeria doesn't solve that. What will solve that is our government to wake up to the reality that without government support, agriculture can never survive in any country. One man will share only one experience before I leave this topic. In 2012-13, thereabout, I imported oil palm seedling from Thailand to the country, 5,000 seeds from I think Phuket Airport or something like that. They brought it in. Now, the instruction that came with my oil palm seedling, they were seedlings. So seedling simply means they are not seed. They were already growing, okay? They have shot out, all of them. And so they put it, there's a way they package it on cotton and all those things. And, I got with the support of IT and others, I got all the clearance and everything to bring those things in for my farm in Ekiti. Do you know what happened? Do you know they did not release my Nigerian Port Authority, or what they call them in Lagos? They didn't release that thing until the thing got spoiled. They didn't release something they said they should plant within the first two weeks of landing. And those agric professors, some of my uncles that I have in Ekiti State University, that were on standby to help me to watch the weather, planting and everything. We've already done all the ground breaking for the farm, and they did not release it until that was Jonathan time. They didn't release that thing until I think a month or two after, and everything, some overgrown, spoiled, and we couldn't pick one single seed, one single tree from 5,000 pieces. That is the kind of country we have. I wrote letters to, I don't know, somebody I've met in my life who was Minister of Agri, but I wrote letters that these things will get spoiled. You can continue checking my documentation while you allow me to just go and plant. Then after that, you cannot be doing everything. If you discover that it's not something that should enter the country, then uproot it after and then throw it away. But don't allow the baby to be flushed away with the water. But I lost that, and I lost a huge money on that. And that is just an example of how our country, they don't, many of the farms you see in Kuje, in Abuja now, who owns them? You see how Dogbe, empty farm, they are not doing anything. They just got land allocation. Obasanjo has his own there. Nothing. Lamude that just died recently has his own. Nothing. You can fact check me. They have it as in they share border one pan just like that, doing nothing, all because they just want to affiliate themselves also with that. That's not how agriculture work.
Could I interject you,
Benny?
Let me interject, Benny. Hold on.
Hold on,
okay.
I think Pansat wants to. Yeah, Pansat, so you go first. Yeah.
Yeah, Obeni.
Yeah, Mr. Pansat.
You said you agreed with me in part and you disagreed with me in part, and
yeah,
that's an improvement on your part. But you know that you disagree with me at your own peril. Those ones that you disagree with me on is probably where you got it wrong. The idea
or disagreement. Eh?
Yeah,
Why
no, hold on. That's just the preamble.
Eh?
Yeah, the issue about Ajahana, the issue, it's a slide comment you made. You read a couple of books, and they talked about they hear the Igbos go to war. They forgot that the Northerners feed them, and then when they were in the middle of the war, they said, "Oh, we forgot." When the war, they cut off our food. I mean, that's just silly, isn't it? Have you ever been to the Southeast ever in your life? Have you been to the Southeast?
That's what those authors say. Why do you like hate reading? Go and read those books I've recommended.
No. I mean, if you didn't really quote the names
That's
of the
what
authors.
Those authors say now.
Yeah, what I'm saying, give us the name of the author and the name of the book. That's fine.
I'm giving you now. Are you not listening? Where did you go?
Okay, well, that's okay. Let's not be argumentative so the moderators don't come in. What I'm saying to you is that the North do not feed anybody in the Southeast. I don't know if they feed people in the Southwest. They don't feed us. If you go to the Southeast, all that palm stuff you're importing, you don't need to have great, awesome palm.
Where do you get your meat from?
We get our meat. We have, as a matter of fact, when I was back home, right, we used to call like the goat from the North, right? We call it Ewa Wasa. It has no taste, right? But the marketplace decides if they've gotten lazy since then. Before, our cows and our goats.
Where do you get your onions from?
That's what I'm saying. You plant it. We have.
Oh, really?
I mean, when I was back home, listen, woman, test what I'm telling you. All you have to do is just test it. Maybe they've gotten lazy, right? Like for example, my grandfather who married 27 wives. We had a lot of farms, right? We'll go and we'll harvest no matter what it is. We have yams, onions, tomatoes. As a matter of fact, there's nothing you plant anywhere, anything in the Southeast, tomatoes, peppers, or whatever. And you dig it. I used to make my own garden. So there's not that we hated northern cows. They have no taste, or the goats. We had the one we called Ehi, right? It's black. It's not like the goats from the north. They're all tall and they have no taste. So the point I'm trying to make to you is that Northerners didn't feed us during the Biafran War. That's not what our problem was, and we don't want them to feed us now. We feed them. We supply them oil. We don't cut off the oil, right? We don't. Hold on. What I'm trying to say to you is that you expose.
So I don't want you to waste my five minutes.
No, it's okay. They're gonna restore you. What I'm just pushing back. Let me push back. You're allowed to talk all day, right? So use it wisely. Stay away from the southeast. You've been over there because you expose your ignorance when you're doing that. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's just a suggestion. You don't have to listen to me. They don't feed us. We don't need them. We'll cut off the oil.
Can you imagine, Pastor? Can you imagine this man importing a palm seed from from Indonesia? Who where else? I want to set up a palm research institute in Benin. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, and then we have all these palm samples, Kiripupa and everywhere. I don't know why this, why one should allow this guy to talk that long.
I'll give it back to you, Wendy. But your view of Southeast is so woeful. It's unbelievable.
Do you ask me how many states I went to get palm seed in Nigeria? Do you think I'm just here to just talk? Go and see my farm.
But the NIFO is there. NIFO is there. Even this pharmaceutical company is in Benin also. Indigenous one set up by World War also. We have all this program, but we have no government to run all these things.
Today,
exactly, Tony. Now you made a point. I was saying to you that the things you were talking about are artificial. We have a lot of scientists, right?
Yes.
Both
are just talking, just taking over the whole time.
We gave Asians palm oil. They got it
from Benin, from Benin City.
Yeah.
Those places in Benin.
All right. Ogwene, just abandon that because it could go on and on. Take us to Kenya and then give us a little flavor on Kenya, and then we go on to the next person.
Let me take you to another topic, Job. One man. Farming is not something you do on social media. You go to farm, you go and plant, and it grows, and then you face all what farmers face. So you may be here and be blaming Ogbeni. Go and do yours. Get a farmer and also farm. And that's for that. One man, you see this Kenya thing there is so funny. And I remember the question you asked. When in Nigeria will we get a president that will start engaging?
Ogbeni, please, 1 minute, please, woman. You see, what you said earlier about the palm ceiling that you imported that they didn't let you clear on time. Is a definition of food insecurity in Nigeria. You have people in government that doesn't understand what food security, what it means. So what I'm trying to say here is that even when we introduce this GMO, it doesn't guarantee food security in Nigeria because of bad management, because we lack the management of food security and everything that's around it. Because food production is one thing, food security is another thing. We cannot mix both. So food security, you start food security with even the loan for the farmers. Low interest loan. I mean, a low interest loan for the palm farmers. All the support in terms of maybe pesticide and everything, so that what they planted will not
and they're tax free for them, tax free,
and taxes and storage facility and good roads where they can collect from the farm and then take it to the storage or maybe to the marketplace in such an easy, maybe to the train station that we take it to the across the country. That is the food security that the government have to guarantee. So food production is different.
Yes,
So because
agree.
we are missing the two together when we talk of food security. No, food security is different from food production.
I agree with you so that I don't waste too
When just give a very snapshot response to that.
I agree with him. It's like they don't want
So what I'm just saying is that we don't.
We bring in this agricultural issue. It's a very serious one that I love the way people engage on it because it's an area people don't want to let go, and it's good because it's the foundation of our major issue in Nigeria. If a nation you can't feed yourself, there is no other thing we can really do properly. And that's why I agree with Babajale Koko that, and that's why I said we don't have the framework. You remember I said the infrastructure is not on ground, and it's because of the thought process of our people. Look at what Tony just said now. He said that why didn't I go to Okomu and others? That's the same thing those custom officers were saying back then till they destroyed that thing. And they never even ask what was the reason why you are bringing this thing from Thailand. They will not ask because that's the traditional way of Nigerian thinking. They just think like, oh, this is our traditional way of thinking. So they don't even engage you. They don't even ask critical question to get fat from you. You know, more like a zombie-like thing. So that's the way we do our things.
Benny, you say you're a lawyer, you say you're a farmer, right?
No,
claim
please
all
let
these
me
things.
continue.
What I'm saying is that I think you're a fraud, big fraud. That's what I think. You're a fraud. You're not making any sense of what you're talking about.
Thank you very much.
You cannot be telling us you go
just move on. Just move on. Go to another
Hold on.
No,
You say
hold on for you. I beg.
No. You've been talking forever. Just hold on. I will give you my time when it's my time.
It's my space. I beg.
I believe that you're a fraud. All right.
Basat,
You're not a lawyer and you're not a farmer. So
I
just
agree.
you don't fool everybody. You don't fool me.
Now. I agree.
So,
I agree.
All the deference they're giving you is a waste of time.
Let's move on. All right, take us to Kenya. Don't rise to debate, Ogweni. Take us to Kenya. Give us a
I don't give to frivolity, you know. So that's for that. Now on this Kenya, one man, when you look at it, you see, a nation deserves the kind of leader they have. When Ruto came, Uhuru Kenyatta was warning them about this Ruto. If you remember, the guy didn't support Ruto, right? He supported the Odinga against Ruto, which was a very dramatic, or what do you call it, change of choice. And but he didn't support Ruto. He was warning them against Ruto. Okay, now they've gotten what they wanted. These same Gen Z people that were, Ruto the best of all. That's the only man that will solve problem in Kenya and everything. Now they are in street doing what? Fighting their same choice. And I keep wondering. And something, sometimes when I think about this African leadership and I think, is it that we've never had youth in politics like this? The answer is no. We've always been having youth. You see all those Izeogu, Gowon, Ivejuana, and others. When they were also taking over in their days, they were youth. They were in their 20s. And they were doing all these exuberance. They will make they make choice without deep thinking. And it has landed Africa in what we have today. Yes, now they have grown older. Many of them have died. We now have another crop of youth, the Gen Z, that are waking up again, following that same path without going back to history and thinking about, okay, what did the youth do then? Sensationalism, you're making choice on maybe on sensationalism, you just make choice, rashly, and eventually you are dealing with the choice that you made. That's the issue I have with people fighting Ruto now. They were the same set of people that voted this guy. Okay, that apart. Now, what are they fighting this guy for? Already, Uhuru Kenyatta and other government has already put Kenya into a very big debt. What is their way out? One of the way out is to ensure that they raise more revenue from the government. That is what the citizens are saying. No, we don't want. But what's the alternative? I keep asking. If somebody is, okay, I'm not in Kenya and I don't know, but one thing I know about Kenya is that I know their debt profile is also endemic. And they said I think they are owing China, owing some countries too. And so If this man is fighting the West, because as it stands, the guy is fighting the West, or at least initially in his government. When he talks, we particularly the gullible obedient in our space will say, we wish that we have somebody like Ruto in Nigeria. That's what they will always put back then. But now everything has changed now. So when you now see what is happening now, you now see Ruto in that same space again. You're fighting Ruto. Okay, what do you want the man to do? Okay, they don't want the man to charge tax. Okay, has dropped tax. You don't want the man to charge this, drop it. You don't want the man. So if tomorrow now, the statistic comes out to say that your IGR has dropped, it's as a result of what you fight back from what this man thinks. And I'm not excusing him also from looking also to be progressive about other means of raising money. But we all know that any country that pattern their economy towards maybe the capitalist Western thing, tax is one of the areas where you get money. Now, I think one of the major focus, what should be major focus of Kenyans should be, okay, if you even raise this money, they should shine their eyes on what are we spending these monies on? How are we resolving our debt profile that the past leaders have put us into? Then how are we resolving the issue? I think they should be more pragmatic than all these frenzies or we occupy everywhere. They must not do this thing. If tomorrow the man said, I want to enter thought, they go poo. No poo. These are not the way to govern a country, as far as I'm concerned. And then for him to go to social media and be engaging them, I keep saying it. There are many people in social media. Not all of them you can engage. We all see it only in Nigerian space. In Nigerian space alone, if you go to social media, sometimes you just feel so irritated because you see those who are very critical and they are very analytical. No doubt about that. But at the same time, the majority you find in social media space, and when I say social media, I'm not talking of you go to LinkedIn and some Instagram spaces or WhatsApp spaces that are strictly professionals that are there, not people like Pansat, but professionals are there. All those areas, you get people still engaging, although you still find some idiots and code among them, but there will still be a benchmark in terms of their level of decency and how they engage. But if you go to other spaces where Twitter, all these free spaces where you have infants, minor, underage, you have people who is suffering from dyslexia, suffering from bipolar, suffering from different kind of issues with the mental disorders and others.
The deplorables, according to Hillary Clinton.
You have the tribalists, someone just tribal bigot somewhere talking about somebody will be saying good thing, something that will better their nation. The next thing perspective they are looking at it is, is an Hausa man, this an Aboki not get anything, they are too dirty, this one Yoruba is a Fulevu, this one Igbo is a boy, is Okoro, this one. That's all you just be finding on social media. And if you now have your president who should be dealing with serious matter, going to that kind of space to go and be engaging, that's what you'll be doing throughout the day now. So as far as I'm concerned, I think he just have an handler, somebody who is handling that space for him, which for me, I think every president, every leader in this contemporary world that we live today should have a department that should be dealing with your reputation and then engagement of citizens on social media. That is important, but not for the president to sit down and start engaging on social media. I don't see how that will hard to govern. Governance is a serious business. It's not a tea party. That's for that one, man. I think I've spent too much time. Let me talk just one more topic, and I will go. That is on which other topic do we have, please?
We had the GMO. We had the we had Obi. So the obedience. I won't say Obi himself, but the obedience somewhat trying to claim the UK victory for the Labour Party. We had Tinubu lamenting about electricity generation 4.5 gigawatts, saying it's shameful. So if he's complaining, then who do we complain to? We had ECOWAS set to unveil single currency eco. So we had a variety of stuff.
No, let me talk on this.
And then we had Biden calling himself a black woman.
No, for me, I won't talk on it. I won't talk on Biden. I think the Americans who believe they are the leaders of the world, they should be talking about who they want to vote for in their incoming election. I wish they were the Prince, Pansat, Babajaliko, all of them. I wish all of you were. You choose Joe Biden, you are okay. You choose Trump, you are okay. I won't say more on that. Let me talk on this Tinubu thing. You see, one of the problems I see in our country is problem complaining about problem. Now, one of my highlights during election, which I hoped and I genuinely thought Tinubu should address and will address, is the issue of electricity. And why did I think so? I look at his antecedents. If you remember, we argued this thing severally on this platform. I look at his antecedents, the effort he made while he was in office to do independent electricity generation in Lagos State, which Obasanjo frustrated. And I felt if he becomes the president, he will surely go to either revisit that his project or at least put electricity in the front line and will ensure that he achieve something substantial, not to solve 100% Nigerian problem on electricity. Why? Because I've read much about revolution in energy sector of some nations, and I know that it's not a kind of infrastructure that you do in a short while, but you should be able to achieve if you declare state of emergency on it and it's major thing that you are doing. You should be able to make good achievement in 4 years in office, good achievement that people could be able to say, this man has tried in this particular sector. I'm not seeing it yet, and I keep saying I don't know. I think we're talking about it one day, and I think Kulata was talking about Siemens. They are refusing Siemens. Was it Kulata? One of us there was talking about Siemens. They are refusing Siemens. They wanted to be using nuclear to generate and things like that. I'm not buying all those things because I've not seen anything. In fact, to start with, that minister of power should even go. I don't even know why they appointed that man as the minister of power. There's nothing that man is doing in that ministry, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know, he may be doing something, but I don't
You know, Benny. From my personal prism, I would say insecurity and electricity generation are the two most paramount spaces that Nigeria is contending with. But in terms of electricity generation, as important as it is, they seem to put the most useless person there. The one under Buhari, he could barely speak English. He claims to be an engineer, so he could not even cohere. I saw him on NTA once, and he was just using some sort of funkified English that made no sense, and you knew already that nothing could. And then this guy here now, who's just there to rake money to contest for Oyo State governorship. They don't even give it the importance that it deserves, and then he's telling us all this nonsense like shameful.
man. Have you ever seen the minister of power? Have you seen him in any interview before? You will not like yourself having such a man as minister of a critical sector that should have somebody who is up and doing. Even they should even borrow from Fashola when they put Fashola there. The vibrant Fashola couldn't even do something. Then you now bring somebody that is so relaxed, somebody that cannot even, he doesn't even understand the technicalities involved in that industry to start with. You know, you engage somebody like Umai, you know that Umai understand that field. You know, except you just hate, except people have that hatred in their mind. But when he speaks, you know, even Rufai Hussein of Arise, that will always be doing all his juvenile delinquency thing. When he faced Umai, he understood that, okay, this man actually understand this field. But you can't engage this minister of power and really pick anything. He didn't know expertise, nothing. And I don't know why Tinubu, this 1 year plus, you just put that man there. For me, as far as I'm concerned, I don't know what he's doing. Electricity. Electricity should be a major thing. Now, for you to now come out and be telling us that something is shameful, it's really, really, really shameful for Tinubu. It's not something, except if, because sometimes headline too, maybe we contextualize it, because all these bloggers, Nida Ikeja and others, they like using headline, and even including one man too. You use headlines that is so catchy that everybody just want to read. So, but if this is what Tinubu is saying now, it's shameful too for him to be saying that, because they voted you in to do the needful, just do the needful, and then don't complain about the problem. Thank you, Woma. I won't say I think I'm okay. I've exhausted too much time. Let other people also contribute.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Yes, Tony, you're up next. Tony, you're up next. You see, you were interjected all the way through. Now it's your turn. We can't hear you. Tony.
You said Tony. Okay, Tony. Okay, yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you did I mispronounce it?
Don't eat Eba for that.
No, na padediam and chop. I just finished padediam.
You don't smoke that thing today?
No, I not a smoke.
What do you mean? You say you they smoke bar.
Only cigarettes. You see some smoke when I do on my when I do on my camera.
You don't tell me before. Anyway, carry on. You don't tell me before, sir.
Okay, sir.
Well, carry on.
Thank you very much, sir. You know this our story don't it don't tire me. The story don't war. Because what we just talk about Kenya just now, it's the same situation all over the country. Sorry, all over the continent. I don't know why we should be borrowing money from all these vested interest people, countries. You are looking at your enemy, because they say that, if you open your eye, make something called the enter your eye. But in the case of Africans, we just open our eyes, Sansa will just pour into our eyes, So it don't tire me. So I'm just too confused about Africa that, despite the fact that we are home to most of the world natural resources, we are the one going, cap in hand, going begging, begging like a majiris. This is very, very bad, You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. So then for the electricity, something, is too crazy, that, that men like Ogbeni also will be saying that, okay, it's going to take time. It shouldn't take more than 1 year to produce it, or to at least to see something on ground, so that we can know the direction at which the government is going towards anything that they are. But they are buying a private jets and all this stuff like that, just like a lot of discouragement, a woman, a lot of discouragement. So meanwhile, this guy in Edo State yesterday, the governor, is the authentic man. Okay, so nothing happened to the guy. Yes, remember the story we carried out yesterday about he brought yesterday about the Edo election. So that guy is still on the race. Okay, he's still in the race, and then it's the man to beat. So then which other topic that was on, because my head don't scatter.
We were talking about the Kenyan situation. We were talking about Peter Obi claiming credit for the Labour Party victory in the United Kingdom. We were talking about genetically modified food. We were talking about the electricity, which you just and we were talking about this as well, which nobody has mentioned. Well, this headline here, it says global FDI decrease to $1.3 trillion in 2023. Africa's share just $53 billion. So, which is to tell you that foreign direct investment that people say are not coming in, it's a consequence of our global decrease in that sort of market space. And then we're also talking about ECOWAS to unveil a single currency called ECO, but Nigeria not active in there. The American President Joe Biden calling himself a black woman.
Okay, sir.
All right.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, you don't put you already. So anyway, for the Obi, something it's just like the decrease. You know what I'm saying? Then to the latest something, I think Tinubu should go and look for this Mr. Bat Nanji. That's what they do in Germany here. So they will just go across the party and look for somebody that is capable, that can take care of something. So that's why then to the Kenyan something. The Kenyan people were able to, kudos to them because they were able to organize themselves, because they are almost the same, of the same tribe, which is now bringing me back to that peaceful separation, where we have people of the South and the Southwest region forming the country together. So if any of them come out to be president and they start to misbehave, we go and storm his house or his grandfather's house. You know what I'm saying? That is it. So, because the question of saying that, okay, this is our turn, you have to be president for the South, you have to be Muslim or you have to be Christian, that one is, will be totally out of the equation. You know what I'm saying? So that is where we are getting this wrong. We are just trying to tackle this problem from top to bottom, which is very wrong. We need to go to the fundamentals, then, go and treat that root causes. The root causes is we cannot live together as one country, because if we start to protest, against Tinubu right now, then our people will not join. So, and then if the other people also have a president, and then they start to protest against the president, they are, then our people will be protesting. Their people will not join. Likewise, the other people of the north. So that's why the Kenyans something. Kudos to them. They did a great job for going into that legislator's house, and then burning down raising the place down. You know what I'm saying? Which is a very good thing to do, because they speak the same language. You can see now. You can just imagine. So because they speak the same language, at least they are all they have some Africa and cultural traditional commonality. So as a result, they were able to do that. But we cannot do that in Nigeria right now. That is why all these people that they call themselves government is not doing anything. So to the GMO, that our great woman there, the great woman that is the head of the NAFDAC, she did a great job. Only that she was just trying to be diplomatic. You know what I'm saying? In her submission, because she, because she doesn't want to hurt the people that Tinubu will be approaching tomorrow for 300 million naira. 300 million naira, not be dollar safe. Please come and help me. Going to the Arabs. Then we now bring in this guy, what's his name? This Akinwumi of the Africa Development Bank. Why can't we go approach that guy also? We just cut across the party line, and then the tribal line, and then even the whatever. Then you go say, okay, this guy, please, we detect you to be one of the greatest Nigerians. Come back home and then show us people like them Kojo Iweala. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we cannot rule this. This Africa something don't tire me, woman. So thank you.
Nigeria has borrowed quite a bit from the Afri-Bank, which is that Akinwumi, and Okonjo-Iweala, she's World Trade Organization, so it's nothing to do with lending money.
No, not lending money. No, I mean, like we can just beg them to come and be our president. Be our ministers or whatever. That's what they do.
I wouldn't object to Okonjo-Iweala being president. She's certainly more qualified than anybody we've ever had so far. So I wouldn't object.
Yeah, what about this Akinwumi?
Yeah, ditto.
It's a great man, because I'm going to send you a video tomorrow, okay? Or later on, about him. I mean, this guy said that Qatar has oil, just like Nigeria has oil. I told him. Then Saudi Arabia has oil, and then if you look at the situation, Nigeria has more universities, more. I mean, we can things that we can just make before. I even learned that Nigeria match has closed down all those surface planes where they make matches. We're not importing matches. You see now, we're even importing. I mean, it's just too crazy. We have got the foundation laid down by Awolowo now. So that one. So. Okay, Qatar is free education at all level. You know what I'm saying? And then everything. I mean, everything. Look at their cities, clean cities. But what is making? Why is it that? Is it because we are black? That even though that our oil is better because you can get more byproducts out of our oil that we don't know. That's where this IQ question always come into play. Whether the white people having a better IQ than us, woman. It's just so terrible.
Do you think they do? I think you've made the argument that they do.
Yes, sir. That was what what you used to usher me into this platform, and then you banned me on several occasions for going that way. And then later on.
No, I banned you for always raging against, and I didn't ban you, by the way. You've never been banned.
That time.
Yeah.
So that then Kulata also came in to help me out by saying that actually that we are. And then also there was a day that I followed you, that I listened to you. You was on the Kaizu. Is it Kaizu? This experience. I always follow you there too. Because of you, I always go there to click their like button. So then one day you was having an encounter there. People were talking about why we like that. Is it because we are not that the white people are more in a more harsh environment that is making them or whatever. Then you remember. So and then, but we of the Congo people, we can't. Okay, we have the hot weather too. That we, that why we not fit on the event and innovate. And then but uh, but just up to recently, let's say in the 50s now. Okay, if our could do all those things, why can't we just follow that line up? You know what I'm saying? Like by teaching the life and times of our war in our schools, like they do in Germany here. Hitler is a very bad guy, but they do showcase him every day on the German TVs after 11 p.m. every day. They will show where he was defeated. They will show what he did, all those atrocities that he committed, and then how he was able to build underground cities. You know what I'm saying? They will be shown. So those children are in the school. They will be learning about it. I was able to. Most of these companies were already in existence before Hitler came into being. All these Siemens and Bosch. But when he came, the way he handled those people that like all this Tony, Illumilu, you know what I mean? All those kind of people like Otedola. We need to eliminate all those or just reduce them to their level. Otherwise, the country cannot move forward because I learned that there was a meeting that took place, see between Tinubu. Okay, you are the one that gave this thing today now. Okay, that there's some businessmen, then Dangote, they went and met at the same set of people that met with Jonathan, that met with late Buhari, allegedly. That's what we're talking about. So you can't be, doing the same thing and then expecting, see different result. How can you be meeting? Why can't you just go and pick some fresh men and women, from the academic world, you know what I'm saying? Let them come and lecture, show you or work as a team. How do we make? Because in Germany here, every day people go to the TV, those analysts, they have a technical analyst, political analyst. They will come to the TV, and then that is where, these are the people that are showing the government the way to go. But in our own case, you are a president, you just be like God. You know what I'm saying, woman? This is just too terrible. That's what made the white people more intelligent, and then even both individually and collectively too, because like in our own case, once we are in abroad, we have a good home, then we'll be sending money back home to the people, and that's all, and then we are even encouraging even ministers in Nigeria. The so-called ministers are the one who are even helping people to get passport and visa to jackpot from our country. See, so I don't know what this situation is just too bad, woman. I don't want to take your time too much today. Yesterday I stayed up to early this morning, and I still going to do some job. So I really want to sleep now.
All right, William. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thank you very much because I can't believe that I can't imagine that you will be going against a government that doesn't care for our people. Even though that we all help to bring that government, into power. Now that they are not doing the right thing, and then I'm very, very, very appreciative of your effort. I hope that people don't always misunderstood or misconstrued you. That you are a very good man, kind-hearted man. You know what I'm saying? Because the time of election has passed, and now this is time for the people to get down, roll up their sleeves, and do the right thing for us. And they are not doing it. And then I'm very happy that you are just, going after them also. So may the God of our ancestors bless you, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Tony. So I've always tried to explain, but people have always found it a struggle to understand that I've only ever had one candidate, and that candidate has always been Nigeria, and that has always been the position of the platform. So even in the course of that election, it was a process of elimination. It was a negative landing point rather than a landing point of optimism. So what? Let me speak.
Your platform is the most objective. Your platform is the most objective, and then so democratic in nature. You get me now? Because
you won't. I've not even said what I wanted to say, but I carry on.
Okay, I'm sorry. So, but I don't want to. I know exactly where you were going to. Man, you are just too much, because sometimes. I do wonder, isn't it the same one, man? Because when I look at every other platform, I'm telling you now, your platform is the most objective. You know what I'm saying? And then more democratic in nature, because you allowed every diverse opinions to play out. You know what I'm saying? And then, I mean, I just like that one. And then you see that I'm very happy that most of the people that also helped to bring in Tinubu, they are now against him. And then these are our people, not be saying other people of other region. You know what I'm saying? So I'm very happy that we are just showing that we are civilized people, that we are not biased. You know what I'm saying? Because we decided to support Tinubu because it was a guy that was closer to us. We thought that he could help us, and now that he's not doing it.
You speak for yourself. Or I don't support Tinubu.
Not you. You are the owner of the
said
platform.
my candidate is Nigeria.
Yeah, you are the owner of the platform. You don't have to support. I mean, as a moderator and the owner of the platform, but at least you allowed every opinion to flow here. That's what makes you to be. I mean, different. Yeah, but you can still tell me what I will let you land now. You want to say something?
I've lost the train of thought.
You were talking about Nigeria was your candidate. Okay, that is very correct. But sometimes when you talk about Tinubu back then, or you talk about about Obi, people will just they don't know that say you the joke. They don't know say you the joke that time.
I wasn't joking. So if you let me speak for myself, then if you won't let me speak, then I can.
No, right on, sir. I'm sorry, right on, sir.
Yes. I was just saying that it was a process of elimination, and it was not a negative landing on that Tinubu will be president rather than anything else. Atiku was never viable for reasons of all of the candidates. He is the most endemically corrupt out of all of them, and he's told you categorically that he's there to sell all of the assets of the country. So he was never a possibility. And then Kwakwanso is a single narrative candidate. He only had one spot, which was Kano, and that played out in the election. And Peter Obi was never even an equation at all. He was a latter-day saint that came in 6 months into the thing without any pedigree that really commended him in any way. So if there was somebody strong, when the elections even came up, we were canvassing for Kingsley Moghalu, but he couldn't get the YPP ticket. Otherwise, we would have gone hell for leather for him. So, and Sowore was just too, it was just too radically left and non-compromisingly a looter for anything meaningful. So, out of the possibilities, there was never, the possibilities limited themselves to default to the negative that we have now. So that was how that space played out. But Pansat, you're up next. You there, Pansat?
I'm here. Where am I?
Yeah, well, I can only know if we hear your voice. Good to have you, Pansat. So you know the talking points, or do you want me to rattle them through again?
Yeah, let's do it according to your stick. The way you normally do it. Go ahead. Let's do it.
All right. Do you want to kick it off with in Kenya that have now brought the government to its knee and forced them on Twitter Space for a public flogging?
Yes. What Kenya? I'm very, very proud of Kenyans, and they're getting some respect out of this William Ruto. That's the way the youth of Africa had always conducted themselves. When there is a call for them to come in and right the ship, they normally rise to the occasion. So Tony mentioned earlier the homogeneity of Kenyans when it comes to religion and things like that. It helps them. We in Nigeria, we are that intersection of traditions, like I've always said, which is Islamic, Christian. It's a major problem when the population is very close. You probably have about 70% Christians and maybe 30% or 25 to 30% Muslims in Nigeria. It's a major problem in every country. So there's no way we could have.
Where did you get your data?
By observation. By observation. I'm a fair guy.
Observation.
It's a scientific method, by the way. A lot of people, when you say you did things by observation, they start looking. Hold on.
Yeah.
When you do things by observation, it's scientific. It's the top scientific method. Like right now, when I go to Mars, we send robots into Mars, but it's not as good as we're striving to send people there so they could take a good look, conduct some experiments and do stuff like that. So there's nothing wrong with you believing your lying eyes, Coco. When you go to restaurants in Nigeria, you see Christians. You hardly see any Fulani or something in a restaurant or a nightclub or
Can you just stop making this?
No, hold on. I'm trying to tell you how you observe a population. I'm naming places. You go to schools, secondary school, universities. If you're not in school, you're not at the beach. Right? Hold on. Are you gonna let me land here? It's my turn. Yeah, I don't mind interjection, but I don't want heckling, right? That's
But
not
propaganda lies and
okay. I will engage you. I will engage you at the end of my remarks. No problem. I wanna make. Let's not dabaru the session. I'm talking about Kenya for one. I'm trying to say that by the way, it's scientific. If you Google it right now, they give you the numbers. When you have 22% Muslims in a country and up, you have a problem to a certain threshold. Now, if you have them a supermajority where they're 90%, yeah, you don't have any problem because they're going to tamper down the minority rights, right? So, but when you have them 20, 30%, you have a problem anywhere in the world. It's the way it is. It's scientific. There are books on it, there are articles on it, there are research on it. So, and we live in it. It's going to take a lot of education on their side.
So, problem in Dubai, right, where they have the Muslim majority.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You have a problem when you have 90-something%. One man, could you explain to him what I'm saying? When you have 90-something%, you don't have a problem because then it'd be an Islamic republic or Islamic kingdom. I mean, kingdom, right? So you don't have any problem. But when you have Christians, or I mean, not even Christians, you have Muslims and Hindus, Muslims and who else is the Jews, like in Palestine and Israel, right? Or in India and Pakistan, right? When you have the numbers close or at a certain threshold, you cannot mix the two. It's the way it works. Now, when you have them in a supermajority, when they're like 90%, 95%, then you don't have any problem. You don't have serious problem because they would then subjugate that minority. It can't even breathe. So then you have peace. But that's not what we're talking about. We're saying in Nigeria, the problem we have, Tony talked about it, he's usually more vocal in talking about it. By the way, people such as Obeni, who try to elevate the negative, it's known the qualities that make a country successful. So, but some may say it's subjective, but if you take a look at it, it makes a lot of sense. You have to have economic growth. Government will help, use tax revenues, provide public services, healthcare, education, social protection. You're going to have economic openness. You have to feature very well in the corruption perception index. You need technology and innovation in that country. Can lead to 40 to 90% increase in national wealth. You have to have transparency now. When I'm listing these things off now, what I want you to do now is to say, okay, here are Northerners and here are Southeasterners. Let's say you're the arbiter, you're Southwest. Let's just remove you for a minute. I want you to be objective. In which of these do the Northerners defeat the Igbos? Is it in economic openness? Is it in economic growth? Is it in technology and innovation?
I'm not aware that they had Igbos in Kenya. I thought we were speaking about Kenya.
I'm talking about Kenya, but I'm trying to tighten the loose ends from the last speakers, right? The last speaker, Obeni, and all that went on forever. So, is it another factor that makes a country become successful? Is empowering women. When women are empowered, they can become economically independent, gain respect, participate in key decision making in the processes in the country. Do the Northerners beat the Igbos in that? No. So we have to grow the country, but who are we going to emulate? Who's leading and who's lagging behind?
Pansat, Oga Pansat, even the religion, you have Sharia in one part, you have another law in another part. How are you going to, make that country to work?
I know. I want to say.
Sorry, apologies, gentlemen. I don't want it to turn into an ethnic bashing session.
No, it's not. Remember, I'm not bashing ethnicities here. I'm saying what makes a country successful. Now, you could come in and say, no, that doesn't make a country successful. Empower women is not a good thing. You could say that. That's not a religious thing. Remember what I'm saying. You have factors that include quality of life, education, cultural richness, and political stability. Which one do you want? You are, by default, on that intersection. You have to make a choice. You want to go back to anachronism, or do you want to go forward and progress? So that's what I want to say. But on the Kenya thing, it's self-evident. I'm the one yesterday that was needling you. I say, look, one man talk about the Kenyan situation. It's infectious. Maybe our youth, they would emulate what they're doing and hold this Kenya's president, Mr. William Ruto, hold his feet to the fire. They have a gross domestic product of about $113 billion over there. Population of about 54 million. It's in the coastline, the Indian Ocean there. They have beautiful savannas, lakelands, dramatic Great Rift Valley, mountain highlands in that country. Beautiful wildlife. Lions, elephants, rhinos. They shouldn't be suffering. It's only 54 million people with these blessings. Safaris, game reserves, wild beasts, and all kinds of things, national parks. Kenya should not be suffering. And like I said again, Tony pointed out their homogeneity. They can protest. Contrast that with Nigeria, where you have a bunch of kids, called the NSAS, they went out there to protest, right? And they were being successful. They had Buhari by the balls. Buhari, who tries to be laconic because he's dumb, right? They will go in. I wonder what he has in mind. He's not responding to stimuli. He's not talking. No matter how much criticism you make, he doesn't respond. A trickster, a thug, military thug, dictator, committed a coup d'etat. You know, sometimes people come here and say, oh, Nnamdi Kanu, he's committed what do you call it? But Buhari's stance right now, he committed a coup d'etat. There is no statute of limitations on that crime. Under our laws, it's firing squad. He committed it, coup d'etat, you know that. He's the one that removed the first civilian government. Not only the first, the only one to commit such a heinous crime. And because we are in a country of goons, he's the one accusing people of committing egregious crimes. Picking up Showore and others, Nnamdi Kanu. This is a man who committed a coup d'etat. There's no statute of limitation. He's a criminal and he committed a coup d'etat. All the government has to do is to come, the right government, they say I come in there, I'll pick him up immediately for committing that crime.
Buhari did not involve in that coup.
Look, please, do not interject me with a
They
false.
handed over to him. You are misleading the public.
I am not.
Involved in that coup.
He committed the coup d'etat because
they
let me tell
handed
you.
over to him.
Did you do any research to know who committed the coup and who did?
I've read books on it. He did not.
Okay, well, your books are wrong. Your books are wrong.
Involved in the coup.
Yes, he is.
They handed
right?
He's
the beneficiary of the coup. And knowing him at the time and what he did, rule by decree, killed a lot of people.
Give me the title of the book you read on.
I did it by observation. I was there, so everything doesn't come from a book. Sometimes you believe your lying eyes. What I'm saying to you, but aside from the act of the coup itself,
blatant liar, man. This guy.
Hold on, please. When it's your turn, you poke holes in what I'm saying, right?
Will
you be quiet? You spoke for almost an hour here. Nobody interrupted you, right? You spoke for an hour. You're a farmer. You don't know anything, right? Keep your mouth shut. You're a farmer. You in the country where you
So
claim
you
to
are
be
insulting a farmer now.
No, hold on. In a
Farmer is
country where
the
you
enemy.
say you're a farmer, do you know how much an acre of land is? How many acres of land do you have? Do you think a
Where?
farmer in Scotland is a communal farmer in
You've not
Nigeria?
even been to Scotland before. Do you know what they call
You've
council?
never been outside of Nigeria before, and I can prove it. I caught you one day in another platform, and they would trace you to be in Nigeria, and you were there, and I told you then too. And you know I know. But anyway, so what I'm saying is that Buhari, please, one man, you do have to moderate when I'm talking. This guy, it's a fraud. Okay, he won't let me talk here.
You interjected him extensively, did you not?
A little bit, but a little bit. I think he's already exhausted that little couple of seconds. But anyway, what I'm saying is this, and Obeni, I don't mind you interjecting me, but I just want you to be truthful when you do it.
No,
A
I'm
lot of
enjoying
people
you.
know.
I'm enjoying you.
A lot of people know that Buhari committed a lot of crimes when he was head of state of Nigeria. That he came in unconstitutionally, right? That he was jackbooted thug, and then he rigged an election to come back again, and destroyed our country. He's taking a lot of money over to Niger. Do you think the kinds of money that's making us suffer right now is small monies? He printed billions and perhaps trillions with Emefiele and others. He constructed a rail line to Niger, and only to be transporting our money, he wants to take everything we have. He was a petroleum minister. They say our petroleum has been stolen. They're not being stolen. He and his people, including Dangote, they want to ruin our country. And you know that. These are foreigners in our country. But that's not the issue. The issue I'm saying is that these NSAT kids, they became successful. They smoked him out like a rat, two of them, including our current president, right? Had him by the boss. You know what these NSAS kids did? They saw that it was being successful. The government is giving them the 5-point agenda they're demanding. They say, oh, these Igbos, they're destroying our Lagos. Nnamdi Kanu is telling them to go ahead and destroy Lagos. Is that the way youths go on a campaign against the government? Go and look at what the Kenyans are doing. Did you see any of them do anything like that? They're destroying out. These are people who don't have a boot to piss in Lagos or a window to throw it out of. They don't own anything in Lagos. They said the Igbos are trying to destroy Lagos, and they stopped. So we have a problem. I like what the Kenyans are doing. Hope is infectious. At some point, now remember, when the last speaker, Tony, spoke, he invoked messiahs. Ngozo Konjiwale, the electric guy, what's his name? Naji. These are Igbos. He says, please, this government should go and ask them to come and help. It's messianic. That is what we're going to need in that country. You're going to have to beg the Igbos, apologize to them, because they want you to do well. They're not going to hold any grudges and say, you know what, you guys were done. You cannot do it any other way, because when we went off to war here and came back, the Yorubas and the Northerners, they were nervous and they start passing out degrees to their people. I've said it here. I am willing to bet from 1970 to now, you don't have up to 10% of Yorubas with actual degrees, like physics, chemistry, stuff like that, professional. They're just passing it out to have more than the Igbos. That's part of the problem we have. When you say, okay, then what is special about the Igbos? There's nothing special about the Igbos, except that they have to work hard all their life to get what they've got. If they have to go overseas, they have to sell toothpicks. Ato, what do you call ato? What is that? You know, the thing you use to clean your teeth. to send their people to school. They'll be selling things, trading, so that they could then have doctors and lawyers with proper degrees. There are women, including Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. It's not just an expert in Nigeria, he could be an expert at the WTO. It's for real. Naji could actually do something about electricity and so many others. So what I'm saying to you, in order for our country to do very well, you're going to have to integrate those Igbos. These people who are doing protests in Nigeria, you have to mean it, because at some point you have to do that. If you don't, go and look at Zimbabwe. Right now you got 30-something% inflation and you're crying, right? By the time Tinubu is done with that country, we're going to be in hyperinflation, period. There's nothing like it's going to go back. Everybody told you during the campaign, the stuff you're discovering now, there is no obedient that they didn't tell you. Now, obedient, it's...
You know, there's a certain element of repetitiveness to your contributions. It's almost, we can just play your clip for the thousands of times you've been here, and it's pretty much the same thing. But, you know.
Well,
don't forget to add that Dangote did not build this refinery. Then you complete the set.
You know, I'm gonna talk about that. That stuff you do sometime when we come out and we say, look, we're voted. You used to do this. That was very funny, by the way. When an Igbo person come here to talk, they say, look, if you had nominated somebody like Ojos or Carlo, we're not gonna vote for him. Okay, so you preempt saying that, right? And then when that person talks, they're going to say that because it's true. So what you're saying right now, I came in here and I challenged you to play the first day I came to you 2 or 3 years ago on this platform. I said that Dangote is not building any refinery. It's a fraudster. He doesn't have any value added item in anything he does. If he's competing with market women about tomatoes, that's what he's doing, canning it. In the colloquial sense, people would say, okay, well, that's value added because he took tomatoes, but that's not the definition of value added. It has an economic definition, right? Cement, bagging cement is not value added. Now, his counterparts are like Bill Gates and Elon Musk. These people are launching satellites into space, building electric cars. You know, innovation. He doesn't have anything. He has no incentive to do it because the government will hand him $5.5 billion of our money just in 2021 to build a refinery. And he built a bunch of pipes. Every day he says, well, I'm going to open it tomorrow. The last one was really, really, really telling. He says, I'm going to open it in July because I'm letting it settle. Quote unquote. I'm not making this up. A refinery. The role of a refinery is to take the crudest of substance and then separate it. You don't let gravity do the sedimentation for you. That's why you have a world-class refinery to separate it, refine it. This man went and says he's importing crude from the United States. And he made our government deliver many barges of our crude oil, at least on 2 occasions, to him. And then instead of talking, when Wike used to sing a song, it's agreement, make we do it till you talk. You talk nonsense. We're asking you for the refinery. Then he comes out here talking about, what is it that he's talking about Tinubu? They didn't do a couple of days ago. Could you remind me what that was? One man. What was he talking about?
Yeah, Bansala switched off, man. Just carry on.
No, could you just help me out on that? If I'm going too long, you let me know.
No, I wasn't in full attention to what you were saying because, like I said, it's so repetitive. So just carry on.
You are not speaking to the topic of the day. You are just...
okay, move on to another topic. That's okay, no problem. Yeah. The Kenya thing I've covered, I said I admire what the kids are doing. That we will
all right, go on to GMO. You seem to have some thought on that earlier on.
Yeah, I do have thought on the GMO. I try to define it. at what do you call it? Why are you actually rushing me? Or when he spoke here for a long time, I'm not saying
I'm not. You are not. You know. You are not. Like I said, it's like you've not said anything new that you haven't said before. You've not engaged with the subject matter. You've only gone to the tribal narrative, which is the only thing that seemed to interest you. You know, and then to throw jibes at people. Like I said, it's just.
No, look,
what you did yesterday and the day before and the day before. So sometimes people mentally switch off because it's so
no,
repetitive.
it's okay. Listen, I'm really sorry. That's the what you get from what I'm saying. But if you're talking about a snake, right? You're gonna talk about that it's long, that it crawls on the ground. We're talking. You bring the same topic. I have to say the same thing. That is true. But let's go ahead to the issue of the GMOs, right? I covered a lot of it earlier. I said I wanted to deal with the pros and the cons of genetically modified organisms. Most of the time is the organism that is being modified, right? It's a bacteria and it's mixed together with a plant so that it would then ward off certain diseases or stuff like that. Now, the prima facie, when it's reached, is for people to show that the product is unsafe. I mean, it's not safe because the pros, the scientists and researchers are showing that it's easier to store, for example. It's easier to store and to transport. That is less prone to waste due to disease and aging. That it's more likely to grow in areas with poor quality soil. And that it's higher in nutrients. They've showed the pros. Now it's up to those who are against it, which is what I was trying to hold Prince to, is to show some of the cons. Is it environmental? Is it that it causes diseases like cancer, like some conspiracy theory people would say? Because if you could show that, now who's going to let that happen? Do you understand? So it's up to those who are against it to show why they're against it. So I try to press him on that. I'm not trying to be difficult. The advantages are obvious. The food's cheaper. You use less pesticides, for example. Now, even those scientists would then tell you that if for example, a certain bacteria is used, it could cause allergic reactions to people who are naturally allergic to those kind of bacteria. They understand? It could cause antibiotic resistance in human beings. Now we could wait. Now it comes down, for instance, where it's dealt with in the United States, where the market would then make the decision as far as it's labeled properly. If you label this as a GMO food, and this is natural, this is organic, the market would determine. People could take the risk and say, you know what, I'm not allergic to anything, so I'm going to buy it cheaper. Do you follow what I'm saying? But you cannot do it blindly like voodoo economists and like you have here like Colata or voodoo scientists or voodoo farmers. Everything has to be done in the dark. Here, the Food and Drug Administration, what we call FDA here, will require special labeling for GMO food. So now it goes to the market. And they also make sure that the safety standards, believe it or not, over here, you also have safety standard for natural food. If there should be additional regulation, in the case of Nigeria, they should do so. But you can't be anti-science based on fears and lies for people who don't have anything.
Is there sufficient enough science in the GMO space in terms of its impact? You know, there is you know where the concern is. The concern is that there's concerns around sterility, and then there's concerns about mutation of the human body, a lot of concerns because, as Ogbeni explained, it's not actually, it's the re-engineering of the DNA of these seedlings in order to guarantee weather robustness and more to it greater yield. And I'm not sure that there's sufficient enough time that has passed to inspire the confidence that this could not negatively impact on the human form. And as Tony said just earlier on in his own personal anecdote, buying corn dry that would not grow. So a lot of concerns around that, and people feel there's not sufficient enough science for it to be rolled out to for human consumption.
No, but it's not true. There is sufficient, ample science on that. For example, in the United States, the GMO crops produced here and sold in the United States are like sugar beet, canola, corn, potato, summer squash, soybean, papaya, apple, and alfalfa. 99.9% of all sugar beet harvested in the US is GMO, as well as over 90% of all canola, corn, soybean, and cotton. 99.9% in the case of the sugar beet. You could check those out. So it's labeled. You don't have to buy it, but in 2018, National Bioengineered Food Disclosure Standard states that all foods containing genetically engineered ingredients must not carry that label, quote unquote, derived from bioengineering or quote unquote bioengineered. And it has a symbol on it. In the open. It's open. It's nothing that's being done by some discrete, clandestine scientists trying to take over the world or something like Bill Gates and all those conspiracy theories. These are science. If you can show your own science against it, show. But in the United States, we have a lot of food here, right? One farmer, West Africa, just one farmer. That's how huge the farms are here. And you have corporations involved in it. And if you do anything to harm anybody, and it could be proven, such as tobacco that harms people, you can be sued, and you're going to be sued out of your pants. Nobody's going to have that kind of exposure. So for those who are making those claims, such as Prince, who could be multi-billionaires, if you can prove what he's saying is true, because I just told you 99.9% of sugar beets are harvested in the US and sold here are GMOs. So we shouldn't take a back seat. We should also do our own. And I agree with that. We should have regulators who should be able to look into any of these, and any claim anybody make that, it should be looked at. Our construct.
Yeah. Oga Pansa, where are you gonna, so where are you gonna get to those regulators when we are living in a lawless society where you had, hold on. Ogbeni told you guys that he has to go and import this palm seed because he went to Benin to get them. He couldn't get an access, because there are no, because as you see also that he also say something about how he went to Abuja or the northern Nigeria where they want him to also pay some money. So we have no government. So and then
let me. You raised that concern, and that's patriotic of you, by the way. However, but you're wrong. Let me tell you, you're just afraid for nothing. We do have scientists. Not too long ago, our scientists are even better as far as I'm concerned. Right? We have a lot of good scientists in the country.
But they are not should be taken care of. You know what I'm saying?
That's right, because the leadership of the country, that's what I'm saying, is artificial.
Yeah, lack of leadership. So it's a lawless society.
Right.
Anything goes. They could bring any toxic material into the country, and then nobody will check them. And then even at the point of checking them, they can just give them some dollars and then say, okay, all right, Rakadede, just go, no wahala.
I'm happy to appreciate Rakadede because that's exactly where that will be. But okay, but in the field of science, right? Let me allay your fears. We almost there. The country impressed me the last year. They went out and they made the right choice. They voted for progress. They voted for Peter Obi and Baba Ahmed Dati, right? But the INEC chairman thwarted the will of the people. So I really don't hold it against the Nigerian people. We're almost there. So we made a mistake. We let it fester, but the country does not lack human resources. Don't look down.
But Tinubu has got this attitude of being a good leader too. But do you know that there are powers that be that is making things not to work out in this country, and they are the northern leaders.
I would, if I say that, then they're gonna really take my time. So let me have you say things like that. But I agree with you. Now let's look at how do they make GMO? Or how do scientists make GMO foods? Right? Like we said earlier, it's genetically modified. They insert new DNA into the gene pool of an existing plant. For this to happen, scientists transfer new DNA into, say, plant cells. They grow the cells in tissue culture and a plant develops, right? So now the new plant produces seeds. A person grows plants from the new seeds. Now the new plants will have genetic features that make them, for example, more nutritious or resistant to pests, diseases, and of course, climate factors. That's it. So it's not like there's voodoo in it. These are seeds that have been modified to be resistant to this or to grow in certain climates. We have to be scientifically inclined. There are so many things that have been modified that are, of course, sometimes much better if we're in the natural state of it. I prefer natural stuff, don't get me wrong. But we cannot be afraid of science, though. We can't. If you want to poke holes in what the scientists are doing, fine. The scientists themselves would appreciate that. They would love the fact that you came up with something that proved them wrong. It's a true or false situation. For thousands of years, people have used processes such as selective breeding, crossbreeding, like we talked about it earlier, to produce more viable crops. But changes.
I get you. You know that. Oga Pansa, my brother, we not get drought problem in Nigeria. So why can't we produce our food? Like the way we used to do. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're saying. That I think mechanized is okay. Stuff like that, but so we need the government to create an enabling, environment for us and to organize the wider society, But Nigeria is a totally lawless society. That's why things are not working.
I agree with you in part, and I disagree with you in part. Like I said, we are making progress. These things, for example, the first crops produced this way, what we call GMO crops today, was all the way. It's a tomato in 1994. That's a long time ago, a generation ago. So we've had time to know if it's toxic, if it does this, if it gives you rash, if it causes cancer. Nobody, I don't know if those who are listening to us in Nigeria, obviously, they don't know what I'm talking about. Here in the United States, there's order, there's science, it's regulation. It's not done by what you look like here. It's not done by the religion you are in. It's done by true or false and by an awesome constitution that protects the citizen. So there's no need to avoid a GMO now.
So we have to say kudos to that woman. That is just like that. Just remind me of this Dora Akuyili, the late. You know what I'm saying? Because she was also a very nice woman. But do you know how they battled her? So the powers that be, like tomorrow now, this same woman now that is try to make this explosion now. So we don't know what will be her fate. They may sack her. They may fire her because you can see that she was so diplomatic. She didn't want to say that they were not safe, but she just said that anyway. that we haven't carried out the research to prove that it is safe for us to consume. You know what I'm saying? And then yeah. So and then
I got you. Let me bring this particular topic to an end by saying the following.
Yes.
Right now, there's no specific GMO food to avoid. GMO foods undergo strict testing before they can be commercialized. It makes them even safer than other foods which do not undergo testing. Because
okay, finally, also
hold
for
on,
me,
hold on,
I will,
Tony.
No, my brother, I will advise that we start importing them from Germany, from other countries. Then already produce GMOs.
Yeah, that's fine.
So potatoes, corn, because I know that they are being produced under strict regulation here. Okay, I do eat the corns. So the GMO corns, I do go to the bush to pluck them, to roast them, in the oven. You know what I'm saying. So doesn't harm me.
Tony, I have to finish the other topics.
Yeah, we have to start. So hold on. Instead of producing them in Nigeria, instead of growing them in Nigeria, because of this lack of trust and confidence in the system, or due to the lack of system to check, made the checks and balances. So we better start importing already made.
I don't agree, right? So we disagree on that.
No, we have to import.
Hold on now, okay? I heard what you're saying. I disagree with you. What I'm saying is currently there's no evidence that the GMO foods cause cancer, allergies, or any health conditions. There's research ongoing. Okay, so we have to jump in there, enter this 21st century with Obi'S, right? We cannot be in the dark ages like we've done in other centuries where we lag behind. Right now, we have to jump in there with them. It's not like these Nigerians are Einsteins. We could lose a few people. They're no good. They don't even go out to march. What are we protecting? Are these crucial cargoes? No. If you're gonna starve, if you let them, they'll starve. They won't do anything. So we have to jump in with them. So I'll end with that. Having been there, no evidence. Now the evidence could come from Ajale Koko or everybody who's against it. Show it, prove it. Go grab some of them.
Thank you very much. So, but to be on the safer side, let's start importing. We start importing. We start importing the finished products from Germany, from Belgium.
No.
So we already know that before the people also consuming.
All right, no, just abandon that, Pansah. Take us to Biden, who assures us that it's a black woman.
Yeah, it's sad, isn't it? What I don't like about Biden is not a gaffe. He's an elderly man, and he started to make a couple of gaffes. All that nonsense they do with Trump too. These are human beings; they're not infallible. He could call himself a panya woman if he wants to. That's not the issue. But to sit there and have Israelis bomb and eviscerate these Gazans, who I disagree with politically. I know there's a bunch of terrorists there. We have the same problem in northern Nigeria. But there's no way we're going to be sitting here in the 21st century and somebody's going to sit in that Oval Office and let people commit genocide in front of us. I would not let it happen.
You know, Pansat, in many ways, the Americans are going through what we went through with Buhari.
A case could be made of that, right? I mean, not to that degree. I mean, but I understand what you're saying. Figure of speech. There is no other country in the world that will go through what we went with Buhari. None. There's nothing equal to that. But I understand that's a hyperbolic statement. But in the same sense, Biden is being given a soft landing, like his problem is his gaffes. He's an elderly man. If his heart was pure, if it's what he professed to have been, him and Obama, Democrats since Clinton, the people like Trump wouldn't have a chance. In the first 2 years of Obama, the United States had, out of the three branches of government, they had the executive, which is Obama, a popular guy. Everybody loved Obama, aside from maybe 5-10% of crazies, white racists.
I don't like him. I prefer a racist white man to Obama.
No, that's what the point I'm making is that they had Obama in the executive, in the Oval Office. they had a super majority in the House by hundreds. The House, everything like taxes have to originate from the House. The House is a very powerful institution. You know, sometimes we in Nigeria, we try to think like the Brits, where at least you have the House of Lords and the Senate. But the real power is in the House, including impeachment and all kinds of things originate from the House. The Democrats, they had Obama with a supermajority the first 2 years, not just for a month or two, the first 2 years. And then they had the majority in the Senate. But for Kennedy losing his seat to some kid, I can't remember his name now. If I remember the name, I'll tell you. So they had like 59 or so senators in the Senate, just short one of to have 60. And Obama played with everybody. And Biden was his vice president. And they had ISIS cutting off people's heads in Europe and environment. And he keeps pretending like they have equal power. It's a balanced fight between the United States and ISIS. So to make a long story short, Biden, to me, as with his long play in the government, because he became a senator at a very, very young age. He had been a senator, he's been a judiciary committee chairman and all kinds of things for a long time. These are powerful posts. And then a vice president for 8 years. And then he became president. So you have a guy who's playing us all this time, where you're going to sit there and you're going to have Gazans being bombed to oblivion. And you're going to have Netanyahu say, okay, the Americans say for us to do this, so let's think about it. We may not do what the Americans say. You know, he's playing us like Obama played with us during his administration and his health care and his dealings with the bank, making it look like all these people are a big opposition to him. Anything that happens under the president of the United States, that's what he allows to happen. If the president calls Netanyahu and say, look, before I hang up this phone, I want you to pull everybody out of that Gaza and go back to your boundaries. Before he hangs up that phone, they will do it. And that's everybody, including British prime ministers. If the president of the United States picks up the phone and says, do this and do that, they have to do it before he hangs up the phone.
So, all right, start to bring it on,
yeah. So to make it short, don't be distracted by this kind of gossip chat. He's entitled to that. He's entitled to make mistakes. He's an elderly man. He's entitled to all that, except if it's really affecting his job, which it is. Because there's no way anybody would allow Anthony Blinken, the Secretary of State, and his cabal, or what happened in Nigeria, where Tinubu, who committed all kinds of crimes here in the United States, went home, rigged an election, and they called him to congratulate him. This is why, and I wonder why that's happening. This is why. The man is not himself. You have this neocons take over. So that's why somebody like Trump at least will know. He wouldn't tolerate that. When Buhari came here, he told him, stop messing with Christians in Nigeria, and I'm not going to invite you back into this White House. You are out of here. He told him point blank here when he came here, Buhari. Disgraced him. So those are the kind of things which now we see why Tinubu was able to rig that election. Because if Biden was Biden, when Biden was Biden, to him on how he was sent home from America and made to forfeit his money, and remind him he was a heroin dealer selling heroin in the United States. And you want to be president? And they're going to allow it? So those are the kind of things we're talking about, not this gaffe. So, one man, thank you very much for the opportunity to elucidate some of these cogent points. I think there was one more thing that I could drop a nugget or two for you guys.
Yes, there is, but let's vary the voices. Look back to you, Pansat. Okay. So thank you, Pansat. That is the inimitable Pansat, the inimitable Pansat. So and thank God for that. Some of you may say, but let's see if Ajande Koko is ready for us. Be patient enough. Ajande Koko, you are up next.
All right, one man. It's nice to be patient and listening to Pansat.
Is it patience or endurance? What's the right word? Listen, it's endurance, isn't it?
Yes. But Pansat can be, you know,
he lives in a planet of his own, you know. Nobody else lives there, just him.
Look, let me tell you, Pansat is, I mean, can, you know, put out a highly intellectual, how do I describe it? When it's on point, when he's speaking to the real topic, yes, it will present a highly, he will make his point highly intellectual. But when it's going that egoism and trying to do that tribal jingoism, that is where he messes up his personality and most of is I mean what he's trying to push out there. So, but when you stick to the point, to the topic, man, Pansat can be the best. You know. So look at the GMO. Look at the way he analyzes it. You know, highly educative, highly informative. This is what I want from Pansat, not when he's propagandizing on factual, putting out what I mean, and what doesn't carry any fact when it's pushing out propaganda in order to you know make his ethnic group look special and better than other, and without any fact to back it up. That is where he messes himself up. Like the other time when he was saying, talking about Muslim and Christians in any country where you see Muslim 30%, Christian, they cause trouble, they're always trouble. In Yoruba land is just like a nation within a country. We're almost 50-50. When the Christian and Muslim, we don't fight, we don't carry out any religious intolerances against ourselves. It doesn't happen. So what's it talking about? So, but let me leave that. Let's go to the topic, one man. Take me through one after the other. Okay.
Yeah, you've already happened on the GMO. So do you want to kick it off on that? So where are you waiting that divide? Are you weighed with Pansat's analysis that no cause for concern? Or are you weighed with the concerns that has been expressed by quite a number of people?
Yeah, I have concern to that. I believe it carries some risk because GMO, like they said, they're genetically modified organism. You know, it tells us that it's not natural. It's not organic. It's genetically engineered. You know, organism. So it's there are some side effects of any food that is made through that process. And when you have a country that doesn't have a health system that can deal with health challenges that can come out of this, then you're going to have a very, very serious, people. We're going to be dealing with a very serious health problem in that country that highly depend on GMO food. So if you don't have a food administration that can, monitor the processing and, the production and the quality control, management of this thing, we're African. We're African. We cannot do like the infrastructure to monitor this and make sure that it's safe for consumption. Can we do it? We should just look at ourselves. Can we really do it? Are we ready? It cannot guarantee our food security. There are a lot of things, like I said earlier, food security is different from food production. So we have to look at ourselves. Do we really have a very serious, do we lack the capacity to produce that food abundantly in that country for our consumption? I don't think so. What is militating against food production in Nigeria is insecurity. Insecurity. Let's deal with insecurity and see if Nigeria will not produce abundant of food for themselves, for consumption at home, and abundant for export as well. Yes, we can. So, but even the problem, the real problem facing food production, we are not tackling that problem now. You are saying you want to transform into GMO food production. I don't know. We are not organized country. We are not organized people. We just want to jump from pillar to pillar. We don't really define. We have not really defined what our philosophy on even food production, food security, and what is it that we are good at, that we can produce in abundance, and what are the value chains that surround it? How can we develop this? We don't even have no philosophy to that effect. So I don't know. It's just this politician, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see them as governing us, but rather just playing politics, coming out with one thing, idea, one thing or the other, making it so that let's give them topic to discuss. Let's just give them something so they can, we can carry them along that, yes, we are doing something. We are trying to do something. If at the end of the day, we couldn't even do it, I mean, we move on from there to another one. We give them another thing again. And let's just keep on playing politics. That's the way I see it. So, on food, this GMO stuff, Nigeria, I don't really believe so much in it. I don't think it's the way forward for us right now. I think we should tackle the problem that we have at the moment, that is causing food that prevent our people from even going to farm. It is not that people doesn't want to go to farm, but insecurity, you know, making it impossible for people to go to farm. Why can't we solve that problem first and see if we can, produce enough food for ourselves? But we don't want to tackle that. You said you want to go the way of America. How can you do it? You can't do it like the way America. America land is a total. It's not as fertile as our own land. It's not. So they can genetically modify something so that they can have, you know, um, you know, produce it in a multiplying effect that they can have it in abundance. They don't have a pattern line as we have it in our country. Is it in the West that you want to talk about, or in the East, or in the North? We have it all over the country. Fertile land. Fertile land. Organic. Not mixed with chemical. Drop something on it and it will grow. One man, let me just leave that one and move to another one right there. So
all right. The Kenyan citizens dragged their president by the ear onto Twitter Space to give him a public flogging. So they are forcing him now. First, they forced him to surrender his tax bill. Now they are wanting him to rework the budget. They are saying a no to bad governance, which is to say the president must go. He was on Twitter Space taking a beating, and consequently now are reworking the budget, removing budgets to the office of the first and second lady. I didn't even know that such a thing existed. So what are you making then of the goings on in Kenya?
Let's give kudos to those guys for what they have done to their country, for saving their people. I'm talking about the youth in Kenya, young people, well educated, well informed, and better enlightened than our own youth. Let me give kudos to them for fighting for what.
So you think our youth should be raking and riding on the streets like a bunch of buffoons, like the Kenyans?
Oh my! Look, our own youth are badly educated youth, badly, right from their home, badly educated, raised with tribal, raised by their parents to champion only their own tribal interests. The tribal interest force against the interests of the country. So, and that is why they will never fight for what represents the common interests of the country. So they have bad education from their parents, and the educational system too does not even give them the best education for them to even know their right, that this is your right in this country, and you should be able to fight for it anytime, any day. That is number two. And all they want to champion is a wrong cause. And what is that wrong cause? Tribal nonsense that is not even good for them now and cannot be good for them in the future. So, but what has the children I mean, the youth in Kenya and done. What have they done? They stood up because the government came up with a policy, tax, to increase the tax, to reform the tax system and increase the tax. This guy stood up, said, no, this is going to bring hardship on us. You guys are living big. We see you living big. You're riding big vehicle. You have fat salary. You have everything good for yourself. And yet, you want to make life miserable for us. No, we will fight this to the ground. They fought street by street all over their country. And the government was forced to withdraw that policy, that tax policy. And what has that brought? It has brought the government to act right and, act right, and then in accordance to the wishes of those youth. And now the president is now saying, okay, the what do you call this nonsense? This budgetary allocation for first lady and the second lady will be cancelled, will never exist again. That is what democracy gives to the people. Democracy gives you the right as a citizen to always stand up against government rascality. When government is trying to effect any policy that is not good for you, you need to push back. But Nigerian youth, lazy youth, as what did you call this Buhari? Buhari saw them, he saw them all, that they are ungodly lazy youth that can never fight for the right thing, can never fight for what is good for them. And when somebody, a courageous person like Omoyele Sowore, say, let's go to the street, let's stand up against these people, it's time for revolution. The political, the press that represent politicians, is trying to destroy the country, is calling for anarchy. And then you see them, these youth, these people that call themselves educated, and they echo it too. Oh, so they're trying to cause anarchy. Somebody without gun is just talking, and he wanted. They said he's trying to cause anarchy. Is that the way anarchy is carried out? So
the pen is mightier than the sword. Ajale Koko, the pen is mightier than the sword.
Yes, the pen. I agree with you. And that is why we have to use. Look, the democracy we have today, it was pen that gave us the democracy. Pen and the struggle of some people, courageous people, that stood strongly against the military. The military were carrying guns. They said, kill us if you want to kill us, but you must leave this position. This is not the right place for you. You don't have the right to govern us or to rule us. The barrack, military barrack, is where you belong. People like Chief Gani Fayemi, like Femi Falana, Chief Alawa Akabashonu, Rasom Kuti, Beck or Rasom Kuti, Olisa Agbakoba, Fela Anukulakbo Kuti during his days, Dr. Taishonari, and many of them, and Wole Soyinka. Ken Saro Wiwa. Many of them stood up against the military to give us what we are enjoying today. What all these goddamn youth, what are they doing? What are they trying? What are they making effort for their own future? Are they trying to fight for their own future now and the generation coming after them? We did it for them, what they are enjoying today. Our generation took up the pen, wrote a lot of articles against the military. Some journalists lost their lives. Ken Saro-Wiwa lost his life. Fena Anikulapo Kuti. Look, they are wayward youth. But if you want to see them, they want to champion some of these criminals in the political some of these corrupt political party. You see this one in the West that are fanatics. They will say, oh, Tinubu is the president, can do the country right. Those rascal one from the East, oh, Obi is the person that can do it. Without Obi, oh, this country will finish. And you see the dummy in the North. Those ones are sit down look. They don't even do nothing. So what is the future? What does the future hold for them? They think politicians going to do anything to better their future, to better them now and their future. It's not done in anywhere. Even in America, people fought. People are still fighting against their government in America. When Trump was there, it was every time protests in one city and the other against Trump policy. This is almighty democracy, America. People still go to the street to protest. So the youth of Kenya have done, the great thing to save their country now and the future of their country. So what they've been able to point to politicians, they defeated them on this round, and they've shown capacity that they can hold them accountable. They show capacity that, look, next time you're trying to do any bad thing, any bad policy, anti-people's policy, we will come to the street and rescue you down. Now the politicians haven't seen this, what these children did. They will start to think among themselves that we cannot do this. We don't know what the reaction of this youth going to be. We don't want our country we don't want protests on the street that will bring, that make us look bad as government and as a country. This is a country. Look, Kenya is a country of for tourism from all over the world. So what image are they trying to create when they are protesting against them, and people that come for tourism cannot move around, cannot enjoy themselves? No. So next time, they will sit down and try to consult widely, listening to the voices of opposition against any policy. Against any policy before, they finally, roll out the policy that, will a sensible policy. Before they roll out a sensible policy, they won't just come and just roll out any policy. Oh, we can do this, just as the way Nigerians are doing. Tinubu bought billions worth of vehicle for presidential fleet and the wife. So the vice president and the wife. Vice president house 19 billion. And they are doing it and nothing happened. They badly raised youth. weak, wayward, noise making, and just no plan for their future, for their country future. Sit down and they allow them to continue to do it. Well, that's what they like it. It's for them. We have done our own. We enjoyed that country when it was a country that worked. Growing up, we enjoyed the best out of it. We fought for it. And what the democracy they have today, if they cannot fight to correct it, left for them. So, but the kudos to the Kenyan youth, and God will continue to bless them. And I believe a lot of country in Africa, the youth across Africa now, will see what they've been able to achieve through this protest, and I believe they want to emulate them. So kudos to them. So what's the next topic, one man?
So Adanle Koko, you said the Americans fought, but where is the fight now? As the 81-year-old president of your country gives us the assurance that it's a black woman. So, I mean, in the UK, before you are able to buy a football club, they will make you pass. They will take you through what they call a fit and proper test. So unless you can prove that you're fit and proper, they would not, no matter how wealthy you are, they would not allow you to buy a football club. So if that template was transmitted to America, does your guy pass the fit and proper test to be your president? the black woman in a white man's body.
Look, woman, you have to you have to tell me what this man really said. I'm just hearing this for the first time now. On what did he actually? What actually happened?
I could tell you what he said, but better still, he can tell you what he said. So here he is.
I remember as a Catholic kid growing up in an area where we didn't like Catholics didn't get a lot. I'm the first president elected statewide in the state of Delaware when I was a kid. Well, I looked at John Kennedy and said, well, he got elected. Why can't I get elected? By the way, I'm proud to be, as I said, the first vice president, first black woman, served with a black president. I'm proud of the first black woman in the Supreme Court. There's just so much that we can do because together there's nothing. Look, this is the United States of America.
Wow. Well,
so that was what he said, though. Do you want the interpretation? I've got the interpretation right here. So that is what he said. Bala bala bulaba.
Look, let me tell you this. Baba Biden is an old man. Yes, it happened. This is not the first time. It's unfortunate. But I will not totally condemn him or because of this, is it slip of tongue or what can I say? Though he repeated it, he said it first time and he repeated it second time. So I will not say, he doesn't have the mental capacity or this and that. Look, yes, Biden had challenges. It's not that too bad that he cannot continue his job. even in the last debate, even though that it showed that age is telling, but he was still able to, you know, he was able to deliver his policies and the direction that he's taking the country, was able to explain it clearly. But it was just some, you know, the way he was looking and the way he looked old and stuff like that, and make it look as if it's, something is wrong. But the optics is bad, whether we like it or not. It's very, very bad. But at the same time, I think the team around him that are managing him, I think they have a job to do, and they have to be sincere to American people. If his mental capacity is not that good to lead anymore, I think it would be good to throw in the towel and give way for another person to represent the party. What we are seeing is going to be very, very bad for their party. The way forward to the election, if more of this comes out, it's just going to be an easy ride for Trump to get to power, because people will look at all this, and people will, and the media will fire it up, and the people will say, you know what, the strongest nation in the world must have a president that is fully alert of and in tune with what is going on around him and what is going on around the world, and should be able to make a decisive decision in the best interest of America at any time, any day, any moment, and, you know, anywhere. So the way I see it, if more of this kind of situation happen on the way forward to the election time, I think it will really hurt Democratic Party. And opinion poll is not in his favor at this time. And the Democratic Party have a job to do, and the people managing the Biden.
Who do you think he can be replaced by to counterweight Trump? The smart money says Michelle Obama. Who should be able to defeat Donald Trump, of course, because she has better articulation and people gravitate towards her better.
Who told you that?
Michelle cannot win election in this.
You don't think so?
They cannot win election.
Who is she?
She's a well-loved woman, is she not?
Who told you that?
I
beg Aja carry on, Joe.
Michelle, only look, opinion poll can say something, but in this country, white men will not vote for her, and white women will not vote for her. I know that for sure, because white women did not even vote for Hillary Clinton.
For Hillary Clinton, even because of that, they didn't vote for John McCain because of Sarah Palin.
Yeah, so I just say sometimes when they come up with poll, Michelle Obama is leading Trump, I just laugh. I say, these people, they don't know America. So I don't know who Democratic Party can bring out a replacement of Trump. I mean, replacement of Biden against Trump. Some people are saying California governor. I think Trump will beat a hell out of that one. I don't know who. The only person I believe that will have been in a good position to do it will have been the former governor of what do you call it, of New York State. Is that Andrew Cuomo, the one that was caught in what kind of scandal? So that would have been a very strong candidate because it's very popular within the party. So, but
Sorry, I get it. They don't want him. They don't want Andrew Cuomo, the Democrats, because he came out in support of Trump for what they trying to do to him in New York. So trust me, they don't want him.
yeah, so I agree with you. So he's the person that, you know, by my own calculation, I believe can give Trump a run for his money, but it cannot, you know, it's been rubbish out. So I don't know another person that they can bring out against Trump. I don't even know this time because they are in total disarray now for, you know, what they are saying with Biden, and they are. I think they are in a state of confusion now. They don't know what to do, whether they're going to replace him, and if they should at their Congress, a convention, if they should replace him, that's going to be the end of Democratic Party. I mean, in this contest, that means Trump already been declared the winner, because the interpretation of that uh, is that the mandate of the people that given Biden the mandate to be the nominee of the party, the mandate of the people does not matter. So there's going to be a disaffection. There's going to be, within the party, there's going to be rancor. There's going to be a sharp division among each other, and that will automatically take Trump to the position of president. So, but let's wait and see. Let's see what's going to happen on the way forward. If we continue to gaff this way on the way forward towards the election, that be the end of Biden, and it's going to be an easy ride for Trump.
As the debate cycle, as it finished, the debate cycle,
they have one more debate.
In September.
In September, and you see the funniest thing of these. They are the one that called for the debate. They thought that Trump is going to reject it because of the legal, problem that all this legal problem ravaging Trump. They believe that they'll be able to use the debate to ridicule him, make mess of him, and possibly reduce the opinion poll that Trump is enjoying, destroy the opinion poll against him. But hey, Biden, which is the way he carried himself so poorly on that election and the debate floor, he just gave everything to Trump. Easy to Trump. And the inflation, the economic situation in the country that has brought hardship on the country, and the immigration policy, and the Gaza, the foreign policy that the foreign policy that how do I say it? Foreign policy that champion warmongering, particularly against Russia, that has brought a blowback against the whole Western nation economy. As are the problem that giving Trump that big mouth to destroy and campaign strongly against Biden. The foreign policy that is not looking good, the economy, and immigration. Everybody's seeing the way they are pouring into United States through the southern border. A lot of Americans are not happy about it. A lot of Americans are not happy about the way they're housing them, giving them hotel to live, giving them money. A lot of America are badly hurt now with this in this hardship economy. I'm saying that giving to illegal immigrant, they're not happy. So all this policy has given Trump that.
Okay, Angelico, which group do you think is most hurt by the illegal immigration in America?
What do you say?
So which group do you think is most hurt by the illegal immigration in America?
Well, I would say the entire America.
Why not say the blacks?
No, it's not only the blacks. Look, the blue collar workers. Who are the majority blue collar workers? They're the white.
No. I tell you, Coco. Prince concedes that everybody is heavily affected, but who is the most affected?
The white.
Well, you can't say that, can you? Because if you look at the bottom rung of society, which you say the blacks are over proportionately represented, that entry point is where the immigrants go into. So they go to contend with the blacks in their space.
I disagree. Not only the black, even the white are more affected because majority of people that constitute that blue collar workers are white.
No, but why is it that the question is being asked now is from the black side is what have you done for us lately? That's the question they put to him.
Well, I agree. Actually, I agree with Angelico what he's saying because when Trump said black jobs, people were quick to think black people, actually do those jobs in the majority. I saw a video online. I don't know if you guys saw it. Some black doctors and maybe surgeons and nurses, they were saying, well, this is black job, trying to poke hole at Trump's comment about black jobs that hey, black people don't do the bottom jobs. They do I guess high paying jobs, but that's the reality actually. That to what you're saying, Angelica, that white people actually will have the most impact in terms of the blue collar jobs. So the black people are going to suffer in the community because they barely have good jobs in that community anyways. Okay, there's no job there. Let's not kid ourselves. But the little mom and pop stores that they have, the Hispanics and the Arab and the Koreans are taking them over. So black business is more likely than black jobs.
So when you look at the mechanics, automake, they are predominantly white. So what you see, those of these people, some of these people that are moving in, that are auto mechanic, going to be working in some auto shops, cheap in some neighborhood, maybe Spanish neighborhood, Spanish, what do you call it, dominated neighborhood. So a lot of people will want to take car to where they can fix it cheaply than taking it to Firestone or Firestone and other, a big name auto shop. So that's not good for white people, Joe. The barbers, well, that don't cut across all the groups. You're gonna see some barbers gonna come in and start cutting hair at a cheaper price against the American. So all groups are going to lose in that respect. When you're talking about plumbing, majority are white, or it's how do you people that fit conditional, and they are white. So some of these people,
but the majorities of the majorities of the cleaners and security men, they are black people, and that's the entry point. Those are the entry point spots for migrants.
That is true. Yeah, that's true.
That is only when it comes to government offices. They can't take that job. But in the community, to clean restaurant and stuff like that, the companies, small businesses that own them, that are white, that so we everybody going to lose. It's not only black. It's not only black, Spanish, white, everybody gonna lose. But
Well, quickly, Angelica, sorry. I don't know if you heard Babati's submission yesterday about how now they're requiring, especially in the medical field or industry, they require people with multiple languages. At least you can speak 2 languages. They give them more preference over others, which of course we're talking about African Americans or Americans in general. So you can't say, but at the end of the day, we can conclude that black people will be the most affected group in America. There's no doubt about that, because you know why? You know the answer, Jellicoe. The other groups, they are quick to reorganize themselves and navigate the system and put themselves out and thrive. Okay, but with the black people, we have Al Sharpton, the worst human being in the world, okay, to lead us, and he's not going to lead us to anywhere. We have Jesse Jackson, another useless person. So our black leaders are the worst of the worst. So yes, the black people at the end of the day will suffer the most, get the brunt of the whole thing.
Well, those names, Al Sharpton, and who should I want you mention? The
Jesse Jackson.
Jesse Jackson is an old man. He's not even active anymore. He's an old man, so don't even bring him into the play. I mean, into any topic whatsoever. He's not active as he used to. So don't
quickly. So when I mention their names, actually, I'm talking about their institution and their legacy. If you forget their age, they were leaders. They are leaders, and they have a MO of operating. The Rainbow Push Coalition is a strong organization, still exists. The NAACP still exists. This organization, they have an MO, the way they operate. So you can forget about the individuals, but the way they operate and lead the black people is the worst in America. I hope you see what I'm saying.
I disagree with you. You can't say it's the worst. Whether we like it or not, those organizations are still functioning and are still fighting for the right of black people and color people in this country. There are many things that they are doing.
You know what I curiously observe?
Yes.
The black organizations, the civil liberty ones, NAACP, everything they worked for the blacks to gain from, rather the benefit, because now they are treated as minority. So the Indians, the Koreans, the Chinese are also minorities. Rather, they are the ones that benefited.
Correct.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
The
blacks who fought for it, nothing.
Well, I'm sorry again. I've been interjecting a lot, but that's your point, Baba. Now,
and they are also now being beneficiary of what the black leaders worked for. They turn around to denigrate the blacks by being what I've forgotten the word now. They kind of put the blacks down. I wanted to use a word.
But because our black
they
leaders,
discriminate
they're not
against
smart.
the black. That's the word. But the blacks work for what they gain. We are gaining today.
black leaders are not smart. They don't say now. It used to be everybody knew. Well, maybe 30 years ago, if it's a minority, that label is essentially ascribed to black people in this country. But guess what, Baba? To you, name one minority in America. Tell me the foremost minority in America right now. Baba, Baba, answer the question if you can.
Well,
which group is the foremost minority in America?
Hispanics.
No, they're number 2.
No, say I don't get your question.
Which group in America is the foremost
the Indians? The Indians.
They're number 20.
No, you mean which group or
is the LGBTQ? That's the number 1 minority. Okay, if you say minority is the LGBTQ, then the Hispanics or the women, the Hispanics. Do you know what number black people fall into?
Tell me.
Okay, after miscellaneous, then comes the black people.
List it. Which one is number 1?
LGBTQ.
Number 2.
Number 2 are women. Feminism, women, yeah. Number 3, Hispanics. Number 4, you can put the Native Americans. The Asians, number 5, but they don't care. They don't care to be minority. They establish themselves and do things like majority, which is powerful. Okay, obviously, Jews don't belong to that group because they themselves are just like normal people, normal majority. Say if you go down the list, and there's a group that's miscellaneous. That's kind of a joke that you guys missed. I don't know if you got it. There's a miscellaneous group. Then after miscellaneous is black people. That's our bottom of the barrel that we are in this country. So don't talk about NAACP and Rainbow Push Coalition fighting for equal justice. They don't do that nonsense. Government those days, that institution doesn't exist anymore. Fighting for equality. All they care about right now is corporate lining their pocket with corporate money. That's what is going on. So the black leadership in this country is failing big time. We don't have the leadership of Dr. King anymore. We don't have that.
Well, let me tell you this. I don't know where you get your fact from, what you're telling us now, but everybody knows that yes, the interest of LGBTQ is very, very strong in this country now. And when you're talking about LGBTQ, they all groups of all interest group in this country, are in that group of people. So so we have to get that one clear. The white, the black, everybody, all group of people in this country are in that group. So if you want to say that, I don't think she will be in the lead. They represent everybody. So that one,
they don't represent everybody. They don't. They just don't.
They represent all the race in America in that group. You see the white, the black.
What percentage of black people? What percentage of Asians or Native American belong to that group?
All the so let us take that one out. I will agree with you that Hispanics, by their population, I think they are leading the black now in population in America. So yes, I would agree that yes, they are number 1. But when it comes to voice and interest and the people that really have, when it comes to the power of politics, they are still behind the black. The black have that strong.
Totally disagree. See, this is the problem. We have appearance. We have a mirage of power. We have nothing. But I live in this country just like you. No, we don't have any power.
hold on, don't let us deceive ourselves.
Okay.
When it comes to political power in this country, the black are in the lead than any other minority. And when blacks speak, everybody listens. You know that. Yet we might not get everything we are pushing for, but when blacks speak, the
Black people don't speak, Angelico. They make noise. They don't speak.
Hold on.
They make noise. Let's distinguish that.
Well, it's part of the game. When you make noise and everybody heard your noise, and they heard you making noise, and they try to do something to pacify you, then yes, it means that you are forced to reckon with in the scheme of things.
No, Angelico, one man show platform listeners, Angelico is painting a rosy picture of the reality of black people in America. It is not true. Maybe in the cocoon where you exist, that may exist somewhat, but even that I disagree. It's not true. Black people, you see, just like they say, money talks, BS walks. Hispanic groups, that's the reason why they are very strong. That's why if you go around across the country today, the Hispanic commerce or chambers of commerce are dominating. They are dominating from every state, from every county. There's a reason for that. They support their own people, their own group with money. Black people don't have any power in this country. Stop that, Angelico. They make a lot of noise. I can agree with you. When a black person gets shot, of course, we see out shouting on all the news stations from Fox News to CNN and ABC and all those. Yeah, they make a lot of noise. Then what comes about it? Okay, then it's settled the sickness.
Angelico, I wanted to ask you to let one man play a video so I could go and have dinner. If it's okay with you, there's something I want to correct, an impression that we have on this platform. One man, are you there?
I am here, but I'm certainly not playing the video.
wait. Why not?
Because it's going to change the trajectory of the conversation, which has been going brilliantly well.
No, it's going brilliant. I'm going to make it brilliant. The only reason why I want you to play the video is that we kind of have that narrative, because you have a lot of people who say, oh, I lived in the Igbo land over here. They don't let you buy land. They don't, it's just that I have to go. But I'm going to be back. I just want to play it. Aja is going to like it. It's a positive video. Just a couple of minutes, and that's it. You go from 40 to 42. Whatever is there, I'll take it. And it's better than this American politics we're talking about here anyway. What you're going to see on this video is the Yoruba community in Aba, for example, right? It's just Aba, Osisioma only. And there's a lot of Yorubas having fun in Osisioma, doing very well. So I don't want the narrative that those who say they lived in Anambra somewhere, and they say, oh, we can't buy land, or we're not happy over here, as if you don't have Yorubas. In the South, you have a bunch of them, and they're thriving, and they keep their accents, they do their thing. Just play a snippet so I could show I have a lot more than we could deal with it on the
do you just say allow them to keep their accents?
What I'm saying is that it's not like
I didn't allowed to say Jonathan.
Because they make it sound like that. What I'm saying, just look at the climate. I would one might go ahead and hit it. 2 minutes.
All right. Ajale Koko, bring it home, and then we go on to Kandu, who has been waiting for quite a good while. Ajale Koko, back to you.
So let me tell you, my friend, Prince Daddy, if black people are not strong politically in this country, you will not see a black woman appointed as Supreme Court Justice by Biden. If black are not strong politically in this country, Obama wouldn't have been president in this country. He was able to push, black was able to push him, support him strongly, rattle the Democratic Party that this is our own. Everybody must support him. brilliant, intelligent, well qualified, you cannot read him out.
Okay,
So
but Baba Aja, before you carry on, let me give you another observation of those you are mentioning now. Let's start from Ketanji Jackson. The husband is white. Justice Thomas, the wife is white. Byron Donalds, the houseman, the wife is white. Senator, what's the last senator now? The black one, the wife also is white. And I can go on and on and on. So carry on. It's just an observation.
okay, so does that mean that person cannot marry to anyone in love, irrespective of their skin color? Or
No, I'm just curious that those ones they are pushing forward, winning elections and putting in the Supreme Court and things like that. Why is it that their spouses are?
I didn't hear you mention Obama's wife. Obama's wife is black, and yet he became the president of this country. So,
Yeah, so well, in the scheme of things, I don't know where to put Obama actually, because carry on. Don't let me say something that will cause commotion. Just carry on. Carry on.
You see, so don't let us black in this country have a stake in the politics of this country, particularly the national politics. When it comes to Democratic Party, the leadership in Democratic Party cannot do anything without the support of black. As a matter of fact, black represent the backbone of that party. If they don't get the black vote, that's the end. They can't win the presidency in this country. It is clear. So Trump today is gallivanting around because some black men are supporting him. The opinion poll is showing that it's gaining support from the black community, from the black men rather. So that's to tell you that blacks is not, they are not a group of people that can be wished by the side in the politics of this country. Though, don't say, Prince Daddy, don't say black interest. No, black interests matter in this country. And black has been the leader of the minority in the political scheme of things in this country. If black don't lead, others cannot get anything. Black propel the interest of the minority, the interest of the minority in this country is most of the time propelled by the black. So respect the black and the leadership of the black. Those people you say, oh, they don't do NSWC and say they don't do anything. That's not true. You are listening to the talking point in Fox News.
Exactly, Aja, you're 100% right. 100%.
Talking. That's the talking point of Fox News. And all the Fox News represent is just to destroy anything that is black, because that they know that if they can destroy that, then they can have their way. The white can have their way, particularly the Republican Party can have their way, winning the election all the time when it comes to presidential election in this country. So they know the power of the black. That is why you see this racist on Fox News pushing an agenda, a talking points against the black interest all the time, representing the leadership of the black all the time. But if you don't know their antics, you think what they are doing, oh, they are right, or they are never right. They are just.
I get it, Coco. I'm not telling you about Fox News. I'm telling you about reality. Forget about that. See, when I came to this country, black people, listen, black people were about 13% of American population. Guess what? The Hispanic and Latino community about 18.9, about 19% of the American population. Black votes is not important anymore. That's the reason why
How
the
many
border
blacks?
is
How many blacks are in the House of the U.S. Congress? How many blacks and how many Mexicans?
Forget about those useless
No,
leaders.
answer. Those are the
It's a
presidents.
question. Answer the question now.
Please.
How many blacks in the Senate or in the House of Reps against the Hispanic?
That would have been an interesting question if I can actually point to a proposal that they presented that benefited black people in this country. So it doesn't matter; it's useless. I can't think of one. Neither can you. Okay. So to the point again, that's the reason why the borders are opened to allow people from Southern America to come in to replace the black people. See, black come the next 1-2 elections. Forget about black people. They'd be so irrelevant that nobody will care about black men in this country. They've dropped to about 12.6% of American population, and the Hispanic population is continuing to grow. Many of these people are going to become citizens, and Hispanic will be about 20-25% of this country, and that is power. And that is power. So this idea that black people are powerful, no. In the reality of things, black people are not powerful in this country. I'm telling you, they are not.
All right, Ajale Koko, wrap it up in just a couple more sentences so we can bring other voices on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, woman. So don't worry, Prince Daddy. The next time you see a black man running for president in this country, it's going to be in Nwachukwu, and I want to see whether you are not going to support him. So let's wait until then. So Nwachukwu for president 2020, is it not 2027? Nwachukwu for United States president. So Prince Daddy.
Yeah, but 2028, but it's okay. It's close
2028.
enough.
Okay. One man went to move platform. We declare support for Nwachukwu. I want to see whether you're going to stand out and say you don't want to Nwachukwu for president. Okay, one man. Let me leave it there, man. Let go to another person. So,
one man, I'm gonna repeat my appeal to you to at least play some of the videos that
I don't want to, because it's going to take the session into a direction that I don't want it to go. It's going to go. Yes. I don't want an ethnic.
You don't want an ethnic stuff.
All right. Thank you. Let's just move on, man.
That's unbelievable.
Not today. Thank you. But let's go to Kandu, who hopefully is still there. I'm going to bring Kandu in, if he's still there, with a little bit of Dan Mariah Jaws.
Kudin biya kuma sun haɗi sai yayi wannan larabci kama mawi ashara wahid kullu wahidin ashara shayi mai shayi am
Ladies and gentlemen. So that's that Mariah Jaws of blessed memory, passed away a couple of years ago. So Kandu, hopefully you're still there. You're up next. Look at that. So you see?
No, I'm here. I'm here. How's everyone doing?
Well, good. All the better for you being here.
Yes, sir. I'm glad to be anywhere. You know,
you need to mute.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, sorry about that. I was trying to. Yeah, I don't even know where to start, honestly.
Let me start by saying I'll say it myself. Do you have a second device? Maybe you should mute it.
No, I don't have anything on at all.
I seem to be bouncing back. All right. Let me mute you then, and then I'll say something and I'll mute you. Yes, I was going to say, Emeka came earlier. We were all gushing in his praise of you. The tips you have been giving him, he's making money hand over fist. So much money that he abandoned the session to go to a strip club. but it's not paid its tithe and offering to the session to the session yet, to the platform yet. Yeah, but no, well done. So, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, are you still hearing feedback from me or something?
We are still.
Oh
Let me see if everybody else is muted.
muted.
Yeah, everybody else is muted.
Okay, you want me to
Use your time.
Tell him to go out and come back.
Yeah, let me go out and come back.
Use your time before you go.
That's up to one man though. Let me go back and come back. Let me go back out and come back.
All right, I'll post the link so it's immediate to hand.
Okay, all right, thanks.
One man, give me his time to make my presentation.
As soon as it comes back, we'll have to go straight to him. You know, we've
That's
had
enough
of the pleasure of your carry on.
Hurry up.
Is he back?
Baba, he's not back yet. Hold on. I want to bust your bubble. So go ahead, one man, hit it. Play that video so I can make my comment.
No, I don't want to. I've already said not because of anything in it, or it's essentially some purported the Yoruba people are praising Alex Ote's governance, and that's just it. But you know, I don't want to go down that route, man.
All right, no problem. Because you okay, is he back? Is the guy back?
No, he's not back yet.
Okay. That's another video I have, the very last one. You could play that.
It'll be along the same theme, wouldn't it?
No, it's not the same thing. There's no Yoruba in this one. I want to show
how
a governor...
ethnic something, Abi?
No. I want to show that a governor is able to assemble people from the north, people from the southwest into his council, economic council, and we're having results. So just the way I think it should be done, the spirit by which a governor. So let's hear the video first. It's a very short one. Turn it up. We can't hear. Can you hear it? Look at the names. Because there are people who are making the case that Southeast is inhospitable to others. And I'm trying to bust that myth because it's festering and it's making us argue all the time.
All right, can do it here, and I think that's your dinner date, so it's perfectly timed. So
I'm still gonna pack my avatar here just to have people fear and be respectful. I'm gonna leave it here. I'll be back.
They're just trying to emulate what I've done 16 years ago. So don't try to be blowing some kind of trumpet that, oh, you're doing something special. It's been done 16 years ago, or should I say 24 years ago, when Tinubu was governor of Lagos State. So they're just trying to emulate that and just copy that, and so that they can be more, they can show that, yes, the other Nigerians matter as well. So don't come and blow trumpet that they are doing something special. So, all right.
All right. So can do. Floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, one man, Abaja. I greet everyone. I'm not sure exactly where to start, really, honestly. Are you able to give me the lineup somehow?
Yes, let me rattle through what we've been talking about, but don't feel restricted to it, though. If it doesn't interest you, just speak as you will. We were talking about the goings on in Kenya, with the president having to go on Twitter Space to be flogged by the citizens. So we're talking about that. We're talking about the NAFDAC saying they cannot guarantee that GMO food is fit for human consumption, even though it's fast-tracking its way into the Nigerian space. We were also talking about your president, Joe Biden, telling us that he is a black woman. And we were talking about Tinubu telling us that 4.5 gigawatts power generation capacity is shameful. So if he's saying it's shameful, then who should provide the solution? So we were wrapping conversations around those spaces.
Yes, yes. Well, Biden talking about him being a black woman, I think that's as nonsensical as they get. Like I've said a few days ago here, it's really unfortunate to the entire world that these are the two men that we have in the whole of the 340 or 360 million people to choose from. It's really is unfortunate, not just for America, for the entire world. The good news is that if they put a goat in the White House, the country will still function. So, well, let's just leave that there. I heard Mr. Pansat speak very, very eloquently and as clearly as can be about this GMO thing earlier. GMO is nothing new. It's actually been in the Swiss, at least in the United States, for about the last 10, 15 years. And as he clearly stated, because it's a space I've followed for quite a while. We eat GMO. There are a number of GMO foods that we eat in America. With the 7 billion or how many of us on this globe thing called Earth, without some sort of genetic modification, which does not necessarily have to be about inputting cancerous or dangerous things into food, there is no way we're going to be able to feed all these people. There's not enough farmland. There's not enough manpower that want to work on the farm. Everybody wants to work in the office. Nobody wants to be a farmer. So if people really understand the space and what is actually being done worldwide, is about removing things within the plant system or the food system or the animal system that will make things, prevent things from spoiling much quicker, much earlier, so that food can last a whole lot longer. So if people understand how that space is actually run, I don't think it's something that they should be worried about at all. Let's see, Tinubu talking about 4.5 gigawatts is too little. Again, I'm very, very clear about my stand on not just Tinubu, but Tinubu and the APC conglomerate. He, as one of the leaders of that party, I don't look at him as just being in office for a year. As one of the leaders of the party, he should have been pulling Buhari's ears about where the economy is going. Any blind person would have a sense, could have seen where this was going. This is not an issue of who will have known. Like I've said here a number of times, Sanusi knew. He told them back in 2014 or 2015. The video is online. You can Google it. Sanusi and the oil subsidy. It's about 26 minutes long. Go and listen to it. So it's not an issue of who will have known. Anyone interested in these spaces knew. Again, we're just not serious people. Anyone interested, go into YouTube and put in India solar system upgrade. I think it was 5 or 6 years ago. Within 10 months, they added 1.4 gigahertz of solar, just solar, in 10 months. So from Obasanjo to Jonathan to Buhari, it is shameful. You don't have leaders. These are a bunch of vagabonds. They do not. I would never, not even at the point of a gun at Murtala Mohammed, am I going to call any of these useless people excellency. Excellency of what? You can't produce food for your people. You can't provide security. You're fat and bloated like a pig. And I'm going to be calling you excellency of what? So these are non-entities. The days of Nigeria will come, like I've said here. It's probably not going to be for another 30 or 50 years. But Nigeria is going to be a great country. It's going to be one of the best countries in the world because of the people. The human capacity can never be, it can be delayed, but it will never be suppressed for a long time. In terms of Mr. Emeka, I don't mind him. All we've been doing is putting out some some stocks and option recommendations that have been doing, incredibly well. I think the last options that we did was the SPY, which was on Monday, and those are, when I checked it earlier after the market closed today, those are up 192% from Monday when those options were put out. And we're actually expecting close to 900% return before the end of July. That doesn't mean that those are the type of return we're going to be getting every 30 days. I will be hosting a Zoom class tomorrow morning for anyone that's interested in options. What they are, we're actually supposed to do that on here. I think it was just time constraints and things like that. But I'll post it to those whose numbers that I have, and anyone who is interested. I don't charge anyone a penny for doing this. These are just things that I do, and anyone that's interested in doing it, they have their own account. They can partake. If they make money, congratulations. If they don't make money, congratulations. So that's really about it for me. I mean, I don't really go into the politics of whatever these people do because I know they just put things out there to make people, continue to chase shadows. And me, I just don't have time for foolishness. I don't accept my own foolishness, nor will I ever accept other people's foolishness. So that's I don't I don't talk.
But whether you pay attention to them or not, they impact profoundly on your life and how you live it.
Well, I think they impact profoundly on the lives of the average Nigerian. I don't live in Nigeria. Uh,
No, I'm
I
talking about politicians. Is it
Yeah,
Nigerian
yeah, yeah, yeah.
politicians specifically?
No,
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
what you're saying. They impact the lives of every person that is in, even me that I'm not in Nigeria. I know how much money I used to send to Nigeria. I know by how many percentage I've had to hike that up. But the reality is this: these people, this is not an issue of people not knowing what to do. These are just evil people. And there's no amount of what I say on this platform, how much I go to Nigeria and yell and go and start a radio station and go and start an online, that's going to change the average Nigerian's behavior. If When was the last time that we've seen Nigeria? Well, NSAS was the one I can remember. Nigerians on the street. These people have done 52 times more than what this guy in Kenya did to the Kenyans. We've seen people in the streets of Morocco protesting. We've seen people in the streets of Egypt protesting because of the hike in the price of bread. But our mumu is beyond too much. Nobody wants to die. Nobody wants to fight. Those whose hands can be greased with a few dollars and be made to keep quiet will do so. So, you cannot expect change if you're not willing to fight for what you believe. So unfortunately, and I'm not, trust me, I'm not saying if I was in Nigeria that I myself would go and fight. I don't know. When I was younger, yes, I would have. But, you know, I'm not a young chicken, and Fela is right. I don't really care about dying, honestly, because like I always say, there's nobody that can guarantee. Maybe being dead wherever they send you to might be better than being here. So from that standpoint, I'm not afraid to die. I'm not gonna go and stand in front of a 18-wheeler to knock me out, but I'm not afraid to die, honestly. It's not a thing for me. You're gonna die whether you live till 125 or you die at whatever my age is today. But the issue is until the people are willing to fight for what they believe, because from the days of as far back as I can remember, from Umaru Diko in 1982, that I've known the level to which these people still, we've had the same thing. Name it, Peter Obi. Let's say Peter Obi. Sorry, Peter Odili. Uh, all of them, from the north, east, west. They just. I've never seen a bunch of criminals like this. Even the ones that have money, when they go there, they still want to steal. To do what with the money? And like I say, if they don't take everything that they steal when they die and bury them with everything, no be them mama on them. Anyway, that's my little spiel for tonight, sir.
All right. Yeah, not especially in a talking mood.
No,
I
I am.
did.
I am. I just don't know. I thought I had tried to touch on Kenya.
No.
No, I am. I am.
No. It's fine. Mike is here anyway. So the after hour session, I think, is a bit more free flowing and a bit more esoteric and whatnot. But I get the sense that people are just fed up with the disingenuity of politicians and they're just fed up with talking about it because like you said, what's happening in Kenya is almost some of the things they are protesting against is the excesses at the governmental level and the pain of everyday life in Kenya. So remove that narrative from Nigeria. It mirrors exactly remove it from Kenya, same thing in Nigeria. Take it from Nigeria, probably same thing in Ghana, and it's just there's an underbelly of a revolutionary awakening going on across Africa, which I'm not sure that the politicians are cottoning on to, because they see this life of abundance being lived at the governmental level and they are scrambling for food. So the resources belong to the land. And do you feel a sense that there's an awakening somewhat going on in Africa?
Yes. We thought we had it during the, what was it, Arab Spring. We thought it was going to come at that time. At least that's what I thought. I thought we were going to have the awakening all over Africa during the Arab Spring when it started. And unfortunately, even with NSAS, it did not go, partly because of the division of our people as a whole. But one day, monkey go market, go come back. One day. The day that is going to happen, yeah, they'll be dragging these people by their genitalias on the streets of every state in Nigeria. What they did to Samuel Doe is going to be child's play when the day of reckoning comes. Because and that is why someone like me, I just believe you have to be evil to do what these people. You have to be straight up evil. This is not about, don't know, don't understand, So that awakening is going to come. Is like every other awakening. It doesn't, they don't announce it on Twitter. It just happens. You know, but I would have thought that people like this would have learned from Ceausescu in Poland how his helicopter was brought down. They did a kangaroo court on him and his wife, lined them against the wall, and machine gunned them down. I would have thought they would have learned from Saddam Hussein, Gaddafi. You know, these people don't have any brain. And if they have any brain, they don't have Opolo. If they have Opolo, they don't have Lakai. They don't. I mean, your job should be to go in there as a leader of a people to talk about and do the things that will facilitate and foster how your country is going to be 20 years, 30 years, 50 years from today. Not how many useless agbada you they wear. Who cares if you wear sunglasses that somebody made in China? Who cares what kind of car you drive? Everything is going to come to an end, including me and including them. If they have that understanding, if they have understanding that everything ends, including their very, very esteemed self, all of it is going to turn to dust at the end of the day. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So brilliant, excellent. So Baba is up next, but Mike is here. So let me bail out. I was actually thinking of how to navigate the session to an end, just as Mike turns up. So the after hours session, because I think after 6 hours it becomes like an endurance test. So thankfully Mike is here to take over the after hour session. Acknowledging the super chatters, Ayo, of course, he always gets a mention. That's George Blue Shell right there. Alexander Gomez passed by in the earlier phase. That's Kulata right there. Congratulate. That's sarcasm from Kulata right there. An attempt at. That's still Kulata still going at it. Tima Jack joins Kulata in that space, and that's Tima Jack yet again. And the latest installment, not the last, but the latest installment from Tima Jack. So Tima Jack, from Tima Jack to Mike, Baba takes the floor. Baba, you know what the talking points are. With your permission, let me bail out. Mike guides the rest of it. Thank you, everyone.
One man, before you bail, could I give you some stats based on what? Because I'm gonna bail with you. Let me just give you a couple of stats so you could take that with you. Are you ready?
Give us your made-up stats. Let's hear it.
No. This you could verify now. How many Hispanic Americans serve in the 118th Congress? First, we have 61 African Americans, right? 58 of them are representatives and 3 are senators. And of course, you have 59 Hispanic and Latino members, right? Do you want to know how many Jewish, how many you have 383 Christians, 168 are Democrats, and 215 are Republicans. So let me ask you, guess how many Muslims are in the U.S. Congress? Ever, forever and ever.
0?
It's not 0, but it's very close. There's 4 Muslim Americans have ever been elected to Congress. The first one of them being Keith Ellison, who is black, in 2006. Now, currently, you have 3 Muslims serving in Congress, and they're all in the House of Representatives, and all of them are Democrats. So now I have a lot more stats to give you if you want to know. I'm not saying that is a good thing. I want there to be more Muslims, obviously, but that's how many we have. What's his name? Prince is wrong in what he's talking about. Black Americans are undercounted, just like the Igbos are undercounted over there. By observation, you could see that there are a lot of blacks in this country, and they're being undercounted. And with culprits such as Prince, he ought to keep his mouth shut sometimes if he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's been very denigrates Igbos, he denigrates blacks. He's a Trumpster, which is okay. I am also a Trumpster, but I do it by being balanced, right? I'm not carried away. I talk about what's going to happen, not what I want to happen. I could say, look, Trump is going to win because he's going to win.
Not
Not
before
because
you
I
start
want him
spreading
to.
your propaganda,
Hold on, hold
whenever
on now.
denigrated Igbos.
No, I'm giving you facts, right? Or on this platform, you never said this positive thing about Peter Obi ever in your life, and that is quite incredible.
And why would I? And why should I?
No, I'm going to tell you why. You've never said anything good about African Americans. So hold on now.
No,
Hold on.
you need to take it back. You said I'm against Igbos.
If you were in front
That's
of me,
totally
I'm going
wrong.
to punch you in the
If I
nose
don't
right
care for
now.
Peter Obi, does that mean the entire Igbo race or what?
No. But you also have never said anything positive about Igbos, right? But it's
Well,
not
because you have your ears blocked.
Yeah, but hold on. I said you also denigrate Africans. You also denigrate African Americans. Let me land. So now, what I'm trying to give you, I'm going to give you the facts. There are 61 African Americans in the Congress, right? 58 reps and 3 senators. That's not small thing to sneeze at. Now, do you know how many African Americans are mayors, chief of police, right? You go and you look at it, and then you know how many astronauts.
Israel is one of the smallest nations in the world, but a powerful nation that is.
They have
so
9.
This nonsense about the numbers of the African Americans in Congress and the mayors doesn't amount or tantamount to power. You don't get it.
No, you don't get it. I'm busting all your myths right now. I'm taking you all the way back home.
I never argued or disputed the numbers. I never did.
No, but the numbers they are representing. You see, we have a representative.
I'm talking about power.
Would you
control?
That's power. Hold on now, Prince. Will you be quiet? I'm talking here. So what I'm saying to you is that if
all right. I just want to leave, man. So
let me wrap it up. Let me wrap it up, and you're gonna be very helpful in this one, man. When this boy's here, denigrating Africans or African Americans.
Don't call him a boy now. He's a father and a responsible man.
No, I understand, but I'm doing
it's just this language, man. Yeah.
No, I understand. Let me just say we're Africans, right? I have sons older than him, so he should be happy when I call him things like that. It's an endearment thing, right? So what you have to do is like I am spitting out facts so that will correct. Once he knows now he knows that I could pull up the facts to bust his ridiculous myths on this platform. You cannot be disrespecting Africans or Black Americans or Nigerians and the Igbos especially, and then just have a free hand at doing it all the time. Now that you know we're going to check you now from today, what I'll be doing on this platform is to check you on the facts, right? We have a substantial amount of
you're making a defense to an argument that I never made. I don't know what the meaningless facts that you have here. Well, what are you trying to prove here? I never contested and argued.
On the GMO, you were wrong. I brought the facts to deal with it, right? So we'll leave it at that. I will leave with one man, but today I've read.
Listen, it is a syndrome. It is a syndrome to always want to be right about something. It is very Lilliputian to someone that claims.
Look, here's the difference between you and I. I do not introduce a topic, right? I do not introduce a topic. All I do is to correct. When you say something that's not true, then I will correct you. Now, if I want to be right, I'll be mouthing off like you do, going into all kinds of stuff. You cannot come on the platform and be talking about blacks, talking about Africans, taking the Fox News verbatim, whatever they say, right? And at the same time, especially denigrating the Igbos, where you don't know anything about the Igbos. You haven't been to Nigeria. You don't even know where the Igbos are. So I hope. And by the way,
have I mentioned a word about Igbos today? What are you talking about?
By the way,
and I made it clear. Also, I'm not an expert when it comes to GMO, and that's how I was deferring to the experts in Nigeria to educate us about the danger, if any, about GMOs. I think you just want to be. You're rather showing hubris, rather. Your favorite word, hubris. That's what you've been right now. It's just a lazy argument that you're making.
Listen, Prince. By the way, we're not enemies. You and I agree on a lot of things. We're both Christians, and we defend the Bible within another platform. I mean, another auxiliary platform to this one, and we agree on those. And usually, I'm very, very disappointed in you. That's because I really think that you're a smart guy, but you're being partisan, and then you're doing it with propaganda, and it doesn't even fit you. I could see those who are in Nigeria who come here, such as what is the other guy from Lagos? I forgot his name now. Bishop. Ignorant people like that. But you're here. It makes no sense. There's no way you shouldn't be an obedient. You're a youth. You want the country to do better. So when you come here, you don't support Showore, you don't support Peter Obi, then what the hell is wrong with you? Do you understand what I'm saying? It makes no sense. You're not a mic here, for example.
I'm not a mic. Okay.
All right, let's move
Listen,
on.
you should learn to deal with people that have different opinion from yours.
Mr. Mike, did you see that attempt to pull your legs into that conversation?
I was just waiting for him to mention my name so I can kick him out. Man. He's a stupid idiot. I know he wanted to insult me before
So
he
you
goes.
kick him out already?
Yeah. That's what he wanted to do before. He wanted to insult me on his way out. That's what he wanted to do. He will insult me and leave. That's what he wanted to do. He didn't plan to stay. That's why I'm like, okay, I wouldn't even give you that chance to insult me. I might as well, since you are leaving already, you already announced your leave, so let me just help you leave. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Alhaji Simba ti dé.
Àti jí o. Good morning, sir.
Wọ́n ti dé o.
Ìbejì ń kọ́ rẹ̀ mí.
Very soon you will see him. He's coming.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Ẹ káàbọ̀.
Yes, sir.
Ẹ káàbọ̀.
Please, Daddy, I think you are too soft with Pansat. You shouldn't have allowed him to be saying all this rubbish that was in against you. That guy is just a covert manipulator, and he's not somebody that should be granted to be talking too much on this platform. Believe me.
I just leave Pansat. See, Pansat doesn't bother me at all. Not in a single bit at all. It don't bother me. I don't know what to make of it sometimes. I don't care. You can't hurt my feelings. It's just not possible. I don't know.
Well, I think one man was right for not allowing him to play that video. You understand? Because what I discovered these days is that they knew what people are saying against them, and they are now looking for pockets of videos to actually convince people that, oh, what you are saying is wrong. You have a pocket of maybe 2 or 3 people living somewhere. And there was a video I saw about Soludo also, that they said they made one Yoruba man a permanent secretary, and the video went viral, and everybody was distributing it. I will come and see you that you are saying that Yorubas are not in Igbo land. Come and see one Yoruba man that was made permanent secretary in Anambra. So those are the things that they are doing now, and the same thing they are doing, looking for pocket of Igbo people in other states and say, okay, no, these ones are Igbos. I don't know why they are doing that. Because I think they are just looking for relevance. I'm very sorry to say, because if you want to continue with this, you have to go ethnic again, which is, to me, it's not actually good. We have Yorubas in Kwaras, we have Yorubas in Kogi. We are not saying that, okay, Kogi state is the Yoruba land, or Kwara state is the Yoruba land. The population of Yorubas in Kwara is even more than half of the population of the whole of Kwara state. So what are we talking about? So they are the same people that will say Kwere is Igbo. Then it's just nonsensical. Believe me. Is Mike there? So let us kickstart our own discussion this morning.
Are you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Here he comes. Anytime we. Wọ́n ti dé o.
Rẹ̀mí ti dé.
you might communicate síra yín ni. 5 minutes síra wọn àwọn méjì á wọlé ṣá Rẹ̀mí àṣìbà. À ń ṣọ́ yí o, à ń ṣọ́ yí o. Àwọn Amẹ́ríkà ń ṣọ́ yí o, à ń ṣọ́ yín Saudi Arabia àti Scandinavian country à ń ṣọ́ yín méjèèjì.
Scandinavia.
Àwọn finish à ń ṣọ́ yín méjèèjì.
The two extremes
extremes
of cold and the hotness.
Shima, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Mike.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you guys were not hearing me. That's why I went out and came back.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, Mike.
Okay.
All right.
I didn't follow the show from the beginning. I came in I even came in 20 minutes. I started following about 20 minutes before I came in. So I don't know what the topics are, man. I have no idea, no clue. I don't even know what you guys have been talking about, sir.
Hey, let me start by asking Kandu earlier when he was talking about what was going on in Kenya, and he was bitter that such a thing could not be repeated in our country.
Yes, sir.
The issue here, our own dynamics is totally different from the dynamics in Kenya. Yeah. They are not polarized the way we are polarized in Nigeria. They were not as tribal as we have. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes. So it will be very difficult to have, and the way we even Nigerian citizens behave, it's very difficult for us to have
and also
an organic.
To add to it, they are also in a point where they've agreed on nation building. They agree that they are Kenyans. There's no such thing as secession. They've actually all on board as far as the concept of Kenya as a country. But with Nigeria, you have pockets of secession, and so like you said, they are more on one page, though they still know their identity, different tribal identities.
Exactly. They believe in their country. How many Nigerians believe in Nigeria? On one hand, we will say we'll be talking about Nigeria. On the other hand, I've never seen citizens of any country like Nigerians that believe in other country more than their own. Even on this platform, people identify with wherever they have migrated more than even they believe in that country more than even Nigeria.
Some of them don't wish Nigeria to do well, sir.
To do well. What are you talking about?
Fighting for it to do well. Some of them are happy. They're always praying that it doesn't do well. And that's why you see them say Nigeria would never work. It would never work. They always say that. That's what they wish.
Mr. Simba, if that was a question or more of a statement to me, I think
I'm just telling you why it will be very difficult to have such movements.
But the thing is, I preference what I said about Kenya, about the type of unity that they have that Nigeria or Nigerians do not have. And I said that it was attempted during NSAS, and from what I kind of understood from that, from that situation, one of the reasons it did not continue the way it ought to have was all the dynamics of differences.
The answers is not even a good example. I'm very sorry to say, Kandu.
No, I said that is the closest thing. I said that is the closest thing that I know.
How could you believe in your country? You want your country to be better, and the little resources, the little infrastructure that you have, you are destroying it. What kind of protest is that?
No. But sir, you see, this is the thing. At least in America, if you see a lot of protests, I've never been able to understand people that destroy their own thing. It is the epitome of foolishness. If you see when they do protests in America, especially around the black people's area, they will burn down businesses that employ hundreds of people. So you're going to put more people out of work. They'll burn down police stations, they'll burn down police cars. These stupid people don't understand that all they're going to do, they just increase your taxes. They're going to buy another car. They're going to build another police station. So it is. I've never been. You burn down businesses because you are angry about whatever the police is doing or this is doing or whoever is doing. So you burn down businesses that is employing people, that's feeding families because you don't have no brain. If you have half a ounce of brain, you understand that burning that gas station down is depriving people of jobs. Burning that business down because you're upset. You're upset. I don't care how upset you are. You don't have the right to destroy other people's property. If you do that around me, I will shoot the living daylight out of you. I will write my signature on your body with AK-47. So again, I understand it. I'm not saying that, me, I'm a one Nigeria believer. I don't believe in this separation. I don't care what Lord Lugard did whenever. I don't care who killed who first in 1966. I don't really care. I believe in this is where we are. If we're going to move forward, and those who want to move forward, let them move forward. If they want to have a referendum on some people that want to go away, have a
Can do,
referendum.
can do,
Listen,
can do. In me, anything that has to do with protests in Africa, I'm not a, I can't support it. You know why?
no, sir.
Okay, we just talk about the one that is happening in Kenya now.
Yes,
We
sir.
talk about the little one that we had in Nigeria. He also made mention of Arab Spring. Look at the aftermath of Arab Spring.
They went back to square one. It's the
Not even
same,
square one, they went back negative.
even negative, yeah. It's the same
They went back
elite group.
negative.
It's
Go
the same.
to Egypt now. Go to Egypt now and go and see. Now they're not even it's like a dictator.
He is a dictator.
And it was part of the old government. I mean, it's the same elite, part of the
You
elite group that
understand? If you ask the Egyptians now, they are praising Hosni Mubarak now. That
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about them.
I have a lot of them around me here.
they are
Yeah,
more
I don't
freedom.
know. I mean, I don't know. So I'm just saying I don't know
You
what
understand?
people
I have a
wanted.
lot of them around me. They are my colleagues. We work together. You understand? If I tell you
Simba, let me
how
say it
much
quickly.
a
Simba,
doctor, let me tell you, a doctor, most senior doctor in Egypt does not earn up to $500 in a month. Could you
And
believe that?
how much were they earning during the time of Mubarak? Do you know
Simba,
the network? Do you know the net? You see, this is one thing. Me, I don't care how much of a messiah somebody is. We all know how say Mubarak got into office. Okay, how much did that man have, and what was his net worth before he was put in jail? I don't care if you're going to save the whole country. You cannot come from nothing and amass net worth of $46 billion. I don't care how good of a job you're doing. You're a thief. You are a thief, and I don't care how much you come and save the country. Is it
Let me,
not? It
what
can
I
never
think
be
can
accepted
do,
by me.
I think what we should be talking about now is, I don't think that kind of thing can work. It has not been working for us in Africa. I think we should look for alternative.
Simba,
Believe me. Yes.
you know what's funny? For one,
Yeah.
that route of go out, overthrow, revolution, riot, and everything, whoever can step down, right? It doesn't make sense because first of all, if you're gonna do that, then you should already have who you want to use to replace that so-called leader. You understand? And then you say you step down, but we already have our leader that we already picked to replace you. Because, like you said, the Arab Spring and all this other so-called revolution, the people, okay, they came out to tell the leader to step down, but now who took over is not who you picked. It's just another member of the elite took over. So now, with the case of Nigeria, it's so simple. For example, look how APC took over from PDP, right? It was just a group of guys, they merged and then they convinced people to just vote for them to take over. And if APC, Tinubu and what's his name, Buhari, can take power from PDP. What makes you think these Nigerian people that are complaining, they can look among themselves, right? Find who they like, maybe the most competent people among ourselves, right? Most, for not only president, even governors, even like the most competent people, we rally ourselves, bring them up, and do a voting revolution where we vote everybody in that place out and vote the people we want in. Simple as that. That's a simple
Okay.
revolution.
Okay, Mr. Mike. You see, again, this is not just a Nigerian issue. You can start from wherever you want to start from. You can, start from Germany in 1929. You see, human beings, I've said this as somebody who is very observant of people and situations. Human beings, the vast majority of them are mumu and will invariably do things that will invariably do even things that is against their own best interests. Anywhere in the world, look at history of people. Even the children of Israel, supposedly, when Moses didn't come down from the mountain in time, they changed and started worshiping another god. So this is just human beings. The vast majority of them will do the wrong thing. They will vote for the wrong person, even when their sense should tell them. I don't care how hungry you were in Nigeria 10 years ago, to be collecting 10,000 to go and vote for somebody means that you don't have sense. You should not even be allowed to vote. People like that should not even be allowed to vote. They should screen your generation and take them out. Because if you don't understand that taking 10,000 or 20,000 or whatever thousand from somebody to vote for somebody that's going to impact the future, not your future, of your children.
Can do, sadly. that is the fate of millions of people in Nigeria.
No, I said no. This is not a Nigerian thing. This is that most people are mumu. They follow. They don't have.
So now you are telling us what the problem is. Now you are showing us
No,
what
it's
the
a
problem
human.
is.
It's
The
a
problem are the people.
it's a
So we
human
can't.
condition. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. It is the people. I'm talking
So
about in terms of choosing a
the idea
leader.
of rioting is not going to solve the problem. The idea of
Yeah,
we
but
burning down all
at the
things.
same time, you're not going. You should not. To me, you can't just leave a stupid person who everybody can see that is stupid, who is stealing everything that can be stolen. Just leave them in office just because you don't want to riot. I mean, so
But
it's
the riot won't stop them from doing the looting. That's the fact. And the
well,
riot will
I'm
not
not
overthrow
talking
them.
about. I'm not. You see, what I'm talking about is like what happened in Gambia. Like when those guys. I'm not saying that those guys cannot turn into monster themselves. But when
You
those
are talking
guys
about
went,
Senegal.
no, Gambia. I'm talking
No, it's
about
not my
Gambia.
Gambia. Yaya Jame, right? Yaya Jame
When
situation.
those guys
Are you talking about?
went in yeah, in 1 week, 6 days exactly, the amount of money that they seized from the house of these politicians, not just Yaya and his family, all the other politicians, was 1/6 of the national budget. I wish somebody could come to Nigeria and go to all these people's houses and their girlfriend houses and their soccer away. We'll probably pay off the national debt in 1 week.
Can do. I'm sorry to
Yes,
interject
sir.
you.
Yes, sir.
When this uprising happened in Gambia, there's some Gambian here. I have one that is so close to me. What is the situation of Gambia today? Is the same status quo again? They are complaining bitterly. The one that replaced Yaya Jammeh is a politician.
Remy, that's
Is
what
not
I
even
was saying.
Yeah, it was a family member. It was a family member of Jermaine. We all
It's so
know that.
funny, man. People, all these people, they will use them and dump them. If our youth of Nigeria, why don't you gather yourself together and say, okay, I'm under 20 to so age, come together and spread the news.
That's
Organize.
what Mr. Mike is saying. That's what Mr. Mike was saying.
Yes, organize
That's what
yourself.
I'm saying, because the approach they're all taking, the approach they've been taking so far is they want the person that's there that they don't like to step down. But they themselves haven't created their own replacements, right?
No. When you also look at the team of the project, you will know that this one is from the political party again. The team is all election must be transmitted through website portal. EFCC must stop harassing youth. What do you mean? It's already from the team alone. We already know where it's coming from. It's already coming from. We already know the hand that is behind you. It's so easy. And if you are saying people should go for protest, protest for what? Sometimes I ask myself, you want the country that has been bastardized for like 40 years, and then you want it to be turned around under 1 year? Protest for what?
No, but you see, this is not under 1 year. I rebuke. This Tinubu is not a 1 year. He has been part of the power structure of APC for the last 9-10 years. If he was, I'm not saying that he was in their government, but as close as he has been to Buhari, if he did not have enough power as a head of the family of APC, if he and all of his goons, all of his Lagos boys, fail to see the handwriting on the wall of what the Buhari government, this is not anything new. Anybody that work in that space, that look in that direction, saw what was going on. Even hold on.
Earlier on,
Yes, sir.
I like your submission, but I don't know why Nigeria are so fixated that as if the problem that we have in Nigeria now started during Buhari regime.
I did not say that. Even yesterday,
that's why I said I like your submission, because you took it back even to the time of Muritalan, and you understand.
Yeah.
Because now because the way Nigeria is so, maybe because they have forgotten what has happened in the past, they are only reflect, or maybe because we are partisan, because or because of maybe I don't know, they were completely exonerated PDP from the problem that Nigeria has. And everybody will just say APC is evil, is Buhari, as if is Buhari and Tinubu that actually drowned the country.
Simba, the problem is also that the youth that what they are clamoring for, do they also grasp the problem of that country? Did they grasp it from the initial when we get this country as an independent country? Did they grasp it? Or they are just fixated that I don't like this face and this face must go away? Or
I think yes, most of their complaints is not based on
it's not
principle.
based on
it's not based on principle.
It's significant.
Just based on personal.
Even aside from the personal, I mean, this is the reality. Even up till today, you will see people talk about Ijobo Oti Fuansheo. You see, this thing has been it's been embedded into the average Nigerian. I remember in the 70s, in the 80s, when my uncles were going to universities, you were expected to go to school, you get out of school, you get a government job, or you work at the bank.
Let's face it, most Nigerians don't know the solutions to their problem. They don't know. And most of them don't even know the roots of their problems. Many don't even know the cause of their problem. For example, in Nigeria,
some of them don't even know the problem.
Let me give you one example. Of the problems. One guy was making babies that he can't feed, right? And then he will be saying, "Look, bad government. Look at my children are hungry." He doesn't know that the problem was him that made the babies.
That's why I say some of them don't even know the problem.
Now, why he's talking to me is why we're still pregnant. So he doesn't know that problem, that he's looking at, he was the one that created it. He didn't know that he's the problem. And someone had to explain to him, like, in America, average Nigerian guy in America, we just don't have babies like that, because we will pay child support. We know, you understand? So some of them don't even know that their problem is, they just don't know. If you ask them, they'll say, "Oh, the new government." I'll say, "They'll say this government bad. I couldn't even feed my children." Are you kidding me? So
Mr. Mike,
they don't.
Mr. Mike, there's a part of the Bible that says if your part causes you to sin, you should cut it off. Maybe that's his problem.
Okay, so go on. The dick is the problem, eh?
When he's talking to Mike and his wife is still pregnant, like he said.
You know, can do. I have this electrician that used to work with me.
Mm-hmm.
It was when he got to number 6. I mean, the number of children that has to come. This somebody that will be coming to me and be begging me. And I ask myself, it means that you are even coming to how many children do I have?
Children. I have a distance cousin that when I was in Nigeria, the last time I was there before this last one was about 7 years ago, whatever. At that time, I could see that this guy's situation was just horrible, and it didn't appear to me that it was going anywhere. He would not listen to any of the suggestions that I gave him then. He already had 2 kids. And I told him, I said, look, Shegun, this is what I'm going to do, blah, 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 blah. But please, move Bentori along. Don't have another child. Please, don't do it. Now he has 4. Now he has 4. You like, and then you call me. You be like, I'm like, no. Don't say that again. I have to. Yeah.
And I employ somebody in Nigeria to help me do something. And before I employ him, I asked him some question. When I was asking that question, my wife was interviewing. Why am I asking those personal questions? I know what I'm doing. The first question I asked him that, how many wives did you have? He said 1. How many children did you have? He said 2. But when he started with his own attitude, that everything he want to start, all those millions are invested. It's my wife that go and do the interrogation for me.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we found out, first and foremost, this guy have 3 wives.
Whoa.
He has about 8 children. He has a lot of concubines to join them. So whenever he work for me once, he will work for himself twice. And then all the profit I am making, I'm using it to take it to the mechanic. So my wife now think, that's the reason why you ask all these questions, because I know what I'm doing. There's no way, as the job I'm giving you can even feed. It can only feed 1 wife and 2 children. It's okay for family of 4.
Yeah.
I'm talking about family of almost 12 or 13. And if you say this guy, I always give him personal money. So why do you remain so thin like this?
Remy, can we summarize like this? Because to me, how can we begin to raise a responsible citizen? I think if we have responsible citizens, then we have responsible leaders.
Do you know what some countries do? They enforce their people. First and foremost, you cannot have a child unto a girl if you are 22 and a man if you are 24. That is the first rule. The second rule, if you have a child, if you are pregnant, the state deliberately remove the pregnancy. They deliberately remove that pregnancy away from you.
You know, that's not gonna work in Nigeria.
Number 3 is that if your child, you deliberately have a child before you're 21, they will deliberately, the state government or the federal government will not recognize that child. That means that child will not have opportunity to a lot of benefits. You have to use things to control. When we are growing at alarming rate, the population is going out of hand, and we are not creating employment. And then the society have changed. People believe in that, okay, I want to get I want to get money very quick. And they don't have the resources, they don't have the will.
Remy, if you see what is happening now, you see that the Nigerian parent will raise a child. They will sponsor him from primary to university, probably to even master level. He will not get a job. They will marry for him. They will do wedding for him, and they will start feeding him the wife and the kids.
And they will live in together. Some are there even living together in the same house. That is the
yes. Now
I know it's
the only thing the guy will be doing is to be sleeping with the woman.
I'm having children. No, let me tell you something. I will tell you a
That's the
short
only
story.
job they have now.
I will
Hey,
tell you a
you
short
know,
story that
Simba, Ravi, hold on, Ravi. I remember when Two-Face went to the IDP camp in Maiduguri.
In fact, Mike, you are not your this thing is not clear.
Your voice is breaking. I want to quickly tell you.
No, Remy, what Mike just raised about IDP? Yes, we can hear you now. It's also about me. You are in distress. You are not in your best condition, and you see people carrying pregnancy, having delivery in IDP camp.
No, what I want to say is also different. There is this parent. They have like 4 or 5 kids, but they have 2 senior boys. Those 2 senior boys is like the first one, the first son of the family. They got a woman for him, marriage. He lives in Lagos. The wife lives in Ibadan. The parents are the one. The guy will just come to Ibadan every weekend, impregnate the wife, and the parent that is sponsoring the baby, the wife, feeding them. The second son, opportunity come. That one went to, they also married for that one. So that one went to UK. But the irony part of it is this. When they go to UK and they started having little problem, their stupid pastor in UK tell that boy that it is the mother-in-law, his own mother, that is doing them.
Oh, shit.
They castigate that woman as a witch. It is that thing that led to the death of that woman. Now, fast forward to the father itself. The father is age. Those boy in UK does not really take care of the man in Nigeria. He does not spend money. And the one in Lagos, he was just working as I don't even know, does not do nothing special. So they were unable to take care of the old man. So at the end of the day, when I sat down and look at the whole story, because it's the people that I knew very well, it's like these 2 guys, I mean the father and the mother, sacrificed all their entire life for these children.
But the Bible says Tomo need the right to be only for any semi. All those things they were doing.
Téèyàn bá jẹ́ òbí, èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ tọ́mọ èèyàn nísìnyí, ọlọ́kéèyàn dẹ̀ fúnra èèyàn nísìnyí, because at the end of the day, if you are not careful,
those things they were doing for those children, like my children. Me, I have 2. One is 24, one is 22. I have told them since they were like 13. If you don't do what you're supposed to do, if you have a baby, don't think you're going to bring your baby to my house. You and the baby can come and visit. But me, she can all over the place. If you can't feed the baby, don't have one. Don't have one. It will never happen. You come and dump your child on me. I'm enjoying it. So if you can't feed the baby, don't have one. I don't care. You're my son. You are my daughter. I don't care. So if you let people know that from the very outset, I mean, those people that you described, they're allowing you. Why are you going to go and marry for somebody who is not able to? Marriage, if they put it together,
Exactly.
Go and marry for some. So if you don't,
I think if we look back, our problem as a nation actually started from the family level. You understand? And even this sense of entitlement that we also used to have. If you have somebody in the family that is a little bit, maybe has some little change, then the next thing they'll be doing to you is to be blackmailing you. And ṣé wọ́n lọ ṣàgbára ẹ̀ wá ni, ṣe Ọlọ́run ló fún ẹ ṣe. Meanwhile, while you are doing your own, you are cutting your clothes according to, you understand? They don't know. You have somebody. I have a cousin. She was the second wife of the husband. You understand? So the husband has a school. The school was private. So, but what people don't look at is that even having money is something that you cannot say you can guarantee that the thing will stay with you forever.
Absolutely not.
You understand? So she started having kids. When it got to number 6, that was when problem now started. And before then, she was not even doing anything. The husband said no, they should not work. She was the only one. He was the only one providing for all of them. She now came to me, and I told her, I said, "Come, you are still under 30. You already have 6 kids.
Yes.
Believe me." I said, "This is your husband now. You can see now he could not even provide." She told me that was the day she came to my house in the at one night, and she said that if they buy, that the husband divided them into 2 groups because the husband has 4 wives, 2 wives in a place, another 2 wives in a place. That if they buy 10 kilogram of semo, can do. You understand? Their own group,
yes, sir.
they will finish
Yes,
it.
sir.
1 cookie, 10 kg, 10 kg. That if I buy, that we can eat it for like a month. They will finish it one meal. How can somebody survive with that kind of life? How much are you making? So one group already, they have like 12 kids on one group, another one that are like 10, and those ones are still young. Now a man, you are not having like close to more than 30 something children.
You know what, Simba?
Let me tell you, under which economy
Even
can
if you
such a man thrive?
Can you survive it? You can never survive that kind of life. The problem is that some men are not disciplined with their blah, blah, blah. Some men are so useless, they can put it anywhere they like. They don't even care whether that woman is pregnant or not pregnant. They just continue to like, I will impregnate whatever I can impregnate, I don't care. And when you talk to them, don't talk to them like that. Oh, no, something. They will survive it. They will grow. They will survive it. I came out from that kind of family. So they too, they will survive. Oh, so you came out from that family that did not fend for you. You did not have a good life. Now you are trying and you want it for these unborn children. That is the drawback of Nigerian society most time. And some women also sometimes they think, they are getting old. I don't care. I just have to have somebody to have a baby for. And when they started having this baby, like I said before, earlier, not here, not today. Sometimes if I see a lot of black women here, there are 3 things that will happen. They say that she's pushing the trolley, or second, the tummy is big, she's pregnant again, or the third one, she's holding 1 or 2 babies in her hand. I've never seen them walking alone. Most time, I'm talking about African women that they brought, maybe their husband brought them in. Sometimes I ask them, are you just getting pregnant every year, every 9 months because of the benefit or what? And before you turn around, you already have 4 children. 4 children in abroad is also not an easy thing to raise because of the so-called benefit.
Remy, have you ever wondered what you discovered that even the so-called developed world where people have all the benefit and everything, they produce less children. The fertility rate will be around 1.2, 1.5%.
Yes.
But where people are struggling, where they are crying, being power, that is where they are also producing children like bread.
So okay,
So what is the correlation? You are hungry at the same time you're dick.
And now to make it worse, when you talk about it, they will hide all of them will hide under religion. Some of them will hide. That is how my grandfather do it.
Please,
that is why we have been doing it.
Please, you guys, you have already you've lambasted the population enough. What solution are you now preferring? Because every time it's always the people. Do you even realize that the people gave the government the power to rule them.
This
Wait,
is
the
not
government, not the
about
people too. The government fall from the sky.
this is not
What
about
are you saying?
Is it not the same people that took the mentality to the government?
this is not about people or
So
no
the
people.
problem is that the people who were not trained, the people who have given their life
No,
over
you
60
are
years.
getting it wrong. My own
It's the
analysis are
people that
always
became the government.
I'm trying to answer mine.
my own analysis has always been like this, and I will give a very good example. The governors that you have today, they were followership before. If a governor is 42 or 45 years old today, 24 years ago, he's on 20 something too. He was a follower. So he's in government.
Exactly.
I'm trying to give you an example.
No, you are trying to, but it's not. You are not explaining the Nigerian situation with you. You're just trying to explain.
I'm explaining the Nigerian situation for you because you guys always listen. Let me finish. Can you give me 1 minute so that we can have a conversation together? My own analysis is very simple. It is from the followership that you get the leadership. I'm giving you an example that Chinumbu or whatever before, they were followership before, just like ordinary human being, or ordinary citizen, sorry. And I'm trying to give you that the set of governors we have in Nigeria today, some of them are in their early 40s or late 40s. Some of them are in their early 50s. Some of them can be older than that. But majority can fall under 40 to 55. And if you now remove 24 from that 55, tell me how old are they? Or remove 24 years of democracy from 1999 to this time around. How old are they when they in 1999? How old were they that time? They are just like everyone. So they were like citizens. So what I'm trying to say is this. If you are, I don't like the way everybody will say government every day. We have to look at everything holistically. The people themselves, the orientation, no matter what the government do, I've discovered that an average black man always look loophole just to escape it, and they will continue to. They are the same set of people that will tell you that Nigeria is terrible, but they are the same set of people that they are also looking for that shortcut.
And they are terrible.
And they are the same that will turn around.
What they complain about is exactly what they do.
Yes. Okay. So the state of food I would say is it. So we have to look at it together. So that's what I'm saying. Okay, let me give you. Is it a government that tells you to have 3 wives and have 12 children that you cannot cater for? Is it the government that asks you to do something like that? So we must tell ourselves the truth. And so, or is it the government that asks you that, you must wait for the government to give you a job?
Okay, so you are telling me that the government has no hand in what is happening with what you have just explained, right?
No, no one has said that. No one has said that.
We must look at it holistically. No matter what the government do, there are some people that they create employment for themselves. Go and get some skills and they start doing something by themselves. They don't wait for government every now and then.
Okay, so you think the average Nigerian doesn't find employment for himself?
I'm sorry.
No, most Nigerians work in the private sector, not in the public sector. Yeah. They don't work for state, local, or federal government.
Majority of
Nigerians that work for government is not even worth talking about.
The total population of Nigerians that are working in the federal, state, and civil servant, total everything in Nigeria, 5.3 million people.
Now, you see, out of 200 million, even that's nothing. That's
even local government, 5.3 million people. So now look at it from this angle. We are making a very good example. Why a parent send their children to university and they have the power, they also send in for master degree. Some of them, they also go to the extent of marrying for them because the man is totally looking for, white collar job.
Grandchildren. Oh, they are looking for their grandchildren.
How many are, wait. You are saying this thing like this is the norm.
No, I'm not saying the norm. I said some. I never said no. I never said most.
Describe it like this. The way you are saying it, the way it's sounding.
Okay, Remy. Let us listen to his own side of it. Oh yeah, let us hear your view. Where do you think the problem lies? Because if you are looking for solution, you must know the problem then before you provide solution. So because what we are saying, Heme or what I don't even know how to pronounce your name.
Yeah, that's right.
What we are saying is that when you have a society, we have problem generally in Nigeria as a country. You understand? But what we are saying is that you cannot, it's not as if the leaders, they are a pool that they were separated from the population. They are somewhere that we are just picking them from. We are picking them among ourselves. You understand? Let me tell you, just wait. Let me tell you, just try on your own and say you want to even become ordinary councillor in your village. And go and these same people that you are talking about, I say, okay, we're always talking about the people. Go and look at what they will be demanding from you. You don't just go there to make your intention. They will ask you, will be marveled that, oh, these people that everybody they are crying, is it their priority? You understand? But so that is the problem. You cannot say you want to change it. Let me tell you, it's even in the Bible and it's in the Quran that you can't get a leader. You will give you a leader that will be a reflection of the followers. It's there because you pick from the pool.
Exactly.
All right. I see now that, okay, I agree to your statement. But now, if the people are the problem, how do we change the people?
That is what, in fact, if you have been following our discussion, I asked a question. I asked a question earlier on. I asked Andrew. I said, how can we change? How can we change our orientation as people?
How?
You understand? And because we need to change our orientation as people.
We have to start by being honest with ourselves, which is what we are doing right now. When we all start talking to ourselves about what we are doing wrong.
Yes, can do it. It's a Milocon.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Mike. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
go ahead. You go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I want to know, because fine, you've already itemized the problem. You've analyzed it. So what is the solution? I want to ask from you from Remy, Simba, and Mike, especially.
Okay.
The 3 of you.
First and foremost, I think first and foremost, we have to go back to this our constitution, amend it. I'm not calling for a new constitution. Amend the constitution, put some law in ground that we first, resource control must be there. We must try to decentralize the center. It's too big. Decentralize the center totally, so that the resources will be in the hands of the state. They are not going to be going to the federal government to collect money anymore. That will make them to work hard because they need to pay salary for their workers. Second, we must push some of our youth. We must change our system of education. That the easiest way for a country to be successful is to first feed yourself. I'm sorry, I will have to use carrot and stick. I don't care whether you have a PhD degree or master degree. Everybody go and till the land. There will be a good incentive for people that really want to go that way. And some people will have to force them to go and do it. When we till the land, we have abundance that we can eat, and the rest we can export. And the money we get from that, we have to develop our infrastructure. We are going to diversify the economy, not only on oil. Then I will have to start again from new set of people from 0, 1 year old, unborn. New orientation totally, because I will not lie to ourselves. There's been a lot of division. We have to reorientate the country itself and the people to believe in their country, not every available thing to demarcate your own country. And that one have to do well. We have to find a good curriculum. All those professors and whatever they have in the university, I will just pick like the best exam and then lock them inside one super 5-star hotel for 4 or 5 months. And I will select them upon whatever they have studied. Come out with a fine blueprint for everything in Nigeria. It might
Mr. Remy, how long, even if these people did do all of this and came out with the right proposition and proposal, how many years do you think, given what the thought process and the mindset of even a 10-year-old, a 15-year-old, a 25-year-old in Nigeria is today?
So that is why I'm telling you. That is
Without
why I'm
some
telling
draconian men with a gun putting a gun to everybody's head, how long do you think it will take for this reorientation?
So that is why I'm telling you, unfortunately, my generation and those Gen Z generation, to be frank with you, is the wasted generation.
I totally agree.
So, and if there is no way you are going to change their mindset because they have already been fixated, it's going to be very difficult. And this kind of people, if they have the simple
So
opportunity,
you want us to do a catch them young approach?
thank you.
Yes,
From
that's the only way.
you have to start again. That is the truth. Because you put all this young age of under 40 years old. I did not the same set of people that you are there for 1 month, they are already started eating millions.
No, if you go to social media, they are already, are they not the ones scamming themselves? This one we advertise, collect millions and will not pay back.
There was a story a cousin of mine told me. He bought something online a week about 200,000. At the end of the day, he didn't get the money, he didn't get the week. They are scamming themselves one way or the other. So you put them into a position of authority. Are they not the only one that will think, I want to buy limousine, I want to buy Cadillac or Rolls Royce, I want to live in Lekki. Everybody wants to live in Lekki. Everybody wants a big life. You put all of them in government, then that country is already doomed already. So it's a wasted generation. There's nothing you are going to do about it. You have to like start afresh again and enforce this orientation on the youth, maybe from the age of 5 years old or 4. So they say a lot of things that we are going to do, and I'm going to make sure that, I'm sorry to say this, only 4 family I want. Family of 4. You cannot have more than 2 kids for the next 20 years. At least let's maintain.
I also encourage our mom láti máa ṣe Yahoo boys and Yahoo girls.
I mean, Master, a lot of people say I want to. So it's going to be a tough one, even if I'm going to look for that.
They have an association, no?
They have an association.
Now, can I say something?
Yes, sir.
So, if you look at it, you realize that it's still the same generation of people that has caused this problem. And it's still causing the same problem. Because at least for anyone whose son or daughter can do Yahoo, at least that son or daughter must be like 14 at least. And if you had to, if you say 14, I want to believe that, fine, I know some 20-year-old could have given birth to that anyway. But I think that I would still say maybe 45 to 55 to 60, this same generation of people, they are the ones that have caused this problem now. And I want to ask this question. Yes.
Is that the generation of 45 to 55? Let me tell you, if somebody, just hold on, no, if somebody is 45-year-old today as you are talking, when do you think that person was born?
A 45, maybe that should be maybe 1980 thereabouts, if my calculation is right.
Okay, so you think that the generation of people that destroyed Nigeria are the people from 1980?
I said from 45 to 60. So that means that the lowest.
That is another wrong mentality that is going on.
No.
But if you look at those people, wait. If you are born in 1980, before you can say you are even benefiting anything or you are doing anything at all, you must be more than 20. Had 20 to 1980, that would be like 2000. So you want to tell me that the problem that we are having in this country today started in 2000?
No, you have.
You know, I think what Remy, let me say this. I think what Remy is saying is actually right, because even the present so-called youth that we have, I'm very sorry to say this, Emilokon, you people have little or no knowledge about even the country that you are fighting for, and because you are not taught, and because you are not taught. If I ask you, even you, they don't know where we are coming from.
Where are you coming from?
You see?
No, now answer now. You are trying to make it look like you're coming from somewhere. Where were you coming from?
We're after the season of military dictatorship.
Eh?
And you are talking about those that
well,
are
okay. Let me ask you, when did you think the problem of this country started? Just hold on. When did you think the problem of Nigeria started?
When I think the problem of Nigeria started, I would say it started maybe after the coup or from the coup thereabout, maybe from 1966 around. And even at that, it was still a thing of pleasure within the Nigerian system, but it degraded down to what we have today.
So why are we not saying this one generation?
Because the generation that we are talking about, they were youth as at that time, and they are still ruling till now. Nobody stopped
In
them.
1966, they are youth in 1966, and they are still ruling up to now.
How old was the Gowons?
You heard the example. Just hold on. You heard. Let me tell you. You heard about what Remy Remy gave you. You understand? The present group of people go and do the samples of your senators, your rep, the honorables in the state assemblies and all those things. Go and look at their age.
Yes.
Even as at 19, just hold on. Even as at 1999, how old could they be? Because majority of them are still maybe late 30s, early 40s. You understand? You know, so let me tell you, you cannot tag majority of the people that are ruling you now. They are not the people in the 60s. They are not the people in the 60s.
1999, it's not 40s. What are you talking about? I'm telling you, you know what?
The issue, that is another problem by saying that, okay, is this generation that destroy the country, you want to be mapping and then be excluding some people. You see, that is another wrong thing that we are doing.
You see, can you not? Okay, fine. Let me not talk. Because what brought me to this platform is because the way you lambasted the people, you lambasted the youth, you lambasted everybody except those who were responsible. This generation of people you are talking about, they were the one that went to universities, had their best laid, enjoyed the meals, enjoyed everything, see what it could have been. This same generation.
Let me tell you, the people that you are talking to now, I don't think when we went to university, me, I didn't enjoy that too.
Me, I didn't enjoy that too. Because you look, my man.
Hey, Simba, is it this lie that they are doing right now online? Saying that there was a
that's
time
what
when
they are feeding themselves now.
some people had some great time. They have some.
So wait,
Mike, you know what I said before? I said our generation.
Anytime in Nigeria when some people had some.
I said our generation and this generation, we are wasted generation. This guy was thinking maybe because we are here, we are like 76 or 80. Or do you think Babajalo is 90 years old? And old Papa is 100 years old? Are you kidding yourself? And I gave you a very good example. Your people.
Then you're also talking as if you are not part of that generation now that you are blaming.
I am not 70 years old now. I said my generation is wasted. I am in the middle. In the middle.
Okay.
I've seen everything.
Let me tell you, we are taking responsibility. You understand? That's why we talk the way we talk. We are taking responsibility, and everybody must take responsibility. It's not as if you'll be apportioning blame. That's what we are telling you.
Emilokon, no one is saying that the government and the governors and the local
they are doing well. Nobody is saying that.
Nobody is saying that they're blameless. They are blameless, but the first government starts in the home. If me like this, if I go to Nigeria now, or I send my dad a Lamborghini or Bentley, or my dad not only because he knows I don't have money to buy such a thing. Ó máa dáná ó máa videotape bó ṣe ń fi petrol sí.
He might not understand Yoruba. You just call it, but father is very local. It's not a Yoruba.
Well, even though I know he does, but for other people, what I'm saying is, if I went out now and said for some reason I went and bought my father a $250,000 Bentley and sent it to him in Nigeria, my father would take petrol and burn it. He's not going to call me because he knows my financial situation. Plus, he knows that I wouldn't do such a thing in the first place anyway. So the parents, this type of parents that allow their children, a child can do whatever they want to do when they're grown, but for you to be participating in it, you know what your child does, you have an idea of their financial capability, and they're doing things that are outside of the norm, and you're saying it's okay, you're the biggest part of the problem, even worse than the government.
So let's just see what is going on in Lagos State now. When you go to Lagos State, street by street, they have their gang. They are fighting one another. They are killing one another. Let's now twist it back to other states of Nigeria, like Ogun State. A 17-year-old boy is killing his grandma or grandpa to make money because of what he has seen on social media. He wants to live in that massive mansion. He wants to drive that expensive vehicle. Can you not tell that kind of boy that, okay, I want to employ you and I'll be giving you 30 or 40,000 naira every month just to do something in my house? Do you think he will take it? He will just look at you. What are you talking about? How much is 40,000 I can blow in one club night? Okay.
Hold of India pepper soup.
Emilokan, let me tell you this, because it's like you have a wrong perception of what happened.
Okay.
We, like my own generation, though, and maybe even Remy or Kandu can attest to it. When we are growing up, right from secondary school, I have mates that have to go and do agbaro. If you know what they do, they call agbaro. They have to go and work. Some will work as a
so kọ́kọ́ bí ìlọ ẹ̀pẹ̀ kó explain àgbàro fún ẹ náà bóyá kò mú túmọ̀ ẹ̀ jẹ́ kó sọ fún wa, because something we might, this is online. Do you explain àgbàro for us?
You see, these are the assumptions that you people.
I know the money people explain. It's not too much. It's not too much.
Àgbàro ẹni tó ń gba oko ro ló ń pè
okay, yes, good. I have my mates. Just hold on, though, because you said that okay, they lay bed, they give them food, they give them they will have to go and do agbaro. Some will do. I know one of my friends. He will go and do bus conductor during the holiday to buy uniform, to buy textbooks. You understand? I knew when I was in the university, a lot of the students were doing work. Some are doing barbing, some are doing washing on the campus to survive. Do you understand what I'm saying? People work harder. This same generation that you are saying that the problem. Now, to me, even the university that I went and even the condition under which students are now thriving. These days, you now see the children, parents going to school, they will send money to your account. There was no bank even on the campus.
Okay.
You understand? So forget about all those things that you are feeding yourself, that they are the generation that benefited. Nothing.
Okay.
So remove that one in your mind that okay, these people maybe because they benefited and that's why they are. We are not siding the government as Kandu said. What we are saying that
in addition, Simba, you see this generation, those Gen Z generation, they were even lucky, and I'll tell you why they were lucky. Because some of us are their father or their parents. We even spoil you guys. We never enjoy like that. We never enjoy like that. I can tell you how much I pay throughout my children university days. Every month I'll give them money, I'll give them food, I'll give them anything. On their birthday, I must celebrate birthday every year in, year out.
So we should praise you for being responsible. Is that
what
you're saying?
Nobody's saying that.
I do not have that kind of luxury when I'm growing up. I do not have that kind of mental.
A lot of people did not grow up with silver spoon in their mouth. A lot of people did not grow up with
by myself. I have to go online.
If you are all claiming this, then how come we have this How come we have this?
The percentage might be minute.
How come we have what? How come we have what?
This current situation we have now. How come we have it? Where did it come from?
Please let me take that. Please let me take that. You see, again, I think everyone has tried to explain this. Even you yourself, you said 1966, and I guess I can understand why you went that far back. Again, a whole lot of things have happened, especially in my opinion, from a financial standpoint, in the days of Go One, talking about we have so much money, our problem is how to spend it. When the other people around the world that got independent or that came into being around the same time that we did, Even China, in that same time, in 1972, were nowhere to be found on the globe.
All the Gulf country,
yes,
Qatar,
yes,
UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait.
Yeah. So all those people, when they were taking their little resources, developing their country, empowering their people, investing in the infrastructure as little as they could, because they didn't even have money like we did. We were busy doing Owambe, Soniti Deo, Aria, Lokwe. That's what we're doing. The time we're supposed to be working, we're busy playing. And this is not there's nothing ridiculous or extraordinary about where we are, because we didn't work when we're supposed to. The only thing people are trying to say earlier is that all those, I remember my uncles when they were in the universities in the 70s. I don't, even though there were resources for them, it's not like they were living large. Nobody was living large that I know of. University of Lagos right there, people just got by. You can say, yeah, tuition was nothing compared to what it is today, evidently. I remember back in 1985 or so, you could buy a Peugeot and Nissan Patrol for $4,000. SUV. How much was a Mercedes Benz? Less than six grand. To buy the same type of Mercedes Benz today, you need 95,110. So economic of the world has changed. The dynamics of Nigerian economy has changed. Unfortunately, we have not invested in infrastructure. We have not even invested enough in people. You tell people to go to school, to go and learn a skill of whatever type, but there are no places for them to work. And we've never had the mindset of people creating jobs. I said it earlier some hours ago, that even up till today, you'll be hearing people say, government has not given us work. As if the government is the only one that's supposed to provide you with employment. So that is one of the reasons why, I don't know if it's Mr. Simba or Mr.
Emiloko that is talking now. When you talk about government, who is government? They are your uncles. They are your fathers.
The people. Yeah. So the issue, that's why somebody said or agreed with my assertion, which is, unfortunately, is going to take a new generation. This generation that are there, and even these young people you're talking about, you see, some of these people are making money online. You can be working for Google or whatever company. I'm not saying everybody works for Google. You can be selling stuff. Before, during the times we're saying, you can only sell in your local government. Now you can sell on Tamu or Yab, whatever Mu, online, even from Lagos or from Abeokuta or from Kogi State. The opportunities are even much, much broader, than before. Today, you can be doing anything.
That is exactly why Nigeria is still at peace, as you are talking about. Because if those are not the avenues for young people making money now, Nigeria would have burnt down. And I know everybody knows that. So coming here to blame the youth is what I would not accept.
No, blame goes all around. You cannot take the blame away from the youth. Nor can you take it away from their parents or the parents in government. There is more than enough blame to go around.
And that is my point. And I think it is wrong for some persons to take away the blame from their own generation and face
I don't think anybody ever did. I think that you're just concluding that. Yes, sir.
Look, before you remove the speck in somebody else's eyes, the good book says, first of all, check the log in your own eyes. In other words, clear your own house before you continue to blame others that they are dirty. What can't cock to black? And most of the time, from some people on this platform, Mr. Simba, Mr. Remy, and Mr. Mike, they are always quick to blame the people all the time. They're quick to blame
we blame the people. Just hold on, Remy, hold on. We blame people and we are part of the people. We are also part of the people. You
No,
understand what I'm saying? The
you
issue
are not
here,
making
you are the
it
one
like a
that
part.
comes this morning. You are now trying to partition it into generation. Nobody is talking about generation. We are talking about
Because the
Nigerian
way you
people.
sound, the way we
Eh.
listeners hear you, that is what I'm trying to
Mm.
say. You might think you are saying what you're saying, but we are hearing different thing entirely. There's a way you
Oh.
blame yourself and the people. Everybody knows that you are blaming
Mr.
everybody.
Mr. Emiloko, don't let me
If you
vex
want
for
to solve
you.
this problem,
Don't let
we
me
have to be
vex for
truthful
you,
to ourselves.
Mr. Emiloko, don't let me vex for you. You're using this generation, whatever, the way you sound. Who cares how anybody sound? Take the contents of the information.
No.
Why do you care how somebody sound?
If we are to be truthful to ourselves, we have to take out every Yoruba will tell you
Look, nobody has time to care about your feelings. No, nobody care. Not you. I don't mean you personally. Nobody has time to care about. This is not about how you feel. What do you want? You want cookie and a glass of milk too? You want cookie and a glass of milk as well? You want people to talk to you in what particular way? Take
now
this.
let me give you a
Take the
particular way.
sauce.
Okay. What if we say we have all made mistakes? We are terrible at what we have found ourselves in. We are the cause of this problem ourselves. But how do we move forward? Let us move forward.
You can say that. I left Nigeria at a
Say
very, very young age.
I think you don't want to hear what you want to hear.
Wait, it's different from saying Nigerians have
The issue here, that was what we raised this morning.
contribute.
That was the question we asked ourselves this morning. I said, how can we orientate our people?
Yeah.
Nobody's talking about any generation. We talk about people generally. So it's like you just want to hear what you want to hear.
Mr. Emiloko, I hope you play this back. You sound, what you said, not necessarily you. Sound like, why don't we say it this way? What difference does it make the way it's said?
Okay.
The point is, take the point.
Okay.
There has been a lot of. I am going to say this on the top of any mountain. I did not contribute to make Nigeria what it is today. I was a child in Nigeria when I left. I did not go over there to go and do any of these things. I did not scam anybody's money. I did not. So I'm not going to say that. Those
now,
who did to hold the responsibility.
Let me ask Emiloko some questions.
I have a question for you. You said you did not.
Emiloko, I want to ask you some questions quickly.
Okay.
Have you ever been a primary school teacher, whether on part-time or full-time?
I've not been. I don't teach primary schools. I've been secondary school teacher.
No, okay, hold on. Have you ever, during your long strike, I don't know whether you went to university in Nigeria or any other institution, have you ever been on your long strike that you have worked in a hotel, cleaning a hotel, or doing any sort of job just to while away time? Yes. And when you are serving, and when you are serving the Nigerian government, have you ever been a teacher or anything that has to do with working for the government and when during your youth service?
Yes.
Thank you. And whenever you and are you in Nigeria or are you outside?
I'm outside currently.
Thank you. So before you go outside Nigeria, have you ever worked for some years before you traveled outside?
Yes.
So you have contributed. So that means if I can see, you are not even that age range of 20s. You should be above 30.
I am on the mount of 40 as I am now.
So you can see. So you can see that even if we want to classify you, you are not even in range of 20 to 35. So do you know why I asked you that question? You know why? Do you know why? You know why I asked you that question? Because you are all the things you have been saying, you are not listening at it with open mind. You are coming from a biased mindset. But whereas you're part of this, but no, let me finish. But whereas you are also part of that generation. You are also an older generation already.
Okay, accepted.
Yeah, you're also an older. We are almost the same thing. So we are almost the same thing because I'm older than you by some few years. So we are almost the same thing. So, but the way you are talking is, I was thinking that okay, maybe this guy is under 30. If you're under 30, and those people that are NSAS movement and the rest, why can't they create their own party and come up with a neutral person that they will push for? that every region of Nigeria
now,
will accept.
when they came out neutral and point out who they wanted to support,
Who did they support? Who did they support? Who did they support? Who did they support?
Now you said they supported Peter Obi, or who did they support? Isn't
So that is the problem. That is the problem. That is the problem. Because
so Peter Obi, the so-called generation that you are referring to is not part of the generation.
Now, this is part of the problem. This is part of the problem we have in Nigeria. No, you guys have been talking. This is part of the problem we have in Nigeria. Number one, distance ourselves from the problem. And then you want us to assume that no, you didn't distance yourself. Now, okay, you are saying these youths, they had the capacity to come together and pick their own leaders, which they did. Now, the choice of their leader.
When did they pick their leader?
When did they pick their leader?
So how do you expect them to pick their leader? That they should come and form a party? That way expecting.
Wait. During the NSAS, did they discuss political way forward and pick a leader? Did they?
Now, during the NSAS, did they talk together like say, let us have NSAS? Did you think they had to sit somewhere and say, let us have NSAS?
No, you said they pick a leader now. You are the one that said they pick a leader now. When did they
let
pick
me
a
now
leader?
tell
No,
you.
he was talking about the election that they picked Obi. That's what he was referring to about picking their leader.
They didn't come together to say, okay, we are picking a leader and pick Obi.
No, but they voted, for the most part, they voted massively for him.
Can you see what I'm talking about? Can you see what I'm talking about? This is one of the problems that made Nigeria to be what we have today.
Okay, what is the problem?
We have a lot of intelligent, knowledgeable intellectuals who use this knowledge to use it to connive with the powerful and turn down the truth on its head, like you don't know, because it is not obvious. You want what is it? What question is Mike asking?
So what is the truth? What is the truth that is obvious? What is the
You
truth?
can't just come and deny it like that. You sound like a typical person that causes problem in Nigeria. What do you mean? Where did they discuss? Do you know how many Twitter spaces? No, wait. Do you know how many Twitter spaces they have meetings? They talk. This is their own space. This is their own channel to discuss. They don't have one single leader that you say, oh, this is the one leading. No, that is the generation we are talking about. What do you mean they don't speak?
I don't even understand. I don't even understand your argument. He said Nigerian youth. The youth from where?
From the north?
No, just tell me now.
Anyway, my submission.
With them is that he take him and his group of
Mr. Emilokon, I understand what you're saying, that in general, but the question has to be, and I think the question that has been posed is, what percentage of even aside from whatever rigging or whatever electoral issues, what percentage of the youth in the north and the youth in other parts outside of the east and Lagos actually went out and voted for Obi? I think that's the question that's being posed, and rightfully so.
We will not be able to answer it now. Because it's just it's not. Let me tell you what you are. What the question? Let me tell you. You are just. It was an afterthought. All this thing that you are seeing. Just let me talk. It was an afterthought. It was not. It wasn't an organized thing. That's okay.
Exactly. It was not
we you to. This is the person that we wanted. Though it wasn't like that. Will be contested like every other candidate under a political party, and then after the election, you want to be claiming that okay, that is the choice of the youth. Are we not in the same space?
Because Aisha supported
so who do you think voted Peter Obi? Who do you think voted Peter Obi? Is it Ghost?
Hold on, my friend.
So it's only the youth. It's only the youth that voted for Peter Obi.
Can you guys hear me?
I'm asking you now, who voted Peter Obi?
Can you hear me?
No, we can hear you, Mike.
We can hear you.
Okay, cool. I'm trying to make sure you guys can hear me. Okay, hold on. What's his name? Look, I think what you're misunderstanding is this. We are telling you that, okay, you guys came together and did NSAS, right? And we all know where the NSAS happen within the entire southern states, right? All the
It happened everywhere, even in the north. Answers
even some part of the north, but mainly the southern states. Yeah, okay, cool. If that NSAS movement now brought out candidates, right? Under the behind the NSAS, whatever, it's an NSAS candidates, right? Where everybody say, okay, this is the NSAS movement politician that we want. Okay. Trust me, all those states where NSAS took place, that guy would have won all those states because
well, even the Mikey, the answers that took place, the one I witnessed in Kwara, it was not even a demonstration; it was looting. They just heard that okay, they were looting and looting. That is what they call answers. Looting. It wasn't a demonstration; it was a looting. They were breaking into people's shop and casting away their goods. Is that what you call
But in fairness, in any type of demonstration, especially
let me tell you, Kandu, you are not in Nigeria. I was in Nigeria. Let me tell you, the one I witnessed in Ilorin. Wait, see now, you will see some demonstration. The one in Ilorin, the one I saw in Ilorin, the one that happened in Oshogbo, it was nobody carry any placard. Nobody was saying this is our demand. They were just breaking into people's shop. And they will say, oh, they are already looting here. Then people will move there and go and be taking
I agree with you, but what
so
we're
is that what?
no,
So what are we talking about? The motivation. Let me tell you, the motivation that led to the spread of that NSAS was looting. It wasn't. It's not. It wasn't. It's not based on principle.
That is not fair. There are people.
You are not there. I was there.
No, I'm not.
You are not there.
No, what I'm saying is, when you say NSAS, the vast majority of the people that were protesting for NSAS were not looters. You always have people that. You always have people that will infiltrate.
You don't
that
understand what I'm saying.
Criminals.
Forget about what happened in Lagos. You understand? I'm telling you, go and look at what happened in other states. You will never see them demonstrating along. The only thing that happened in other states was to break into people's shop and be looting their goods and services.
Does that negate answers then? Just because some people did that?
But Simba, you have to admit
Mike, Mike, please wait.
Hold
Sorry,
on.
please,
You are
Mike,
coming
wait,
in.
please. I beg you, please. Let Remy answer and let him answer that question, please. Just give me 1 minute to answer the question that I can do at him now.
Which question?
Just 1 minute, please.
I said the fact that some people were looting, they were not even demonstrating, they were not showing any placards. Does that negate all the other people, all the untold?
Let me even ask you. What was the demand? Let me tell you. What was the no. Let's start like this. What was even the demand of NSAS?
I don't know.
Were they demanding for good governance?
Of why? What else were they demanding for? Bad governance?
No, go and look at it. Police stop harassing us.
That is a very important thing. Police should not be harassing people and taking their phones in the middle of the streets. That is a very, very important thing.
Well,
just because some people are doing Yahoo doesn't mean that you should have a situation where you have a police state where people are having you open your laptop, open your phone. If you have a problem, you look for a solution to the problem. You don't take away.
How can you be using that one as an example? Even NSA is not even a good example of what we should be talking about.
You said what was their demand, and you said they were talking about police should stop harassing them, and that's what I responded to.
Simba, you guys can give me 1 second to chip in.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning, my brother. Yes, sir. NSAS was not an organic protest. It was politically motivated. The organizers of NSAS were shifting their demand. Remember, it was about SARS first. And then, when it was time to select people that would go to the IG to table their demand, they started shifting ground. They started shifting their demands. And eventually, the IG promised to disbar SARS. They still were not satisfied, and they came back to Lagos and disrupt not just the economic of the country, of the state. They wanted to make sure that the economic of the Lagos State was paralyzed. It was politically motivated. It was all towards 2023. And how Tinubu's name came into that space is what I still cannot fathom.
I
Up
beg
to
to
this
differ.
moment,
I totally
up
beg
to
to
this
differ.
moment, how
I beg to differ.
So who
Tinubu's
was
name,
behind it? Who was behind it? And they were
No,
they know
people were
themselves. It
tired.
was,
People
it
were
was, it
tired.
was, it wasn't the political elite. It was those who were perhaps being outcasted, who felt disgruntled, and they wanted to make sure that they put their propaganda, laid it down first before the election comes in proper.
No, sir. No,
And
sir.
they
I
were,
don't. You
and
don't seem
look,
like you
no,
understand.
federal
but,
government
but,
knows their name.
If you agree to which these
After the
police
protest,
but they
were,
were in
federal
SARS
government,
even
if
way,
you
way
agree
before
to which these
2023.
police
no,
were
yeah, way
manhandling
before the
human
election.
beings.
But I tell you what, federal government knows the names of the sponsor to the point that they mandated the CBN to block the account of all these the individuals. They have their names. Federal government have the names of the sponsor, and I know a particular individual who was cooking, who put money down to cook food for the people
So
to
what is wrong
block.
with that?
What is wrong with that?
And then
Yes.
what?
You don't
And
have
then
the
what?
right. You do not have the right to block the road, okay, where people travel every day. You do not have
What right does the Kenyan have to block the road that we are
gbọ́
praising?
èèyàn tó wà lamẹ́ríkà tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé people should not protest.
no.
Federal
I'm,
government
people should,
sọ
I'm
pé
not saying people
they
should not
should.
protest, but when you
That is
block,
what you are saying.
when you block
That
the only
oppressive
road,
federal
no,
government
no.
block their bank account.
Hold on,
How
hold on one
is that
second.
the right thing to do?
No, you
Because
can
people
protest,
participated
but
in
you
protest.
know
Exactly.
you can protest,
Exactly.
but you
That
I
is
mean,
don't have.
never the right thing to
saying?
do.
Can you guys hear me? You can protest, but you do
Oppressive.
not have the right to
Why
stop.
do they have the right? Even the constitution gives them
No,
the right to
you
protest.
you can protest peacefully. You have a right to
It is a peaceful protest.
It
What are you
wasn't.
talking
It
about?
wasn't because they blocked the entire road that leads to Lekki. People could
People
not
block the entire road that leads to the airport
travel.
at
People could not
LAX when they're protesting. People
could not
block. This is
travel
what
from
people
their
do.
house to work for a
Oh my
week.
God.
Okay, so
I
it
don't
was
want to
not.
live in a society where
It
people
was
cannot
not.
protest.
It was not.
It's
It
an
wasn't
oppressive
genuine.
administration. Now
No.
you are
No.
speaking, you are supporting oppressive
The federal government. No. The federal government handled it poorly.
barbaric action.
But they shut
No.
down the toll gate, though, man. I
The
cannot see where
federal
it's coming
government.
from. They shut the toll gate down. I mean, like, at that point, I begin
So
to wonder,
when
like,
Mike,
what's
they
going on here?
occupied the toll gate.
when
They blocked the
NLC shut
entire
down
road.
the international airport because their
Okay.
salary was not improved
Who shut down international
So
airport?
they
NLC.
shut down the international airport in Jerusalem. Nobody could go through. Even Netanyahu couldn't fly out of the country.
He didn't make it legal now.
Listen,
The nature of
it is
protest,
illegal.
that is how the
No
protest
individual has
are
a
handled.
right. Mike, you have a right as a citizen of Nigeria to a peaceful protest. When your protest is hindering the economic of others, it's hindering the day-to-day activities of others, it's no longer peaceful.
That is the nature of protest. Don't say prime
But
protest.
what
What
you
about the
can
protests
stand
that happened? What
Meant
about
to
France protest?
disrupt. It is
look,
meant to
let us
disrupt
segregate.
Guys,
in the city.
Hold on, everybody, hold on. Let's try to organize, see, understand what we are saying.
Yeah, thank you, Mike.
There's difference between when a protest is legal, whereby the police will stand and will not stop you from doing it, and protests usually get to a point where police begin to disperse you guys and the people. Now, when you guys are saying in somewhere in another country they did this, when they started doing that, did the police begin to disperse them? That's the question. So we have to understand. So what they were saying is, when protests start to get to the point where they become illegal, maybe they're now stopping others from their own activity. That's when the protest now becomes illegal. That's when police now have the right to disperse that protest.
Exactly. When your protest is now hindering the day-to-day living of others, when it's affecting others people's life, that is when it becomes illegal. You don't have a right to block the road
That is wrong. That is propaganda. That is the way.
You do not have a right.
Even under that, protest does not become illegal. It doesn't become
Protest is
illegal.
meant to disrupt
It's meant to disrupt order.
activities in the city,
I
so that
disagree. I disagree.
the governing body in that city
Disagree
will feel the impact of that
No,
protest.
no,
That
no,
is
no,
the
no.
nature of
I
protest.
disagree. I disagree
Oh,
totally. You have a right
that is
to
military. This is military mentality here.
No, no,
This
no,
is the
no, no.
way
No.
that
So why did
yes.
America, the police, now bring tear gas and start dispersing protesters?
Okay, that is the nature of protest.
No, that is not.
When protest is meant to disrupt the activities in that city, so
No.
that the city or the governing body in that city will
Evangelical.
feel the impact of the protest and drive home the important reason why they are protesting.
You're wrong. You are wrong, Evangelical.
Oh, you are wrong.
Adewale, hold on. Baba Angelico, can you arguing that the protest no legal side of it, and there's no illegal side of protest? The protest is
There's no illegal protest. There's no illegal protest.
Okay.
Protest
What
is
is
a constitutional right. It's a constitutional right. And people have the right to protest anytime, any day.
Wait. Baba Angelico, that's no. There are legal process and illegal process. Now, if all protest is legal, then if the police come to shoot tear gas at them, then they can sue the police because they were doing legal protest. When the police come to shoot tear gas at them, you see in America, even in Europe, is when they are becoming illegal, and that's what we are trying to.
No, there is no illegal protest. There is no illegal protest. Protest.
When you start destruct, there's guidelines to every protest in the law, in the book, in the law book. There's guidelines.
Infrastructure is a public infrastructure.
Look,
You
what
as an
we are
individual,
telling you
no,
is this:
Evangelical,
protests all over the world. You saw the France.
No.
Hold on now. Let us talk. You saw it in France recently. You saw it in Kenya.
Make it
when
legal. Because
you hold on,
standard.
let me land. It's usually the government agency, security agency, or security personnel that trigger, protests to turn to riots. When they fire, what do you call it? Tear gas on protester, then the protester will start throwing stone and that is when it will turn to, riot, sort of. But in the recent
when is it legal for the? When is it legal? Can we ask you a question? Can we ask you a question? Wait, hold on. Let me ask this question. When is it legal for the police or whatever to do that? They cannot just fire tigers at people. You know that, right?
I cannot even hear you.
They will break that.
Yeah,
you know that, right?
The network is we can hear you now.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. What I'm asking about Johnny Coco is this. Yeah. Okay. Wait.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Babajale Gogo, you know that police does not have rights to just like you as an individual, right? A citizen, let's say you're walking on the street, whatever. A police does not have right to fire tigers at you or shoot anything at you. That's illegal, right? Now, where does it become legal for a police to shoot tear gas at you or anything at you? When there's a point where it becomes legal for him to do that? Can you answer that question?
Okay, when protest is gathering momentum and people participating and getting, bigger in number.
You can see the way Ajay Kuku is talking. Now it's not even smooth. When it's getting momentum.
When it's getting momentum and it's getting enlarged, a lot of people are participating. It becomes threats to the authority. And what you see happen in that situation, you see the police will now throw tear gas. And when that happens, then that will trigger riot. It will turn that protest into riot. Because when you throw tear gas at people will fire back at the irresponsible and rascal people in uniform representing bad government. And, most of the time, it's the government that turn protests to riot by the activity of irresponsible police officer. So, look, protest is never illegal.
No.
It's never illegal.
What is
Mr. Adewale claimed that protest was sponsored.
Oh,
I
yes.
don't know where he got his facts.
Protest one way must be sponsored.
Sir.
No matter what, it must be sponsored.
I want to even tell him that was a wrong mislabeling. That was a mislabeling.
That's right. You're right.
You know,
some people sponsor it. Oh, they know their bank account.
Maybe because of the donation, that is why he said that.
That is the reason they labeled you, and they just to put a name, just to you know the government, you know the way they normally do things. Do you know that this protest? Do you know that Lagos government hired hoodlums from Agege and Co to go and disrupt this protest?
Oh yes.
Yes.
My brother,
Adewale, do you believe that Lagos State government hired criminals?
We saw it now. We saw it.
Listen,
do you believe that?
I would not object to that, and I would not disagree with you on that. You know why? Let me start first with what is protest. Number one, wait now. I like to be precise, clear with my explanation. I don't like to be. You see, when others are talking, I keep quiet. See, what is a protest? It seems that I'm not trying to bamboozle you guys because I'm trying to be objective. Okay. What is a protest? It is a process where you air your grievance, your objection to certain things, either to individuals, to authority, or to whoever directed it to. And there are so many ways you can hear your grievance, you can protest. But as long as the protest is just and does not hinder the right of others, peaceful protest is what you are entitled to as a citizen of any country. The moment your protest is hindering other people's life, is no longer legal because you can be sued civilly or criminally. Now, the reason why I do not object to the fact that the government might also inject into the protest.
Please don't. You see, these are the words that you should.
No.
Don't
see,
don't
my
be shy
brother.
to say the truth.
Don't
be shy.
Please,
from Ekiti State, I know you.
No, please, you don't know me. No, you don't know me. Let me say this. There are a lot. You agree with me that there are a lot of things that happens in a country that you and I would never really know the concrete or the real deal, the real issue behind it. Everything you read in the newspaper, everything you see in the media, please, my brother, take every little headline you see in the media with a hold on.
You are making us look like we are stupid to say that.
My brother,
wait, I'm coming. Let me give you one fact again.
You won't let me finish.
We are in BRT buses.
New
BRT buses, they were in the ones in Nasarawa State. We are brought with.
God.
You can see the plate numbers we are hidden. You can see these are government vehicles. Let us be sincere.
See, there's one. See, I'm not disputing what you. I'm not disputing that. Okay.
Government was involved. You can
Listen,
go straight
wait now.
Let Adewale land.
I am not.
Hold on. Let Adewale land.
Thank you.
But it shouldn't make us feel. It shouldn't bamboozle or disdain our knowledge.
Hold on. Let us make it convincing.
But let him make his point, and then you can respond.
Let him make his point.
Thank you, Babajale Kuku, and I'm really grateful. But you see, I'm not trying to bamboozle. See, I'm this kind of person. I like to read between the lines, and also the outside the box. You know, what you think is your truth and your fact probably will be far from the truth and the fact. Please, my brother, don't always conclude that what you see or what you think is the fact is the fact. Always enable or entertain a different view.
I'm a scientist.
Regardless whether you're a scientist or you could see people's mind, and I'm saying this, okay? I'm saying this. As a matter of fact, in Nigeria, in the history of that country, no protest is ever organic. Ever in the history of that country, you've ever seen any protest that is ever organic. In the history of that country, Nigeria are not used to impromptu protest. Everything has to be well planned, organized. In the process, I'm not saying saboteurs will not come in. Even government with their own propaganda will come in. But what you have and the beginning was to disrupt activities to the point that it would draw the attention of the government. The grievance of the NSAS was genuine, number one, because of the way the youth were being mistreated, right? But people that actually have ulterior motion put their foot forward to enable those who felt aggrieved about the way the police were treating the youth and use that, okay, and prolong that protest to the extent that it became what it became. And the government want to sit back and let it, continue to unfold. So what did they do? They inject. That's why I said, I'm not disagreeing with what you said. But people have their own mindset about what they wanted to do.
Facts? Do you have data to back up what you're saying?
Not everything is going to be disclosed on the air because people listen to this show, people will watch this show, okay? And I'm not going to jeopardize my own integrity, but I will say the way
you categorically say that if I'm interested, I can go get this data somewhere that is already there's a data.
Earlier I mentioned how Tinubu's name comes to be involved with that NSAS protest. Up to this moment, I still don't find that connection. As at that time, Tinubu was not even in government, was not involved in anything public government. It was just a party member involved in the party activities. And yet, his name during the INSAS ranked more than even the governor of a state. Okay? Everything that Tinubu's name is attached to were burnt down, including his own television station. How that come to be is what I'm trying to unravel. I'm still trying to find out why.
And I'll tell you why.
Why?
Because
Please.
Tinubu was, maybe we should even use this.
They only has a point there because that answer became about Tinubu, honestly.
Mike, let me actually
the guy received the hardest. Lagos received the hardest.
He almost bought an hotel innocently, and hotel down. I want to know. Go ahead, Baba. Go ahead.
Isn't Tinubu said to be isn't Tinubu said to be Lagos and Lagos is Tinubu? So why are you surprised?
Tinubu is a key player
in what?
In the political activities in Lagos. Maybe
but is there insights about Lagos? Is it about Lagos?
Hold on. That is the Lagos chapter.
Is it only
Lagos? Hold on. They have chapter by chapter. The Lagos chapter is against the government, federal government, APC government that control the police.
It was only Lagos chapter.
Hold on. And Tinubu.
No, Babajari Boko that is giving them chapters now. I don't know. It was what I divided them into chapters.
What we think we know.
We are focusing on Lagos now. We are not focusing. They didn't mention his name in Ogun State. Neither did they mention his name in Oyo State. So in Lagos,
they didn't mention his name in Abuja.
NSAS started from Lagos.
Let us focus on Lagos. It's a leading factor in Lagos politics. A political
How?
The controller.
Hold on. The man was not even in any political.
Hold on. The controller of Lagos politics, the controller of Lagos government, and the national leader. Hold on. The national leader of APC that control the security apparatuses in Nigeria.
What
All
Baba
these
Jare
facts,
Koko,
yeah, we
you are
don't need
just
that
you are
about the
just
past. So
rationalizing. You are
I,
just
I can't
rationalizing.
phantom for somebody to say, oh, I can't phantom why, oh, they were calling on Tinubu's name. I think that is just
I know how.
So
I know how. I know how. Do you want me to tell you how?
Hold on,
Do
this
you
is
want
very
me to tell you
important.
how
Wait,
Tinubu's name got
bros,
into
wait, this is very
the
important.
thing?
Emilio, wait. Emilio, wait. Let me say this. The SARS, people stand against SARS. SARS already was existing before even Buhari became president. And people already had issue with SARS. So that SARS was not really partisan protest. Like the SARS, people calling against SARS were not really seeing SARS as a responsibility of a particular political party. It was just SARS. And it wasn't really like they were going after saying the president or whatever. They just wanted SARS gone. It was more of a law enforcement. So they didn't really saying, oh, this president was responsible for SARS or this politician is responsible for SARS. All they were going against, like just SARS to be banned. So it was not something that they see themselves as going after a politician. So what they were saying is that how did that now end up becoming Tinubu? As if Tinubu has anything to do with SARS. That's what we don't understand.
All right,
that
I
is why
understand. I know
okay,
that one. I understand, and I can tell you, but I
let him
will not
speak.
tell you on that because this is a public space. So I don't think I would like to discuss how his name came about. But you see something, let me tell you. If you are claiming that the people, the protesters had no reason after they've made after they've made what they call it, their concerns known to the government, that they had no reason to continue in that protest, I will ask you, in that Buhari's government, how many times did they say they would disband SARS? At least that I'm aware of, I think it was more than 3 times. There was a time Yemi Osinbajo even claimed to have disbanded it. There was a time they claimed to have disbanded in fact, like 4 to 5 times, and nothing happened. You hear they've disbanded it, and this was because people were crying. You can imagine under the Buhari government that everything was hard and tough as at that time. Yet SARS were going, duping people, taking monies from young ones, mislabeling people as what do you call them, as fraudsters and things that you can imagine all those things. Yet,
Is it not Buhari that will stop the SARS? Is it Tinubu that will now stop the SARS?
Please let me finish the statement.
Sima, they didn't even mention Buhari's name. It was only Tinubu's name they were mentioning.
What do you mean they didn't mention Buhari's name?
They were not talking about
The
Buhari.
protest
Tinubu,
the protest in Abuja was it about Tinubu? You guys should stop being mindful there because you want to support the Yoruba thing or Tinubu thing. Please. No, that is how it looks like all the time.
So Tinubu is the only problem of SARS. And why was it being targeted? That's the question that we're asking you. Why
You know
was
one
he
thing,
the one
Simba.
being targeted?
Simba, when
it's none of my business. I don't know why he was targeted.
when the organize when the people
let me speak.
when the
Let me
people
speak. I'm
no
not spoken. I'm
okay,
asking questions.
go ahead.
If SARS were truthfully and honestly disbanded, or they were retrained to make sure that this is how you attend to people, I don't think people would have gone out in the first instance. And the government was given like how many? The government was trusted like 3-4 times. They will come out and say we've done this, and they will completely lie. That was what made the people to be more stubborn this time around as a then that come. You can't just tell us again because we've heard you say this thing
Can I
several
draw your
times.
attention to something?
Please,
Can I
no,
draw your
please.
attention
If you are
to
going, I know you want to go, please.
No,
Let's
I'm not going to. I
Tinubu
just want to
matter.
draw
There
your
might be
attention
an
to the
issue with
timeline.
Tinubu.
I want to
There
draw your
might be an
attention
issue
to the
with Tinubu,
timeline.
but don't say there's no reason for them to have stayed long on that place to fight for. Don't say
Let
that.
me
I'm
draw your
listening to
attention to. You remember when Macaroni was drafted to represent the youth at the Azo Villa with the vice president and IG, right? And he declined, right? But he was one of the what do I say? One of the Guess who went to the IG? Who wanted to, because they wanted to put a face when they were genuinely youth that felt disrespected by the security operative called NSAS, that actually felt that they are being targeted and maltreated, and they wanted to put a face to it. Remember, Davido went with other entertainers because they needed people that are in the public to be, to just to give a face to that protest or the grievance. They went to meet the IG, and the IG promised to disbar that operative, and it did. But the letter came back.
Now?
Hold on. The letter came back and said those people that were under NSAS operations were still not disbarred from the service, and there's no way because this police personnel cannot be sent away from service. They still have to be in the police force. I don't like to call them force, but they still have to. But because the fact that, remember the one that happened, the issue that happened in one of the Lekki area where a pregnant woman was shot, and they redeployed virtually everyone in that division to another division. But the argument then was that those security
died. Hope you know.
I know. Those
Okay,
security personnel, no, those security personnel that were that were attached to that operative of NSAS should be completely out of service. That was after they had visited IG and he actually disbarred that operation. And yet people now came back to the street and begins to protest against the fact that they were still remain in service. And IG could not have dismissed all these people without any criminal charges. But he listened to them. Davido actually went with them to Abuja, to the IG's office. It was there. All right. But after that, the people behind
does it even make sense? Sir, their normal police just drafted for a purpose. So why should you say, okay, if it's an operation they supposed to, you can't say they should sack them.
Can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Great. Please, I think we have to get to the nitty-gritty of this issue before we can just be giving conclusion. I don't know why you guys are saying that if people come as citizens protesting that they should ban NSAS, and after then they start continue demanding for something else. How is that a crime? Are they not the one that vote the government? That is your right. Even those you said ban NSAS, after that one you start another one. From there you start demanding. Why is that become a crime? As a citizen, it's your fundamental right. You are the one that vote the government, no matter what you want.
But nobody says it's a crime now. Who says it's a crime yesterday?
What is this brother talking about? If you come to me and say this is your grievance, and I oblige your grievance and I do what you ask me to, and you come back again and say you are still not satisfied, I needed to do something for you. What does that tell you?
Because they go, Mr. They go with they go with 5 demand. You understand? It was 5 demand they have. You know, they said they are going to ban the NSAS. The NSAS have been banned like 3 times or 2 times, which will never come to fruition. You understand? The last one, people were so very angry because they get worse every day. Now they said, okay, we have disbanded NSAS. They now create another one, swap. The citizens said, no, we don't need that one. The same people, you just swap the name to swap. They said, no, we don't need it. It must be disbanded. Okay, they said yes. They said the third one, they said, okay, President Buhari must come to speak with them before they will believe. Before they will believe. Ahmed Lawan, the senior president, speak. They say no, till the president speak to them. Then they now do a record of a purported record of Buhari. We speak. And they now say no, this is not the real voice and this is not the president. You understand? So we have to be really know what we are saying. But if you want to drag
how that someone take concern Tinubu?
No, see, I know where you are going. That's why let me come. If you want to drag the matter, because of Unadi become to talking on radio or air from London, I don't see that as the what we are going to hold. But we have to look at the integrity. Those people we are there for good 11 days. You have to remember that we are there for good 11 days, dancing with music, dancing, feeding themselves. People were donating, bringing food for them. People were donating for them to eat, to feed. There for good 11 days, nothing happened. All of them, nobody answered them. Even when Sowolu come, even when Sowore come, we have to look. Then the government are supposed to answer these people on time, take this issue serious, then make kids start bringing their own hoodlum to start attacking them before the thing go overwhelmed to everybody, both the police and everybody. Okay, are the key citizen. We are not saying all those things. If you are, we cannot just say because Unadi was in there, this is a burn Tinubu down, burn this one down on her. We have to take that and give to the citizen who started a good cause. You understand? We have to give the blame to the government. If the government take responsibility on time, 11 days, people were there, nothing happened. The government never answered. They were there jubilating, dancing, music. After everything now overwhelmed them, they want to use because of what Unamdi said on air to now credit or discredit what happened. No, my brother, we have to be realistic to ourselves. This Nigeria is so good for all of us. This is for tomorrow. We are still facing the same police brutality.
Okay, I want to ask you a question real quick. If those protesters had stayed outside the main road, by the roadside where they were before protesting, do you think the government would have sent security operative after them?
Okay, wait, yes. Mr. Dewale, wait, I want to ask you a question. Yes, for example, now, wait, please. For example, now 4 million gather in Lagos. Which all do you want to put there? They have to be in the street and block whatever. The road is built by the citizen resources and their tax money. They have the right. It happened in France. So why is it happened in Spain? I don't know why Nigeria or when we protest. It's happened. Okay, the people that went to finish.
In Spain, you go and block road, block everything, and the police will not come.
The whole full road with Trump.
Wait. Name a country in the world where you block everything and the police will not come and dispatch you. They're gonna.
No, the police once you Mike.
Let me tell you one thing. Even America, where you stay or whatever.
Yes, let me. No. I understand. Wait, Mike.
You tear gas will clear you there.
Yes, Mike. See, let me tell you. When according to Ramajali Koko, even the police, the retired CP that come, he reads on section in the police act. He said when the protesters are becoming more, and the police is now overwhelmed, they must attack. He said he read the law there in the police act. He said they must overtake. The people is getting much. I meant okay, if 10 million people come out, so how many police do we have at present?
What they did was according to the law, according to the book, right? Is that what you are trying to tell us?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the problem here then? If they did what they are supposed to do according to the legal guidelines, so what's the argument?
The argument I hear before I came is that we are trying to the protester. We are trying to say maybe what they did is wrong, or maybe why they came out is wrong. You understand? Or after they have demand for police brutality, why did they continue?
That they were sponsored against Tinubu.
They were sponsored against Tinubu. So that is the issue there.
That they were sponsored against Tinubu. That why was his property? Why were his properties targeted? That's the point he was.
No. He say it's suspect because it's a legitimate question because I always wonder how did Tinubu become because he became about Tinubu at one point. I'm sorry to say.
So the ones in Abuja were about Tinubu. The ones in Port Harcourt were about Tinubu.
No, when we talk about NSAS, the only politician name at the end of the day was Tinubu. The answer was Aaron. And it was the only one some people were calling to go and attack.
So how come that for 11 days in Lagos they didn't attack Tinubu's property? How come for over 2 weeks no property of
Mike, you have to look at the integrity of this thing. You can't be beating somebody cannot be there. People are there. Look at 11 days they are there. Nothing. You have to look there first. If the government are take responsibility on time, if people are escalated to that
if government failed, so does that mean Tinubu must be attacked? Is the Tinubu government?
Is it wait, Simba, wait, please, no, Simba, wait, just 1 minute, please. Is it the government or the NSAS protester that start mentioning Tinubu name? If you want to deal, I said if you want to deal with the Kanu issue, deal with it separate. It's only now the Kanu.
That's what you are saying. That there is a lot of underground work under that NSAS. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, wait, one Nigeria. Nigeria, just hold on. You cannot be shifting goalposts at the middle of the match. You want to you organize a protest, you have your goal. This is what I want. Then okay, they say, okay, this is what you are asking for, we are giving you. You now say, no, I have some other demand. How did they do that?
Does that one make sense to you?
Simba, that is are they not the citizens? Are they not the one that voted that government? That is what is wrong with that?
Wait,
so
German.
He just the one that voted the government. What is wrong with that? I can start demanding from 1 to 1 million. Is their right? That's your right.
Hey, God.
Let me tell you, whatever you want to do, let me tell you, wait. You know the nature of the society that we are. If you want to make a demand, you understand, you write up your demand. You have to organize yourself. Okay, this is what you want to, even before you start the protest. What I knew about that instance was that everything just started jaga. No, there was no leader, no demand. Everybody was just doing their own. It was at the middle that they are say, okay, let us even have what are we even talking about? Okay, you are talking about NSAS, you name it as NSAS. Okay, we are going to disband the SAS. Okay, we are disbanding the SAS. And I say, okay, these are we have further demand. Why are you so? Then each time they should be doing that. Then for how long are you going to continue doing that? Why can't you wait when? Let me tell you. Why can't you wait when you finish one?
Wait, sorry. The five demand that they take, that Sowolu come and take, he take it to president. Did they do anything on it? You have to ask yourself that question first. They gave 5 demands. Davido, all of them went to AIG. Even the government now have to come back, say, because people were donating to them to feed all those money, they have to come and answer. Where did they ever take those people to court tomorrow? Government should not start be bullying the citizens. It's not their right. They are voted there by people. All the money they are using, the resources, the commonwealth of the citizen. The citizens are supposed to have power more than the government. Because Nigeria is not a same country that everybody look themselves like emperor when they become a governor or president. That is why we saying all these things. What happened in Nigeria today, can it take place, 1% of it take place in UK here, and this country will not be burned down?
Are you kidding me? Like what?
Yes, I'm telling you.
Give me an example.
For what is happening in Nigeria?
No. What you're saying that something cannot take place in the UK. Give me an example.
I said no. I said what is happening in Nigeria. Let's say from the past 8 years. Let's just say for the past 8 years. Can it happen that we have inflation of almost 35%?
So we don't have inflation in the UK or in the US.
What is the inflation here? What is the inflation? Wait. Let me tell you. Even the inflation here. Wait now. Even the inflation here, that is not dropped about 2%. Since then, government pay your housing. If you lose your job, government wait now. Government pay your housing.
Because of inflation, they are giving you money.
Yes, for cost of living.
Because of inflation, they're not giving. Come on now, bros. Come on.
I'm here. I'm living here.
So
because of cost of living.
Inflation money. They have given you.
No, it's cost of living. What cost of living? It's cost of living is high because of inflation.
So what did they not do for you? Are they not giving you subsidy or what? What are they giving you that you're talking about?
They give. Wait. Last year. Wait now. Let me talk now. Let me answer your question now, Mike. Wait. Last year, they make 3 payments. 4 payments. Every 3 months. You understand? 300. You understand? They gave let me tell you. They gave me 600 pounds. Check. 600 pounds check. I went to post office to cash it to support for my light, electric bill. You understand?
That was not for subsidy, and that was not for inflation, my brother.
So cost of living, because the cost of living is high.
It's not.
No. They don't pay you.
That was for COVID.
last year, and COVID was 2020. I said for last year, even this year.
Or maybe you go on welfare, you go and apply for
cost
welfare.
of living. It's really cost of living. What is right? I'm here in the UK, I'm not in Nigeria. You understand? I'm saying what I
think I think we have overflogged this issue of
cost of living. That is what the right of the cost of living.
That drag us to NSAS. So I think we have overflogged this issue of NSAS. NSAS has gone. So I think we should have another thing to discuss.
I've said it before.
But we need to be giving credit to those who write that we cannot write.
You may not like Tinubu, but there's no way. Look, we've seen protests in the entire world. We've seen the way protests being organized. But
Please,
no,
Mike.
when you make
Mike.
your demand, okay, and you make your demand, and your demand is not met, of course, you go back to action the same way you protested in the first place. But when you now have people that have arterial motion that decided what they're going to do is to disrupt the business activities in the commercial nerves of the country, then it begs for a question. What is the motive, the real motive behind it? Look, you may not like Tinubu's political way of doing things, but how his name comes to be, because the stories being perpetrated in the media was that, oh, Shiyi Tinubu came to the ground of protest, came with the military personnel, and they removed the camera, and they could not get the footage of. I mean, you want to tell me that there were no among the protesters, nobody there was there with camera that could record, apart from those who were streaming the entire thing online. It wasn't organic. We know that. But look, this thing happens, and the federal government, there's no protest that happens in the country that federal government does not know about. They do. They know people who sponsor. As a matter of fact, after the NSAS, federal government was uh, 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 wrote to the commercial banks through the CBN and froze the account of some of those principal actors because money were being funneled into the account to perpetrate that protest. And when you have people, look, there's nothing wrong in genuinely protesting against government maladministration or mistreatment of citizens. But what the government would not condone is to have people that have ulterior or political motive just to score a cheap point, and they
Man,
decided.
Mr. Dewale, please. All those people you mentioned now, then Davido, Aisha, all those and them, P Square, all of them, that government made sure that they froze their account. They will charge them to court.
No,
How did wait? Did the government
account was
ever take them
not
to court one day? Is there not the same government that come and
no,
discharge the charges against them? Did they ever
no.
go court one day?
Government doesn't need to charge them to court.
But he said no. Government said there was a day they give that they are taking them to court. There was a date. All of them was waiting. The day before that day, the government asked, okay, they have discharged the case. All of them still came out, start saying on social media. I think they said even all of them. I think they said they are taking them to court. They are still waiting. Government by itself. We have to know this our government.
No, you have to know. You have to choose your battle, my brother. And that's what government was trying to do by not actually litigating those cases and then do it in a how do you say it in English? In Yoruba, you do it in a bonkele. That's not everything that you litigate at the court of law. When you're able to identify what is the purpose, the purpose already defeated because the plan did not materialize. I'm not saying the original NSAS protest is not worth protesting. It is worth protesting. But when you have people, because they knew Tinubu is going to contest for the election, they knew that for a fact. It's just a matter of time.
Wait,
they knew that.
Look, please, stop gaslighting
I'm not gaslighting everybody. I'm not insulting anybody's intelligence. I'm telling you the fact.
Like that. Don't make this thing. Don't make it look like it was just Tinubu, or is it? Tinubu also represent the powers. Then, assuming
it doesn't.
It's elite now.
Wait, it doesn't. Listen, it doesn't. That's the fact I want you guys to understand. It does not represent the power. It was not anywhere.
Installed the government that we are talking about.
It was not involved government. It was not in the government. It was just a party man. That's as simple as that.
Wait, can I give you people? Wait. Babachi Lawan, the Tinubu man. Vice President Shibanjo is a Tinubu man. Lai Mohammed is a Tinubu man.
What's his name? Bajabi Amila was the speaker there.
Bajabi Amila was a Tinubu man.
What do you mean by Tinubu man? Tinubu man? Why did you when do you start ascribing people to people?
No.
Because your son work in a bank.
Wait. Wait now. You ask me a question, let me explain to you.
And make a withdrawal of money.
I'm not after Tinubu because that is not even the problem. The thing is that the government should have done what was needed to be done.
Not the government. Now, why are you attacking individual?
I agree with you on that.
I don't know if for the attack on Tinubu, I don't even know how that happened. But I can guarantee that for 11 days there was no attack on Tinubu's properties. So it's either that
whatever day it started, it doesn't make sense. That's what we are saying. Whether it starts on day 12 or day 13, why should you be targeting individual? It was not in government.
I believe.
So why the anger? Why the anger? Why
they attack every day?
Wait. I believe that the government were the ones attacking their properties in order to make it. Yes. I have reason to that. I have facts to that. You guys don't have facts. What you
But we saw convoy, government convoy now, dropping woodlands to attack them.
So if that is not sufficient, because I don't think when you have normal human beings protested for 11 days and they didn't go steal, they didn't break properties, then until after 2 weeks that the government came in with their woodlands, we started seeing properties being destroyed, and you are saying it is the protesters that did that. It's because you want to change the narrative. And it's because of people like they know how to turn the narrative on the company. They know how to tell the story to suit one particular narrative. These are the things we are talking about. Look, people had the reasons to protest. There was mistrust in the system. They asked this government, this is what we want. The government claims they have done it 3 times. Yet they didn't do jack. And you want them to go back again after people have been
Mr. Emiloko, you said a beru alone. You two should beru alone. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. But the reality is this. I don't know how many millions of times, I know I'm exaggerating, you people on this panel have said that it's Tinubu that built Lagos. It's Tinubu that has the continuity of Lagos. Since he left, he's the one that has been putting the governors there. So how in the world can you tell me that what does Tinubu have to do with the power of Lagos? And like I wrote in the chat session, not only Lagos, they went to the Oba of Lagos, anything that represented power. And this is what happens in protest. You see, protest is like war. When they start, nobody knows where it's going to end. Even the innocent can get burnt in the process.
The protest is not about Lagos. The protest is about Nigeria. It's not about Lagos. So why?
But they have explained that in other places, people were not talking about Tinubu. They only spoke about Tinubu in Lagos because
the issue is not about Lagos. It's about SARS, which is a federal government. So why did they now turn it to Tinubu matter? That's the question we have.
They have explained this. In Abuja, they didn't talk about Tinubu. In Abuja. In Port Harcourt, they didn't talk about Tinubu. But
the question is, why did they not turn it to Tinubu?
They didn't talk about Tinubu. It's only Lagos.
So why are they talking about Tinubu in Lagos? That is the question. Answer it.
Tinubu represents power in Lagos. He's the one that's been putting all the governors in Lagos. So even up till
the other places in Abuja, Buhari is residing in Abuja. Why is Buhari's name is not mentioned in Abuja?
They mentioned Buhari and every other person in other places.
They did not. Now you are the one that just said this can do. You know what I can see. You know what I can see in you. You know what I can see in you too. You.
Yes, sir.
What I can see in you.
Yes,
you also have bad belly. You have bad belly for Tinubu.
You have bad belly for Tinubu. I have had bad belly for Tinubu even before he thought in his brain that he's going to run for president because he's a criminal and I know him. Not just because of anything anybody says
it shows in your discussion.
Again, me, I don't have any.
I'm not a stakeholder. I'm not a stakeholder in Lagos. I don't have anything to do with Lagos. I've never liked Lagos. I don't like. You are the one. It's all these things that you are talking is conspiracy, and that's what the Locan is doing.
No, again, when somebody when Mr. Dewale said people knew Tinubu was going to run for president, what type of a statement is that? Whether he was going to run for ballet or president,
No,
what that had nothing to do with
because you do
anything.
not belong to the political circle. That's why you are talking that way. People
Well,
are
if
already
that's
orchestrating the next
okay,
decade.
you know what? If this is what they do, let them burn the whole country down. I don't care. If this is what
Yes.
they do, there's
Of
a lot
course,
of work to be
of
done. There's a
course.
lot of work to be done. All this foolishness about Yoruba, Igbo, Guinea Con, this person, the
Simba,
PDP, APC,
Simba,
what
Simba,
foolishness.
Simba, Mr. Simba. You said why are they mentioning Tinubu? Abi? Are they going to mention the name of a goat or a name of a cow? Is it not human
No,
being?
it was not the governor of Lagos State. So
Somebody
why are you
in every
mentioning him?
protest when it comes to riot,
Are
somebody
you
will
people
play
na
the
bad
drum
belle
first.
they do
Let
all
me
of
listen
na
to
na
that.
bad belle they do all of na na bad
Are you
belle
going to
they
No,
do all of
no,
na.
don't
My
see.
brother
You
said,
see the way you want
my
to put it
brother
now. You
said
want
they
to put it.
attack,
You
Mr.
want to
they
put
Timber?
it.
attack
No, no,
themselves.
no, no. Don't go that way. Don't go that way, bros.
Who
If
has
you are
been
going
in
that
power
way, it's
all the governors in Lagos
just a
since
defeated
Tinubu
argument.
left?
You know what I'm saying? No,
Who has
don't put
been
it
the
that way, please.
kingmaker? Who has been the kingmaker in Lagos since Tinubu left office? Who has been the kingmaker? Who is the person that put Ambode there? Who is the person that put um
Fashola.
Fashola there? Who put them there? They put themselves there.
I know.
But the
But
question
for
is,
the for the last time I could remember, Nigerian police
Can do. You
police
can't
under
say
the purview of federal government, not under the purview of the states.
That is
And the
not true.
problem here is about police.
sorry. Simba,
Tinubu is
allow me. Wait. Let me answer this question. So, to become a governor of Lagos, they have to conduct election, right? So, is it Tinubu that organize the election? Or is it INEC?
Mr. Mike, you're insulting my
So,
intelligence.
if INEC organize the election, people of
In
Lagos
Lagos,
are voting
in
for.
Lagos, you're trying to insult
No,
my
even by
intelligence.
extension, they will say it's Tinubu that put Buhari there. Tinubu put Buhari there. It's Tinubu that put Buhari there.
You're trying to insult our
Tinubu
collective
said he's one
intelligence.
or two Buhari there now.
Hold
Not
on,
the
hold on. Let
case.
me see the response. So
I
tell me how
told you
Tinubu put them.
you're
Is it
trying
Tinubu that put
to,
them here or the people of Lagos?
yes, he is. Yes, he is.
So it's not the people of
Yes,
Lagos that
he is.
voted them in.
Come on.
No.
Stop
No,
insulting
it's a
our
simple
intelligence.
question now.
No, you're insulting our intelligence by that type of
I'm
a
not.
question.
I'm asking question. It's not an insult now. Who?
Is it,
Wait. The
didn't,
people of Lagos.
didn't Tinubu said he owa kesi me owa okay?
It's irrelevant. Whether
Ìbú
they see me or not.
Dàpọ̀
I'm
Abíọ́dún
asking
iṣẹ́ tí ò
you.
bá kí sáà wá ilé ò ní jẹ gómìnà tó jókòó yìí Dàpọ̀ Abíọ́dún.
Hey, bros. That's not what I'm asking you.
Anybody can
Okay,
claim that.
bro.
Anybody can.
Can you
We
guys
had
answer my
an
simple
election.
question, please?
We had an election. Somebody was even before Buhari became president. He was getting 12 million plus votes even on his own. For somebody to say, okay, I assisted him, does not mean that I was one that put him there. We are saying
Okay.
it as if we don't have an election. You
The
just okay,
reality is,
just stay there. I
the
beg you,
reality is,
push you. I don't understand the way you are reasoning, sir.
no, you all have decided to be. You all have decided to be. What is the word, Seth? You have just decided to be whatever you want to be. The reality is the reality. We know where the power. We know
What
where
is
the
the
power is.
reality? You are not
We
making
know
factual
where
statement when
the
you say
man that
Tinubu
said
is putting
Buhari
somebody
came to
there.
him and cried to him, and he told him, "Don't worry, I'll put you there." You're now telling me you didn't put Ambode, you didn't put Sanwo-Olu. Where did these people come from? You think people are stupid? Yeah, he removed, he single-handedly removed Ambode, and you're telling me you're just being, you're just
Well,
being,
explain how he
Okay,
removed somebody.
I think at this juncture, please, at this juncture, let us. We have debated enough. I think what we are talking can do
all right,
is
Mr.
we are
Simba, me,
talking
I'm
about
going
protests.
I gotta go.
How would
Thank
the
you.
protest? We are looking at the issue of protests in Africa and how has protests actually have an effect on the governance on Africa. That's what we are discussing earlier on.
No, it
I think maybe we
hasn't.
should focus
It
on that.
really hasn't.
That's not what we are discussing.
That's where we started. We can do. Is that not?
Yes, that's where we started before you came in, Mr. Emilokon. But the reality is, unfortunately, our civilization has not gotten to that place. Even in the civilized, quote unquote, first world, people still protest, and they don't always get what they want. We have leaders that don't see their people as citizens. That's why they call themselves whatever they call themselves, all this honorable, whatever they think they are. They think they are Lord and Master over the people. And like Mr. Nigerman said, it is the people that put them in there, even when they read themselves in. The people can demand, they can
Can you know what I noticed? Even the people themselves, they were not, they are actually not genuine in whatever they were doing, and that is what is actually affecting the outcome of the
you know,
protest.
I said it earlier, the 80% of people are Momo. They're just goats. They're he goats. They just follow. So that's and not Nigeria or
Because
Africa.
the people
How it is
on
all
their
over
own,
the
although
world.
the people can also be bought, you understand? Because and
Yes.
that is why we give examples. You see
Can be.
protest, yes,
If you
we
say
see
that
protest.
80%, sorry, Simba, finish your thoughts. I'm sorry to interject like that.
Okay, so we get you start. Kandu gave example of Arab Spring. He gave example where even let me tell you, even the one that is going on in Kenya now, we pray that it ends well. But at the end of the day, what will be the outcome? The same group of people will be the one that will hijack the governance, and the same cycle will continue, if not worse. So
Okay, but
what we are asking,
let me
what we
say
are
this.
asking is that is
Even
there any
even
other thing we
even as
can do?
even as at now in Kenya, number one, they decided not to go through with the law. Number two, they've decided that they're going to revamp their government high government employees spending. So even that alone has happened. If nothing else happens,
Let me tell you, you don't know, let me tell you, all those things that they are just using to dampen the situation. Let me give, for example, when it happens in Egypt.
Now? Oh God.
No, I'm not turning it. We are just talking. Hold on, I don't know where I'm going.
You are
Listen, now
turning it
just calm
now.
down. We are
Allow him
talking
to
about
talk now. Allow
history
people
and
to
what
make their
has
point.
happened in
Okay,
Egypt.
wait.
When they did that in Egypt during Arab Spring, let me talk. They had an election immediately after they removed Mubarak. I think within 2 or 3 years they have like 3 successive governments within 3 years, and there were promise upon promise upon promise. At the end of the day, how did they end it? They ended in the hands of a dictator.
yes,
Syrian
because the
up to
people are
today,
Momo,
they've
people don't
never
have
known
enough.
peace. Just hold on. They've never known peace in Syria up to today. They started with this Arab Spring. They've never known
No, it
peace
didn't. No, it
in.
didn't start in Syria. It started with Assad or Sasa, his
It
father.
was exaggerated during during Arab Spring.
No,
Go and
Simba,
look, no,
Simba,
go and
Simba,
look at
Simba.
how
This
his
is what
father killed
happened.
so many
This is
hundreds
what
of
happened
thousands
in
of people.
Egypt. This is what
Go and look
happened in
at that
Egypt.
father, how he
Uh,
slaughtered
when
hundreds
when
of
when
thousands of
when Hosni Mubarak was brought down in Egypt when it was toppled. So is it toppled or
both,
uprising took
both
him
of
out?
them.
Yes, they conducted election. A Muslim brother won
Yep, yep,
overwhelmingly.
yep.
So Muslim brother won. The West was not happy. Israel was not happy. So and the plan coup, the sponsor coup, with the leadership of the man there now, topple that government, assume power as a military leader, and then conducted a kangaroo election, transition himself to a civilian president.
Like they always do.
Yes. So it's not that the people interest did not prevail. The people interest, what people wanted prevailed. But some external power and some crooked military officer gang up against the people's interest and kick out Muslim brother.
The question I want to ask you now, I
Yes.
agree totally with you. Now,
Yes.
that is what we are talking about now.
Yeah.
That let me tell you, if you listen the present Sierra Leonean, if you watch that video, the first lady, the wife of the Sierra Leonean president, she said something that the way the Western world are manipulating the developing countries because of their natural resources,
that if you want to do anything otherwise, it's like we don't even understand what is going on. We just focus on, there are so many militating factors. It's not as if all these leaders that we have, they are not dummies the way we are looking at them.
Ali Bombe, you think we can bomb it? Could possible?
You understand? What we're supposed to focus on, we are not focusing on it.
It's a true statement. Ali Bombe say, I'm telling you.
We are just being naive.
The Arab Spring.
You understand? She said it. She said, if you want to do anything otherwise, they will sponsor your people against you. If that one does not succeed, they will bring arms to come and empower some of your people, and that is what is happening. That is what you are experiencing.
You remember when?
Let me tell you, what is going on in Kenya? Do you think it's the Kenya people that are behind it?
Simba.
Are you joking? Are you people kidding me?
No, it's Kenya people. It's the students. The students. They are Kenyans. They are students, the youth. Because the government, yes, it's Kenya.
Do you know that what's going on in Kenya is what happened when they want to top food in Kruma? The people started rioting about price of something.
Can I say something?
but the government action called for that protest now.
Is that what
government was
they
will
organize them now, pay some key guys in the neighborhood, okay, bring them out, everybody come out.
Capable to lead us.
Guys light. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you saying our leaders are not capable to lead us?
What do you mean? Who put your leader there in the first place?
But man said that
whoever will become your president, if America don't approve of him, he will never be your president.
Let me ask you, when you are protesting after the election, why are you going to America, going to British embassy and all those things to go and protest with those people? To come and do what for you?
When you want something, you can use any power available now, isn't it?
Hey, why are you going there? The question, don't say you want to, why do you go to them to come and liberate you? Why do you need them to come and liberate you?
Nobody wants anybody to liberate anybody.
Why are you protesting to them then? Why are you protesting in BT? Why are you protesting in that where our problem is? Why are you protesting in America?
So deny them visa of coming here.
Keep quiet, job. People are
just being naive. Keep quiet. Why you say keep quiet? Let me have my say. What is wrong with you? Why you say keep quiet? How are you so like this? Somebody is talking, you are talking. You are saying to keep quiet.
Noise is a tool.
Professor.
If you make noise, you get attention. It is not like
for who?
From the world, from everybody.
You think they
make noise, the world will come and help you.
They will come and fight for your interest. You think they will come and fight for your interest? You think they will come and fight for your interest?
Gentlemen, I thank you all for having me. Me, I'm going to get some sleep. Thank you all. Have a good day.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Arab Spring, the gun that was used to kill Muammar Gaddafi actually was an American gun. Okay, what they did, that's why the Republicans will never forgive Barack Obama, because they wonder why their ambassador to Libya will have been killed like a chicken. And they wonder that despite, because the plan is not to have any American killed. But, to a naked eye like you and I, we will always think, well, Libyans people rose up against their beloved leader and took him out.
Right? So why is Libya today?
Because it served the purpose, the agenda. That agenda was what they wanted to do is to take him out. The moment you no longer serve their interests, you become the public enemy number one, and they will take you out. Remember when a certain president of America was getting involved in a Nigerian election, and the Secretary of State came to Nigeria on the eve of the Nigeria presidential election. What does that tell you? It tells us, number one, that Americans are ready to do anything for their own interests, right, in that election, because the stake were high. So now everything that happens that led to the election, and that was when Jonathan said he would rather not lose a blood of innocent Nigeria because of his ambition. He knew that the other foreign countries are going to get involved, and they are going to blood will be shed, right? But for naked eye like you and I, we always think everything is real, everything is organic, and we don't understand what is going on. Look, I wish we know half of what is going on in government. Maybe we will have a better understanding. But we will never know. You know why? Because we are not meant to know. We are not meant to understand. That's why I said earlier.
Then why should the average Nigerian submit
Because
self to the government?
government is not business. Government is government. Government is different.
What does that
Okay?
mean? Sorry. Yes.
Government is not like when you do business. What is at stake in government is higher than a bottom line. It's not about profit making. It's about power. It's about maintaining status quo. And the elite in that cycle will do anything to maintain the status quo. But when ordinary person like you and I will talk, we go by what is being written on headlines, and we deduce our conclusion from that, and we believe that that is the truth. However, the truth is never even.
Now,
Sorry.
okay, I have a question.
Yeah.
So if we are talking about government is about power and status quo. So why is it that the Nigerian space can't wake up and do the needful to also become that power? Do you think we are in that completely? Understand my? Do you think we are in that to become that completely, or you think that, or you feel that we are just not taking advantage of what we have?
Your colonialists, when they left, do you think they left because they want to leave? No, they left because they know they could control their subjects remotely, and that was what they've been doing. They sabotage you internationally. They sabotage your economic prospect internationally, to the point that you have no choice than to kowtow to them. They select who rules on your affair in your domestic issues. They select your president, even your principal officers in your country. They select them to do their bidding because number one, if you don't, you'll become unpopular, and they will do anything to trample on your government. That's what they've been doing around the globe, and Nigeria is not an exception.
Okay, so
Without, excuse me,
so my
without
question now.
foreign power,
Mm.
Jonathan administration would have secured second term, but because foreign government goes involved, that is the reason why.
So my question now is this to you: should Nigeria remain like that? And if not, if the answer is no,
It's
they
not,
shouldn't. How do you think?
Emiloke, this is not only about Nigeria.
It will
It's,
take
No. For me, it's about Nigeria alone. Because if you go out now, for example, if you have the passport of a Singapore now, for example, if you have the passport of a China, you know the respect they give to you. But if you have the passport of a Nigerian, you know what is happening. You know that is Nigeria. That's the Nigerian problem. It's not even a South African problem. It's not even a Ghanaian problem. So my question is now: should we remain like this,
What
or
is
is
not
there a
Ghanaian
way?
problem?
What do you say?
What is not Ghanaian problem?
The Nigerian passport.
passport.
Oh, talking about the way they treat your passport.
The shame, the shame you receive when you want to go to places because you are Nigerian alone, even though you are honest,
the problem
is incredible.
You mean
We
the
all
crime
know that.
part or just the being from Africa? Which one? I mean, I don't
No,
think
he's talking about Nigeria passport.
Yeah, they don't respect any black country's passport anywhere in the world. But with that Nigerian one, that certain places, they kind of have issue with us with some foreigner that we do all those kind of crime thing.
That
But
is not true, sir.
but
If you have a Barbados
apart
passport,
from that crime thing, they just don't
if you
respect
have
any
a
black
St.
country.
Kitts passport, they
Hmm?
respect you. If you
That,
have
that is not true, Mike. That is not true. It's Nigeria. The most is Nigeria. The most is Nigeria. I
So
know.
what
I
is the
came here.
problem? What do you think?
I came
What is
1998 to
basic?
abroad with Guinean passport, Guinea Conakry passport. No control. The people that was with Nigerian passport 8, they deported all of them back.
From which country?
From Guinea-Conakry.
Guinea-Conakry.
The people that was having
Who were
Nigerian
you
passport,
doing in Guinea-Conakry?
Guinea-Conakry in
You've become Tinubu of all this.
No, that is where I bought. I bought from there to
Even Nigeria, because you guys are too familiar because they know you're all, you know. You're
from the same country.
You know what? No, we are talking about passport. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That you said
I
it's all
don't think
Africa.
I don't think anybody respects any African passport.
Yeah,
You got
I hope you
there's
know
no way they're
that.
saluting
I hope
any.
you know that even this
maybe
Nigerian
South
passport,
African
you are in
passports.
UK. One Nigeria, you know, I hope you are aware that before you don't even need visa to enter UK with Nigerian passport.
Yeah, but Simba, but you know the people that, let's be realistic here. The main people that destroy Nigeria image and their passport is Ghana. It's Ghana. They started traveling first when it was free. That's why if you go to Germany, you go to all this majority of Europe, you can see Ghana that have been there for 60 years, 55 years. You can only see Nigeria in some place, which is about majority is our age, about 26 years. That you will see 30 years. There is no child in Spain.
How did Ghana
Let me tell
destroy
you.
Nigerian passport? How did Ghanaian destroy Nigerian passport?
They were the ones. They started traveling before us. They were using Nigerian passport because it was visa free. They started. That's why if you go to many,
let me tell you, Ghana and Nigeria, they have the same passport. Even presently, Ghana passport is
no,
more
you know.
valuable than Nigerian passport.
So see, let me put it like this. You know, before when Ghana was in crisis, they were all flooding to Nigeria. Before the land said that Ghana must go. Before that time, they have been traveling with our passport already. They have been traveling before Ghana started traveling. They have been flooding
You know what I don't like? You know, Nigeria, you know what I don't like? I don't like people shifting responsibility. Let us take the responsibility.
No. See, let me tell you. I don't wanted to say something. Yeah, that is why I should have tell you why.
The same Ghana, the Ghanaians that you are blaming now, their own passport is even you can enter more country with their passport.
No, it's not. Nah, I didn't say now. I'm telling you about something of 50, 40 something years ago. Let's start.
You know why? You know what I even say. You know why? Because I knew that it was even Nigerians that migrated to Ghana first before Ghanaians came to Nigeria. We were there in the 60s.
We are talking about traveling. Nigeria was not flooded. Only the people that traveled there.
Why did you are giving excuse that because they came to Nigeria, that was why they have access to our passport. But Nigerians also went to Ghana. That's what I'm telling you. So
yes,
I don't think Nigerians. I think we should take responsibility for the problem that we have. We should not be looking for.
No. I'm not shifting the goalpost that maybe because of them. What I'm trying to say, I said they started using our passport. That already people are.
So they were using it to commit crime or what? What were they using?
No, they were not using it to commit crime. Using it to travel out of Nigeria because Nigeria was more.
So is that what now led to the ban or the problem that we are facing now?
Wait, why don't you ask me why the people during